USAA Insurance. Making insurance easy is our duty. Eligibility restrictions apply. Insurance provided by United Services Automobile Association and its affiliates, San Antonio, Texas.
The major is around the corner.
Here it comes. The Giants, the Titans.
The best player in the world.
It is going to be one hell of a tournament.
This was just absolutely insane.
This is the COD League.
One of the craziest sequences I've ever seen in my life.
Looking unbeatable. Oh my God! What is this?
They're flawless. I can't wait. This is going to be a blast.
The honeymoon period is over.
They continue on. This is just disgusting.
It is do or die time.
Welcome to Dallas for day one of Major 5. The stage is set for the last major of the season, and this is the last shot for teams to win a major. And the players have shown up determined. The competition will be at an all-time high as 48 of the world's best COD players fight for the final major crown of the season. The players are walking down the arena halls on their way to warm up and get ready for an exciting week ahead. But this is how it shakes out, folks. 4 matches today. 2 teams will be eliminated, and as you can see, Optic and Empire await their opponent in the winners bracket of round 2 here. But we have a lot to get into, so before we do, welcome into our CDL HQ presented by USAA, and of course I got my boys alongside me, Nameless and Study. Where else would you guys be but in this epic stadium in Dallas? And you're here all week, so don't worry folks, they ain't going anywhere. Now, I really do want to start with the titans of our league, gentlemen, because of course, FaZe. We all know how dominant they are, but when you really look at the numbers, I mean, they've won 3 out of 4 of our majors, and not only that, they have also literally only lost 5 series all season long, which is pretty crazy. So, with that being said, who can be that team to take them down, do you think?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Dallas Empire. They look fantastic. You know, in their first stage, when they picked up Vivid, they went all the way to a final at Major 4, and they pushed FaZe to a Game 9 where they potentially could have took down FaZe and won a title, which would have just been massive. But since then, they've even gotten better. Throughout online play, you're seeing everybody on this team absolutely light it up. They're all above a 1.0 KD, which is phenomenal for a team. And then Crim6 with a 1.02, that is the best that Crim6 has played throughout the entire season. So things are looking great. They're peaking at the right time, and most notably with a big win over the Toronto Ultra in a 3-1 fashion, everybody was going off, especially Illy and Shotzi. So Dallas Empire, for me, they're my pick. If somebody's going to take down FaZe, it's going to be them.
Yeah, for me, it's actually going to be Optic. And the reason why is because Optic and FaZe, they played each other 4 times this season. The first 3 times that they played, FaZe completely just dominated that. But the most recent matchup, Optic were finally able to get over that hump and prove that FaZe can actually bleed, man, by winning that series there. And it was all on this just tremendous teamwork that they had throughout that entire series, man. I feel like when you're watching Optic throughout Stage 5, they have just hit this whole new level of form, and it's beautiful to see out of them. Now, when they are also when they're at this peak form right now, it's all on their respawns. They're 9-3, just dominating in the hardpoints and the control. They need to keep that up if they want to be able to challenge against a team like FaZe.
I gotta say, you gotta have picture-perfect teamwork to take down FaZe. And I think, like you said, Nameless, Dallas really trending in that direction, peaking at the right time, all members on the team really together as a unit. And I think Optic, if they can keep that up, we haven't seen much of it, but they are definitely doing the right thing at this moment in time. It's whether they can keep that churning on and forward through this major. Now, we have a lot of heavyweights in this league, and another heavyweight matchup today is going to be Ultra versus the Thieves. Now, Ultra obviously coming off a really disappointing loss to Empire, and Thieves reverse swept Optic. So, got 2 kind of like different, I guess, mindsets heading into this big match here. So the winner of this match, of course, moves up to the winner's bracket, and loser goes to the elimination bracket. So, with that being said, gents, what do you think this match is going to come down to?
Yeah, this match comes down to hardpoint for me. You look at both these teams and their performance throughout Stage 5 online play. For LA Thieves, sitting at 5-5. They had highs, they had lows, they were 50-50. And for Ultra, they were great up until their last match where they ended with they lost the hardpoints. They did not look fantastic in that at all. So in this one, I'm looking at the SMGs. When an SMG is able to go off against the Toronto Ultra, play like a nuisance and frustrate them, that is when you're able to beat them. So you saw Shotzi and what he was able to do with a 1.17, playing extremely aggressive. He made it work against them. So I'm looking at John and Draza, these two guys who have been solid for LA Thieves thus far. They have another gear that they can get to. Both of them, out of all 8 players in this lobby, they're averaging the least amount of damage. So going up against Bans and Kleenex, your SMGs have to be on their A game. So these two guys, that's who I'm looking at.
And I completely agree with you. I feel like this match is definitely going to come down to the hard points. When we saw Dallas go up against Toronto, one thing that Dallas did really well was just being super early to those rotations, not allowing Toronto to set up properly, and that caused them struggles, and it eventually showed at the end of the series as Dallas were able to take both hard points. Now, if you're the Thieves, you completed a great reverse sweep versus Optic, but you need to start off versus the Ultra a lot earlier into this series, and I'm looking at a player like Kenny to be that guy, especially in hard points. He's sitting at a 1.14, at least in the series versus Optic, and he needs to be that player, because when he's YYing, you can just tell he's feeling himself, picking up every single kill, and when you're going up against a team like Ultra, you need everyone to be on point, and I feel like for the LA Thieves, they need some early momentum on their side.
Yeah, definitely. I think, honestly, both points are completely valid when it comes to this matchup. And I got to say as well, like, Kleenex has been a menace recently. He has definitely been somebody I've noticed on Toronto Ultra. So love what you said about the SMGs there as well, Nameless. And I also think that really, for Thieves, it all comes down to their teamwork dynamic right now. I think teamwork is going to be a big thing at this moment in time, just because of how polished a lot of our teams are in the league. And I think, hardpoint, clean up on the rotations, get there early if you're LA Thieves, because Ultra are going to come in hard right now. But I'm very excited to see this one go down. Now, we've spoken about who we think our MVPs are going to be, and we've had them in order, of course, with our candidates. But I want to know, coming into today, who are you fellas watching out for in this major? Who is the one to watch?
I'm glad you asked this question because I do have a player in mind, and that's Envoy. The guy has just been incredible. I mean, you're watching Optic Chicago and what they've done in Stage 5, and he has been at the forefront in nearly all these matches. In Search and Destroy, he has been the answer. He's pushing up early in the round. He's being the aggressor to get that first blood. He's just been doing his thing every single game. In Search and Destroy, when they need somebody to even out the odds and get a kill on the other side, he hits a nice round. He gets that kill. And look at his stats. If there's any question on whether or not this guy's a superstar in our league, Stage 5 has answered that question. He's been dominating in not only the S&D, not only the control, but the hard point as well. The guy's incredible. I can't wait to watch him play.
For me, the guy that I'm excited to watch has to be Arcides. He's the only player on FaZe that wasn't nominated for the MVP at the end of the year. So he has to probably have a little bit of extra fire at this major, going to go out and try to perform here. But when you talk about a player like Arcides, it's not like he's putting up these insane stats. He's having a 1.0, at least averaging that for this team. But what he does so well is just leads these young guys. He's sitting at a 1.05, but he does all the dirty work. He makes sure he's leading the guys in comms, makes sure that all the plays are just what they want it to be. No one's being frantic at certain situations. And I feel like with Arcides on this team, he's just such a focal point for this Atlanta FaZe roster. And I just can't wait to see him play.
You know what? I think you guys have picked two stellar players right there. I'm very excited to see both of these guys in this major and alongside their teams as well. But I tell you what, folks, we have so much action coming your way. I promise you, we have some bangers on the board. And talking about the board, let's take a look at it right now. Presented by the US Army, this is your Major Tournament 5 schedule. So first up, we have Seattle Surge taking on Paris Legion, the Battle of the Spoilers. We've got New York Subliners meeting LAG on the main stage as well. We've got Atlanta FaZe versus Minnesota Rocker, and to round off your day, Toronto Ultra take on LA Thieves at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. It's going to be absolutely wicked. You don't want to miss any of this. So, first game of the last major this season. The arena is ready and waiting for the action to start on the main stage. You can see the teams already there, raring to go, and they're getting ready to take their seat back on LAN. We have Seattle versus Paris coming your way right after the break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by ActiveStat, the next generation analytics platform built with Google Cloud that brings fans, players, and commentators the power of competitive statistics in real time. Presented by USAA Insurance. They make it easy to insure your stuff like rigs and gear, and they have your back.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day one of our Stage 5 Major. You saw for a moment a few shots of downtown Dallas as the players make their way in off of what is a very hot day. I've been told it is 108 degrees outside, but we're inside, so all is good. You know how I know that? It's because I live here. But here we go. It is about time to get our first series underway. Seattle Surge taking on the Paris Legion. Myself and Study guide you guys through our first two games, both being elimination games. And the most interesting part about this one, Stud, is that somebody's season ends in this series.
Yeah, this is a winner-go-home kind of situation for both of these teams, man. Both of these teams not being able to go to champs. So they have one last chance to put their mark on the season, try to end it on a high note. Seattle obviously coming off of the win versus LAG. Paris coming off of a difficult loss versus London. Well, this is going to be a great match to start us off at this major.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. As we mentioned, when we come into a major like this, it's always fun to see what matches matter the most. And we talk about, again, one team's, hopes, futures of trying to walk away with the majority of that $500,000 prize pool. As we said, champs is out of the question for them. But this event essentially is their champs. And one team who is looking to make a big, big splash, a roster who has shown us some surprises at times throughout Stage 5 is the roster that you're about to see. Go ahead and put your hands together for the Paris Legion.
Wonderful start here for Paris Legion. Paris Legion just about pushed that player off the hard point.
Just can they clutch up and go big?
Classic just being aggressive in the lane.
Oh! Just takes him to Pound Town. What a play from Temp.
Here comes Aqua from the top rope.
Oh! Paris Legion, get it done.
And here we have them, your Paris Legion, as we welcome them to the stage. As you mentioned, Stud, this team off of a pretty big loss versus the London Royal Ravens in the Battle of Europe. We talked about their ability, maybe the chance to make it in toward that winner's side, as Scraps waving hello to the fans that will be there in just a matter of a few days. Question is will they have the chance to see those fans? But Stud, as we mentioned, man, like we discussed, as we have talked about coming into this, a big opportunity there versus the Ravens. They don't get it done, and now their journey to trying to make it as far as they can gets that much more difficult in the elimination side.
Yeah, that series versus London was everything because all they had to do was just come out and win that, and they basically put themselves in winner's side. So they have two chances at least at this major, but now they find themselves in losers. And when we talk about this Paris team, I feel like they're the best out of the bottom four teams that we have. When you look at these guys individually, they have some great skill. It's just the problem with this team is their teamwork. They tend to just lose full and not use any teamwork in certain situations, and that's what costs them in a lot of these series. So hopefully today, they're able to change that.
I want to ask you too, like, how do you change that up? Like, I mean, when we discuss both of these teams, I mean, there is so much pressure on their shoulders to continue their season. We talk about all four of these guys, even just kind of playing for their career. How do you manage that as a player, and how do you handle that as a team, knowing that this very well could be this team's last time playing with each other?
I think it's just how bad do you want it?
Yeah.
Because if you're this Paris roster, you feel like you were the best team out of the bottom four. You had the position to try to get into that top 8, but certain things just don't go your way. You're losing a lot of 6-5 search and destroys, and I feel like that all starts with that early map 1. If they can come out and build some early momentum there, I feel like that will be able to chain them at least through the rest of this tournament. Because like I said, they have some great players. They just need to make sure that their teamwork is on point.
Absolutely. Teamwork is the name of the game, and one team who's trying to ruin the fellow team's teamwork, also get rid of any momentum that the Paris Legion very well may have, is the roster that you're about to see. Last time we saw these guys on land, they turned things around. They looked excellent, and their main AR was dominating. Let's go ahead and meet our next team, your Seattle Surge.
Fire coming in, but can Porcini win the 2? No. He does. That's 3 straight. Dashy versus Octane, and it's Sam who's able to come away with it.
On a classic, trying to line him up, in the final.
looking to find a few more, but Gunners absolutely rips his way through the three of them.
249, 249, Seattle won!
Well, Stud, I mean, to put it lightly, it's been more of a disappointing Stage 5 so far for the Surge, but I feel like everybody's major talking point, major conversation is what this team was able to do at that Stage 4 major, the way that they took off, and the performance that Octane had specifically.
Yeah, man, Octane was unbelievable. I'm pretty sure he had like a 1.7 in hard points, and that's an insane stat. And the good thing about this matchup is that Seattle, they took care of Paris at the last major on land in a 3-0 sweep. So if you're Seattle, you're a little bit more confident going into this one.
Yeah, you have to be. Like you said, when it comes down to that LAN environment, we've talked about this team, the way they performed at Stage 4, at the Stage 4 major in comparison to online. It was almost as if it was like, really? We gotta go back to it. Like we have to, you know, go back to this point where we're not able to see each other, or if we are, it's, you know, just in a few Zoom calls, something like that. But like we said, maybe this could be a breath of fresh air for this team. As we mentioned, this team will not be at champs, so this is essentially their champs, and this could be the opportunity for them to turn up, much like they did, as we said, at that Stage 4 major versus the Paris Legion. They get the 3-0, but I guess if you're looking for some positive stud for this Surge team, granted, as we mentioned, not a great Stage 5, but they are off of a 3-0 win. It is versus the Gorillas, though.
Yeah, the series versus Gorillas, I was expecting Seattle to come out and win because obviously Gorillas, they have been struggling the hard point for so long that any team that goes up against them should be able to win that series. But let's just hop right into our keys to victory for the Seattle Surge. Last time these guys played versus Legion was at the Major 4. Octane had a 1.59. He needs to keep up that same performance today in order for them to see success. And then also, S&D has been their biggest weakness. 3-13 since that Major 4. Can't afford to give Paris any free maps. We know that Paris have the ability to go 6-5 in a lot of search and destroys. You cannot allow that to happen today. And then also, Surge are undefeated versus the Legion in the control. That boost has given them the edge in this matchup. Surge, I'm pretty sure they are 3-0 on Garrison control, and that used to be the worst game mode for Seattle. But the fact that they have that edge right now versus Paris, they're going to be looking at least a little bit more of an edge in the respawn.
Absolutely. And now we're going to take a look at our game fuel keys to victory here for the Paris Legion. First things first, Zaptius is the biggest X factor for this team when we talk about a hard point in Stage 5. He's at a 1.46 in their wins and a 0.82 in their losses. On the other side of things, do not play this team on Garrison control. As you mentioned, Stud, they are 0-3 versus this team in control, and it's been Garrison every single time. And finally, they need to close out S&Ds sooner. 5 of their last 7 S&Ds that have all happened in Stage 5 have all gone to a round 11, and they have a 2-3 record in round 11 so far in Stage 5. Again, if you're this Paris team, we're talking about how much that the Surge have struggled. You do not want to see this team that almost elevates themselves when they get to land in those round 11s, in those clutch scenarios. And I know we had just talked about Garrison control, Stud. There we have it in the center of our series there. In map number 3, we've got Raid to start off for maps 1 and map 2. Apocalypse in game 4, and if we can see that game 5, it will be on Express Search and Destroy. Surprised to see any maps, specifically that Garrison control there in the center.
Yeah, the Garrison control is the one that's the most important to me, but I actually got the chance to look at the vetoes, and I'm pretty sure Team A was Seattle, so they came out and they vetoed checkmate. Obviously, they know that Paris do not, they came out and vetoed raid, so they know that Paris do not like to play checkmate, so they're going to try to get rid of that. But I feel like that's where Seattle have the edge, because they are undefeated on that map versus this team in Paris, and if Paris don't respond early into this series, it's going to be difficult for them to try to stay alive here.
Yeah, and I know often we talk about that opening hard point, how crucial that it is, and now being in a LAN environment, granted, the fans not here yet, they'll be here in just a matter of days, which we're super excited about, and you can still actually grab your tickets as well, so make sure to do that. But we talk about how important it is to establish some control, get some preparedness. When we talk about this opening hard point, the problem for both these teams, they have not had a whole lot of success in these openers. Seattle has not won yet, except for their series versus the LA Gorillas, and despite a 3-5 record for Paris in Stage 5, so they have not won a single Game 1 hardpoint either. So both these teams yet to see a ton of success in the start, and that could be the scary portion for either of these two, is you give some momentum toward the other side. How can things start to change as now we fly in for Raid hardpoint for game number 1?
And this is our last major of the entire season, man. Win or go home situation for both of these teams. So we're going to hop on board here with Seattle. they're not getting the favorable spawns as they're spawning towards Garage. Paris are having some early aggression towards the middle of the map, getting some good time off of this P1, but Seattle are able to break in, take control of Laundry. So now in all of Paris, they have to try to break in from the backside of Laundry and through middle pillars. And if Seattle are able to chain a couple kills, they have flipped the spawns, and this is a great start from Seattle early into this game.
Yeah, and with Gunless making his way around toward back jungle, he will be able to initialize those spawns. So yeah, you see toward the top right, back mansion spawn instantly there for the Paris Legion. So in a matter of seconds, Legion with the preferred side, they quickly get flipped on out. And you see Prestini in a wonderful position to maybe mow all of them down. That's going to be one. Has the opportunity to challenge for the second. Legion will be able to handle business for the time, but they've not made that much progress in terms of the killing side of things to really be able to make this as close as it probably needs to be. Gunless taking down Timp with the nade. That makes Classic's life that much more easy. And now it's back to the Legions trying to initiate the fights from the front. Oh, it's Aqua making his way toward money.
Yeah, now Paris, if you're Paris, you have to try to break into this quick because Seattle, they can pull away with this. And right now, kills going back and forth. Prestini doing a good job of just keeping control of money, which eventually is going to slow down that push from Paris. Now they have water control. All they have to do is watch this front door, and it's looking like Seattle, they're going to open this lead wide open. With 30 seconds remaining on this kitchen hill, you're going to have to start thinking about the rotation. And already, you see Prestini from Seattle in that position.
Just get rid of sight. Like, if you're Legion, like, okay, guys, let's calm it down. Let's make sure that we're good, prepared, ready to go. And then all of a sudden, you see just one player sneaking his way through. And with Legion spawns, they are going to be somewhat aware that someone from the Surge is either in this position or it's just kind of an odd position in the game. But Prestini, not spotted there toward outer AC, shuts down Temp to start. And based off those final few players from the Legion, they're still spawning toward back kitchen. So it's going to be a 4 versus 1 on side of the point. And look at that feed, Studs. 4 straight kills there from Seattle. They have got to start for another hill yet again.
This is a beating right now. Seattle are on point with their rotations. Communication must be working as well, as they already are about to approach that 100-point lead. Paris are able to find 2 kills, though. So they can break right on into this, and this is much needed time for Paris to try to stay into this game. I'm pretty sure no plays on the side of Seattle after picking up all those kills are able to pick up some streaks, so that's a good thing. But now if you're Paris Legion with 20 seconds left, you need to start thinking about that rotation, because right now, Seattle, they're in the driver's seat.
You can see Surge, I mean, they just want to continue to throw bodies at this hill, knowing that they are once again prepared for next. It's been P2, P3, and now P4. In the hands of the Surge, in the favorable spot. Paris down, but by no means out. We'll go and step aside and see how the comms sound for the moment as we go to our Astro Listening now with the Legion.
Dude, all right, last 2 back hill. Back hill.
We need it. Cut out.
In over hill.
Trophy done it. I'm getting money for y'all. Look, cut out. Look, cut out. Nothing kitchen. Cut out. Cut out her, Nick.
Lay down. Prestini's lay down in the hut. Prestini's in the hut close.
Nick's back kitchen.
Wait for each other. Wait for each other. Yeah.
Alex, hold that. Alex, hold that.
Keep trying to point. Gunless dead.
On the heady, Nick.
Prestini was close. Yo, Prestini on time. You wide peeked it.
Yo, what's cut out?
Nice.
What's cut out?
Back kitchen weak, Sam.
Watch you cut out.
Yo, what's spawning in the back?
Cut out. What's front? Cut out. Cut out. Front. One in hill. Nick is front. He's in shack. In the shack.
You guys spawned out?
Absolute on time. Lay down on the stairs. One's watching over him.
Oh, we're back.
2 on hold.
And back jungle. Keep him trapped. Keep him trapped. He's back Here's one shot, right side court.
Back kitchen right now.
One push out Tiki. One push out Tiki.
One could be Laundry already.
Hit it in Tiki. Nice. Don't block the spawns, Alex.
Nick, money header. One on hold and money header.
Sitting one shot kitchen. I gotta get Laundry.
He's challenging you from like old as well, though.
Yo, watch open. I gotta run.
I'm gonna come digging out.
Two kitchen, one open. Gotta help.
New dead. One kitchen and one pushed out. One's already new, one kitchen.
Got one more.
I'm gonna go ramp. One's gonna be ring. One's gonna be ring.
Coming up, UP5.
Hit one in the hill. Gonna help you, Art.
Kitchen dead. Kitchen dead.
The guy ringed. I don't think there's anything here.
He'll be open. He's open. He's open.
Yeah. I'll help you. The guy open.
One shot, bro.
One shot.
Open really weak, Nick.
I have laundry pinch. You gotta try to get a pick.
Yeah. Open peaks. He's dead. He's still there. Dead. Open.
Nice, good job.
One shot.
In the
shit. Kitchen.
Me close left. I'm priming kitchen.
Close left. He's laying down.
I have kitchen.
One shot dead.
Kitchen got me. Pierce. Right side kitchen.
Still there.
Don't
be done.
Two there.
One's water stairs too.
Well, Seth, I'll be honest with you, man. This was not the way that I expected for this hard point to start, as it is a 140 plus and growing for the Surge. I mean, I could ask you all day how the comms sound, but if the score is not changing, if the players are not finding kills, the comms don't really mean a whole lot. But I mean, what did you make there from that listening from Paris, regardless of the way this one looks?
Well, it sounded like they didn't lose full, that's for sure. You heard Aqua say, we're still in this, we're still in this. But right now, Seattle, they're just in the driver's seat. They're not even outslaying them by a lot. They're just winning that rotation battle. And they know on a map like Raid, you're winning that rotation battle, the game is going to come a lot easier right now. So with Seattle almost approaching that 200-point mark, if you're Paris, you have to play perfect from this point on to try to get back into this game. It all starts with this P1. As you see Zaptius trying to hold down this back laundry. There's going to be 2 players from Seattle approaching him. He's eventually going to get taken down. The pressure is also coming in from the middle of the map. So if you're Paris, you just have to try to hold. Try to get at least a 2-3 down so you can flip these spawns to the very end of the time.
And the positive, as Aqua tries to make his way on the flank, that'll be 3 straight from both Octane and Pristini. But whenever you have, such a sizable advantage as this, you've bought yourself the time. You buy yourself the ability to kind of hang out, allow for Paris to initiate the fights. Then we will challenge from there as Gunless continues to beam. That's going to be 3 straight for him. All the cards in the hands of the Surge as Legion just trying to make this score look somewhat more manageable. But as P2 begins to fire away all 3 players toward the backside of jungle, Timp with that knowledge is going to go ahead and initiate, give those comms out to his teammates, but it's up to Zaptius to try to win the fights. Timp drops as well. The heads begin to fall inside a kitchen as it's going to be a battle of the weapons toward the front. Pristini drops, but Classic is there as he'll now be sitting at 16 and 17. Surge, they have the opportunity to walk away with the game here. Legion, they've got to try to break in and do something. But again, based off of that scoreline, it doesn't seem as if it's really going to matter all that much. Consolation kills maybe is all that this will mean for Paris as the final 2 make their way in toward the back, but the kitchen gets cleared on out and the Surge now within 15. Paris, they've got to contest for 1 or more seconds.
Yeah, Seattle, they can still close it out here. You have 1 player from Paris who spawns in the back, so you have to try to get a contestant. But Gunless is going to read this. Fortunately, he gets some bad timing, so now they can no longer win here. Paris have forced it to another L, and they are off the rotation early. It's all going to be on Temp, who's in this position first. But unfortunately, Gunless is going to spawn right there, and Seattle should be able to close it out.
Yeah, and they will. Surge, a commanding victory here in the game 1 hardpoint, 250 to 86. And I know we'll take a look at the scorecard at the end of this series, Stud, but I guess this is kind of a breath of fresh air, I feel like, for Surge. I mean, off the start of the game, it was Classic and it was Pristini who were leading the way in regards to slang. It wasn't the ARs. It wasn't Octane and Gunless for once. And I know we'll take a look at the ending scorecard here in just a moment, but it wasn't 1 player taking off, as you mentioned. It was a team affair that led to the dominance.
Yeah, it was, man. And they didn't even outslay by that much. They only outslayed by like 10 to 11 kills. That's not really a big margin there, and the score really doesn't match it. It's just because Seattle were out-rotating them, winning the gunfights that they needed to at the right time, making sure that they were sneaking their way through for the next hill. That's why their SMGs went off in that first map. And if you're Paris, that's where that teamwork really just comes in to hurt you once again, man. No teamwork, that's exactly what you're going to expect the scoreline to be at the very end of that map 1. Now they have to bounce back on this map number 2.
Yeah, instantly for Legion, you've got to try and bounce back, as it is an all-out dominant affair to start off our early hardpoint Surge with victory, and now looking good coming into this Search and Destroy. It will be on Raid, but we'll have to take a few little moments before we get there. Make sure and stay with us, as we will be back with game number 2 right after this.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the US Army. What's your warrior? Presented by USAA. Getting insurance with USAA is easier than level 1. Learn more at usaa.com/insurance.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As we mentioned, Dallas, quite a hot day, and so far in this series, it has heated up to a lovely start. If you are, of course, a Seattle Surge fan, if you are on the side of the Paris Legion, maybe a little, it's kind of hurting. You're not feeling too great considering you, just got like 70, 80 point club. Not a great start, as we mentioned, for the Legion, but I guess for the Seattle side, I mean, again, when we talk about online, it's been a totally different story, but when we go back to how they performed at that 4th major, I mean, you see the numbers, how great that they have been. Maybe we're seeing some sort of the same thing here now to start.
Yeah, they went 2-1. That's the biggest thing to take away. And the 2 matches that they were able to win was a team in Paris and a team in London. So right now, they're doing the same exact thing that they did at Major 4. And when you're looking at those stats, second in control was the biggest one for me because that used to be their worst game mode. 1.06, obviously only playing 3 matches. You're going to see some success there. But when Seattle touches land, you can just tell this team is completely different. You have confidence just going through every single player, especially a guy like Octane, man, who just really stepped up at that Major 4 and is trying to keep his foot on the ground here at Major 5 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. They've done exactly that to start. What's up with their Search and Destroy performance? How it's not been all that stellar, but based off of that hard point, they've at least got themselves a nice first series cushion. Well, folks, our Search and Destroy is just a matter of moments before getting started. But first, a quick word from our sponsor.
We made USAA insurance for renters who make the most of their space and money. That's why we make it easy to cover the stuff you love for as little as 33 cents a day. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for.
All right, studs. So like I said, we gotta kind of focus now into the Search and Destroys. We'll take a look at our quick scope presented by Scuff. Now, this is so far throughout Stage 5, a 1-4 record for Surge and Search and Destroy, a 2-5 record for Paris so far, and the Search and Destroys as well. And again, we talked about, kind of the same conversation for Surge, 3-13. Since Stage 4. What's really been the problem that you've noticed with this team in Search and Destroy as of late?
I feel like when you're watching the Surge, a lot of their success has to be in Search and Destroy through their SMGs. And when you watch them recently, I feel like they're constantly getting first blooded. And if you're Seattle, you cannot allow that to happen today. You need Pristini and you need Classic to be those playmakers because that's when they see their most success. And when you're going up against a team like Paris, they tend to get all the way to around 11 a majority of the time that they play Search and Destroy. So you need to make sure that your first bloods are at least even going into that last round if it gets there.
Yeah, and funny enough, you bring up those round 11s, how often they've been to them. I know we talked about them in our keys to victory, but 7 Search and Destroys Paris have played. 5 of them have gone to round 11, and one of those Search and Destroys that did see a round 11 was in fact on this very map versus the LA Thieves, be it. And it was that was the series where Paris kind of shocked the entire CDL stud. It was a crazy series. Thieves are looking good. Obviously, later on, we saw that the Thieves would take down Optic, but before that, Paris had their good shot at them, taking them down 3-1 in the regular season, and that game 2 was on this very map in mode. We'll see if they can maybe channel what they were able to do versus the Thieves, but Legion starting things off on attack. And really, once you get bruised and battered off the start, your primary goal as the team that did suffer the defeat is to try and get a few early rounds on the board, get that confidence, get the game turned a different way. But Pristini answering with that first blood is going to make things that much more difficult as Paris somewhat indecisive in terms of which bomb site they want to go for. The target seems to be at A, but Aqua able to find the second, does even things up now to a 2-on-2. Scraps narrowly gets away with the bomb. It does give the callouts to his teammates as there goes Classic, and now it's all down to Pierce. Paris able to take him down. Got a little bit scary for a moment, stud.
Definitely did, man. It definitely did, but it was all on Aqua. Once he got the positioning in ring, obviously he finds that kill on the Octane. I thought he was blind because he didn't see Pristini there, but he's able to find that second kill as well, and then Scraps is able to get back into the play to eventually help him out as Paris walk away with the first round. And right there, it just feels like Seattle, they pop a first blood, and then they got a little bit too over-aggressive. Make Paris make the play and plant that bomb, and you play for a 4v3 retake. No reason why Octane should be sliding into ring right there, giving up his life as Paris walk away with the first one.
Legion answer for the opener. Once again, it is a first blood in the hands of Surge. We'll see what they do with that man count advantage in their favor. I thought for a moment Scraps was going to make his way right into the line of sight of Octane, but all the smarter decides to go and venture into basketball court, which will be the smarter fight of the two. Here's the Temp, able to answer for the first. Zaptius as well, right on cue, taking down Prestini. As we said, Surge, great at the start. Legion more in the mid-rounds. Doing a great job bringing the numbers back into their favor. As Classic somewhat caught up inside of Tiki. Octane, who's toward bottom mansion, isn't going to be able to provide him too much support. And with 40 seconds left, if you're Paris, you can pretty much stay put.
Yeah, you don't want to try to give up this round. You want to make sure you're forcing them to plant and make sure that you're having everything cut off, as Temp is going to be sitting in towards mid P5. I think he actually heard Octane in towards mid, so he's going to be able to find that kill. Now it's all on Classic in a 1v3. He knows the positioning of Temp. He's able to get one, but the trade is going to be there. Paris Legion walk away with the second, and that is the second first blood that Seattle got so far in this search and destroy. Once you pop that first blood, you just need a 4-man stack towards one side and play the trades effectively. But right now, they're still relying on individual play with that early man advantage.
And one thing to note as well, I know we mentioned, Paris Legion, the record didn't really stand out, right? 3-4 in on raid search and destroy. But the big thing to note, Stud, is that they actually have won raid search and destroy 3 times in a row. And my math could be somewhat incorrect, but I'm pretty sure that since they've added Zaptius and Temp, they're either 3-1 or a straight 3-0 on raid search and destroy. Because when you look at the KDs of Zaptius and Temp being on Paris in this very map and mode, what, Temp's at a 1.45, Zaptius at a 1.63. So that's one where the stats don't necessarily tell the whole story, because we're like, oh, okay, it's kind of an even one for the Legion. But when in reality, since they've added these two players, they have been great on this map, and so far they're showing it through our first two.
Yeah, and with 50 seconds left, Paris Legion, they were just spreading map right there, trying to get any piece of information of how Seattle are playing this round. It's looking like the commitment is going to be towards the speed bomb. As you see, Aqua doing his best Michael Phelps impression, swimming through the water. Should be able to open up with this kill on the Classic. So that's going to be the first blood this time around, going towards the Paris Legion. They have the man advantage. Now it's time to work this bomb plant and make Seattle try to retake it 4v3.
And Aqua quickly responds, but runs out of ammo onto the second. Gunless escaping with 51 HP, but the bomb does get planted. He realizes he has to go for the challenge, and he's not going to be singled out, but there is Temp to reply back. As you said, hangs out in the water for a little while, does his best, like you said, Michael Phelps impression, a little backstroke with the backside of Tiki. And with that, 2 players caught off guard. Well played there from Young Kyrie, as that is 3 up and 3 down. Paris continue to roll. And as we mentioned, Seth, this is the best way to fire back considering how that first respawn went.
Yeah, this is a great response right now from Paris. They're slowly just working the map, trying to read the setups from Seattle, and then working with the information that they have been given. And so far, it's been working out for them. Now the push is going to come in from Seattle towards this A bomb. 3 players already in towards rings. Look like they're going to get aggressive towards Laundry, so it's going to be on Temp, who's eventually going to get picked off. So now Seattle, with the 3rd first blood of this game so far, can they try to close this round out with the man advantage?
Almost trying to tell by the arrows, just the frustration from Surge, just wondering, like, how is this has not worked out? How have we continually lost these? Prestini grips the controller a little bit harder and decides, hey, you know what? Let's just go ahead and do this. Let's force our way into Laundry. Gets the first blood, but so far that has not been enough for Surge. Prestini looking for his 2nd kill of the round. He in Classic. 74 used, looking good up to this point, and quickly it is Aqua left all by himself in the 1 versus 3. And you see he's somewhat turned around. Where are these players at? How am I hearing all of these sound cues? And it's SMGs to start, it is SMGs to end. Prestini and Classic locking things down.
And that was a great play from Seattle right there. Once they pop that first blood, they immediately get that bomb plant, and they do not rely on any individual play. Classic and Prestini did a great job of just being nuisances at that Laundry side to eventually close out that round for Seattle. Finally, they're able to get on the board. Now it's all about just staying strong on defense. Once you get another first blood, just force them to make a play. Do not allow Paris to do what they've been doing so far on offense, which is spread map, gain the information, and then make a play happen.
There's the first blood.
See Octane picking up the first blood there.
There it is again.
There you go.
See what they do with it. And Aqua's out of the fight, and he's had a great game so far. So for Surge, your life does get that much easier. And they're totally aware of the positioning. I will say, Gunless does venture out just to be safe, checking toward water side. So it is a 3 versus 3 fight. But it's going to be up to Paris to make the move, as Classic does. Fire out a few early bullets. Again, just trying to tease the Legion players, just trying to weaken them, make them feel uncomfortable. 40 seconds left. Zaptius is going to be the one called upon to have to make the play. Octane toward the top. Is he going to read him? He does not. Zaptius, a big fight for him to win. Keeping in mind, he does have that bomb. So he'll have to reference back and get that one down shortly. Surge, after losing their farthest pushed up player, that's a major part of the map to lose. Considering the Octane dropped and now with that plant in, it's on to the 3 versus 3 retake.
3 versus 3, and look at what Zaptius is. He's in such a great position. He's using this headset to the best of his ability. He knows that there's going to be multiple players here, but Classic's going to slide out, open up with that first kill. Now it's a 3v2. Classic keeping up the pressure, at least able to get that trade for Gunless. Now just like that, it's a 1v1. Temp versus Pristini with 20 seconds left. I was going to be planning on the other side, but Temp's able to spot him. She's just going to take his time, play for the information, and plays it beautifully as Young Kyrie once again clutches up for the Paris Legion. Seattle open up with another first blood, but Paris say, no, we're not worried at all. Another 3v4 round goes in favor of Paris, 4-1 now.
That's 3 rounds, right? That's 3 rounds that the Surge have
That's
gotten.
4.
Is it 4?
That's 4 rounds.
It's 4 rounds that the Surge have gotten first blood. And have not capitalized. I feel like, so at this moment, I'll kind of turn to you and, what's really been the big difference maker? I think it's kind of clear. I think there's nothing really to look out for. Again, another first blood for Surge. Again, the one round that they have so far in this game came from their aggressiveness, as they will look to try to get all the more aggressive toward the middle side of the map, and actually will turn their way in toward the B bomb site. They're going to realize, hey, this one's pretty clear, as we mentioned. Octane does get traded out, so it is going to be a 3 versus 3. One player who could cause some problems is going to be Zaptius. Some long-range shots from the 74U. Makes all of them connect. As we mentioned, Surge, first blood, but now find themselves in the least favorable position. 2 versus 3. Onto the retake here for Paris as they're able to wipe away one and wipe away the other as Pristini falls. Paris, doesn't matter who's dropping in the early stages, they are dominating toward the end, as that will now be, with the defuse, a 5-1 game.
They're just doing such a great job of just evening up the numbers quickly. Like, once Octane popped that first blood, you saw Aqua. He knew that they were hitting through the middle of the map, but finds this little cheeky angle to take down Octane, to force it into a 3v3. And then once they get that bomb plant, Zaptius takes full control of the map, wraps back towards bedroom, able to get that player, and eventually the pinch comes in. Paris right now, they're playing perfect search and destroy. Usually we see them go all the way to around 11, but they are answering the call here. They're trying to shut this one out early and tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, I'd agree. They're playing perfect search and destroy outside of the first engagement. After that, it has been 100%, near 100% accuracy. There we go. Maybe a change up. I don't know if this favors Paris, despite having a first blood. I don't know if this helps them. Considering how this one is gone, Pristini trying to get aggressive over toward Art. He'll be able to walk away with the fight. Most importantly, he does get the kill also. Trying to make things somewhat uncomfortable there for the Legion, as now it's Gunless is turned around the corner. Classic as well, into the 2 versus 1. And so like we said, Stud, first bloods, they just don't matter. Straight up, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't, but one thing that Seattle made the adjustment right there was just someone being in a position to get a trade. Like, I know Pristini, he pops that first kill, but I would have liked him to slow down in that situation, but he's just like, hey, the slowing down is not working for us. Let's just keep up the aggression. He challenges, but Gunless is right there behind him to eventually pick up the last 2 on the round. So Seattle stay alive here, but back on the offense they go. It is currently 5-2 in first blood count for Seattle. Surge, if I'm them, one player just jump off the map right now. You're better in a 3v4 situation.
I was going to say, I guess, based off of votes, like a Survivor type of situation. Octane, 2-7. Normally not the guy that I would call it to jump off the map, but you have to make the sacrifice. Speaking of sacrifice, Classic, that bomb on his back, decides to plant it down, and it will be a successful start to this attack for Surge. An uphill battle, to put it lightly. See how this round can start. A favorable one here for the Surge. Players maybe attempting a flank position. Aqua to be that. That will be trades back and forth. A quick 2-2 now. Tap the lobby drops in a matter of moments. It's on to Zaptius as that will be 2. And with that double kill and the defuse, the Legion will put away this game, answering back on Raid, Search, and Destroy in an equally dominant fashion, 6-2, as we have got ourselves a series.
They just got the job done, man. That's where the teamwork needs to come in. I felt like we haven't seen that great teamwork out of Paris in quite some time, man. Those retakes were beautiful. They had 2 players approaching the backside, 1 player going through basketball. He pops that first blood, it's immediately traded, but then they send only 1 player on the flank who takes his sweet time, which was Aqua. Once he finds that kill on the gun list, eventually that gets traded, but then it's a 2v2. They know the positioning of Pristini, they know the positioning now of Classic. It's all about winning those engagements, and Zaptius stepped up to the plate and handled business there to close it out. Series tied at 1 apiece, man. This one's good so far.
Yeah, it's been great. And I want to ask you too, like, you know, from the online to LAN type of situation, you know, when you are a team like Paris, who at times has been great in Search and Destroy. You know, when Zaptius initially joined the team was excellent. I think it was like the stage 4 or stage 3 regular season. I mean, does it get easier when you're on LAN in comparison to work out different strategies to kind of earn that teamwork in a mode like S&D?
No, it does not. It does not get easier because it just puts a whole lot of more jitters in you. You're back on the main stage. Sure. You're going up against, you know, players that are completely across. Obviously, in 2 days, we're going to have fans there. So there's going to be so many things. I feel like when you get to LAN is when you play a little bit more cautious, a little bit more safe because you don't want to make those mistakes on the main stage.
No, it makes sense. You know, just in general, like based off of how Paris have looked, again, it's a question to ask, but obviously, as you mentioned, not too much of a factor. Maybe, again, it's just the Surge struggles in S&D continuing. As now we'll go and take a look at our U.S. Army tactical play. And I believe we're going to be taking a look at Temp himself. You call him young Kyrie. He deserves it. He was swimming a little bit. He was dribbling. He was crossing people over. So what'd you see in this round?
Yeah, so right here is a 3v3. This is where we thought Zaptius was in a great position to at least pick up 1. But Classic reads this beautifully. He's able to find this kill. And then he keeps that aggression up, able to get the second player into his ring. Absolute one shot. So the trade is there for Gunless. Now in a 1v2, Gunless, he over-challenges a little bit, gives Temp the easy kill. And with 20 seconds left, Temp knows that he's going up against Pristini. Pristini's going to be that player to try to chase this kill. So Temp just takes his time. He was able to spot him there and then backs up with that Craig. Had some great shots right there with that little cheeky angle to eventually close out the round. Young Kyrie clutching up for the team.
Yeah, big plays coming through from Donnie. Temp having one of his best stages so far, ending things out in the best way possible. Well, folks, we are at a 1-1 scoreline. Garrison Control will be up right after our quick break. Hi folks, and welcome back to our Stage 5 Major here for the Call of Duty League. So glad you decided to join us today. It is an elimination match. One team's entire season will end today. Seattle Surge taking on the Paris Legion. as through 2 games, we are level at 1-1. It was Surge answering early in a dominant way. Paris, they reply back in the search and destroy in an equally dominant way. And we have Garrison Control up next. It's going to be fun. But Stud, I was given a little bit of information to start off the day. And, you know, we do pick'ems all the time. Obviously, if you have not done your pick'ems, fortunately, it's a little bit too late. But pick'ems have been a big deal for all of us, the talent team. I know we're always adding up numbers, like how far am I behind you? Who's leading this week? Who's leading in regards to the majors? And so far, my friend, I think I've actually won every single major for pick'ems. I think I've won every single major up to this point. Look at this.
You're pretty good.
We've got 4.
Oh.
We've got 4 major bracket wins. What is this?
Oh, well, that's pretty good.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
That's pretty good because if you remember me,
what?
I won, oh, wow, that's got to be me in the back.
This is not okay.
It's got to be me in the back.
What is this image? I feel like this isn't a prize. Well, this isn't a prize. I was just here to gloat. Oh, there you go.
Oh, there goes me.
There you go.
Yeah, because, you know, I'm the king of the home series. I'm the king of the home series. You got the majors, you know, but home series belong to the Jeremy Stud.
Like
you see it, baby. We're looking good, man.
Are.
2 GOATs. Oh, man, we're a dream team, baby. Dream team.
I have to admit, though, I don't ever want to see that picture of me as a GOAT ever again. I know that just doesn't... It just doesn't mix well. But as you said, man, hey, you know, we've been good in pick'em so far. And up to this point, I believe my bracket is still intact. Granted, we're only 2 maps in, and it's not physically possible unless you had a 3-0 either way. But the brackets are still sitting somewhat comfortable for the time. But folks, our control is going to be up here in just a few moments. But before that, we've got a quick word from our sponsor.
We made USAA insurance for renters who make the most of their space and money. That's why we make it easy to cover the stuff you love for as little as 33 cents a day. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for.
All right, so let's go ahead and revisit, man, our maps and modes. It's fair to say both teams, kind of important for them to walk away with the games that they do. It's now coming into Garrison Control. I think you talked about it at the start of the show. Paris, we didn't want to see them on Garrison. Considering it's been a solid affair on the opposite side for Surge when these teams have matched up throughout the year.
Yeah, Seattle, they're dominating this matchup, at least on Garrison Control. They are 3-0 versus the Paris Legion, and a lot of their success has to be in their ARs. Octane and Gunless, whenever they're playing against Paris on Garrison, they just do such a great job at just keeping control of that top bridge, keeping control of top green, and that's the good part for your ARs. You're going to need that same performance today because if they can come out and win this hard point, obviously they'll be up 2-1 in the series, but then they're going into another hard point where both of these teams really enjoy Apocalypse. Yeah. So this map is huge on the side of Seattle because they have won it not once, not twice, but 3 times before. They just need to get it done the 4th time as well.
Yeah, that's a great call, my friend. A huge game for Surge. Obviously, as we mentioned, it would be kind of a surprise if Legion were able to walk away with it, and you set it up quite well. At Apocalypse Hardpoint, it has been so solid for both of these teams. Very well. Whoever wins this game has the opportunity to lock it up on a map that both teams feel comfortable with. And I know you mentioned Garrison Control. As we said, it's been really overall in control, despite Surge, who have really taken a major hit in regards to Hardpoint in Stage 5. As we know, Search and Destroy has not been great in Stage 4 or Stage 5 for the Surge, but Control has been good. In our last 2 stages, they sit still at a positive record, 7-6 in our last 2 stages combined, and a majority of that has to do with this very map. Garrison, one that they like quite a bit. This classic, maybe a nade spot off the start, just stick Zaptius right between the eyes.
And that's going to be a 2 dead. So now you see Seattle starting to get a little bit more aggressive on the map as they find those other 2 players on the side of Paris. But Zaptius able to answer with 2 of his own, which is not going to allow Seattle to get fully set up in their base. But the 2 players remaining, they're doing a great job. Classic and Gunless picking up kills, allowing his teammates to eventually get pushed up back on the map. And now Paris, they have to try to fight out of their base, try to open up with that first kill.
See how they managed to do it. Quick early engagements. Zaptius is there for the trade. He'll walk away with 2, but again, for the Surge, you like the way that they sit a huge 1 versus 1 for Pristini, and he's able to win it once more, hitting the Paris Legion in the backside of their spawn. Stud, we talk so often about those initial fights, how important those are for our attacking team, for our offensive team. And you're seeing exactly why. It is, in fact, incredibly important. Legion, they struggle off the start, and they are getting destroyed ever since. A 7-team streak right now for the Seattle Surge. 10 seconds left, and you can kiss this round 1 goodbye. This is going to go in the hands of Seattle and potentially could lead to a few players trying to earn on those streaks coming in toward round 2. Is what? Paris walk away with the final kill, but it is Surge all the way throughout, dominated since the start.
Yeah, that was just way too easy. That's exactly what you're supposed to do, though, if you're Seattle on defense. We all know how strong that can be on this map specifically, especially with the initial start off. If you get those clean 3 to 4 dead, and it's all about just being aggressive towards the middle of the map, continuously filling the lanes and just picking up those kills. And right there, that's what Seattle were able to do. So they went on with that first defense. Now it's all about the response on their offense. Octane is going to be the only player that goes into the next round with some streak potential. Currently on a 3, but Paris on the defense, they should be able to handle this. You just need Temp to pick up a kill on this second round right here, because he's one of those guys that can really start to take over these games for the Paris Legion.
Oh, absolutely. He's had a great stage 5, despite how that early round in control will look there for Donnie Temp. Really, the struggle for Surge at times in control has been on these attacking sides. At times, they can appear to be lost. Defense has been good, but for a lot of the league, offense continues to remain at times the struggle. As Octane, again, trying to hold on to this streak. That's not going to be 5 in a row. Nearly turns on a Temp for what could have been the 6th. But it's Paris pretty much doing a similar thing to what we saw Surge do off the start. We're able to at least win out the trades. And then from there, start to apply pressure throughout. Again, you've got artillery. You've got vents. You've got kind of this tank area to really reside in if you are the defensive team. And that's just what makes it so hard against it for the defensive team. It's not a matter of just getting to the point. It's a matter of trying to peel back the layers where all of these defensive players could be hiding.
Yeah, it definitely is the most difficult thing that you have to deal with on a game mode like Control. But with Seattle finding those 2 kills, they can eventually push up. But Paris respond easily with 3 of their own. Classic is going to be the only player from Seattle on towards this 8 point, trying to stop this clock from continuing to tick down, but Aqua's going to be able to handle him. Now it's all about just keeping these guys in their spawn, and right now, with only 20 seconds left, Paris are going to respond with a great defensive round of their own and should be able to tie this up 1-1.
It definitely looks good to do so, and this is kind of standard Garrison. Both teams answering when they need to. Zaptius will apply 2 in a row. I think for a moment actually set 4 or 5 kill streaks. So this round number 2 has treated Zap quite well. And as that final tick will come on in, or rather the final seconds, don't want to get things confused with the terminology. Tick meaning the different points you can get on these control zones, but a much needed answer back here for Paris as they're able to put it in. And again, largely a part of that is due to this man's play. Zaptius, talked about his influence in the hard points, but like every time we cast over this team stud, Zaptius, I think it's fair to say, has the most important kills on the map. His ability to turn up at times is what often makes a difference, whether or not Legion are walking away with series or not.
It definitely is, man, because he's that SMG. When your SMG players are aggressive, filling themselves, picking up kills left and right, doing the right things on the map, it's so much easier for your ARs and your team in general. Because basically, your submachine guns are what make the world go around, at least in Call of Duty. You have a good submachine gun, and you can build around that player, and that's all you basically need to do. But Paris Legion started on the defense. They start off with their own first blood this time, but you see a couple players from Seattle already pushed up towards the middle of the map on their defensive side. They just have to try to locate these players from Paris, because the way Zaptius is playing right now, he's being such a nuisance in Source Dark area.
Although the SMGs have really started to define Cold War as time has gone on, stage after stage. We continue to highlight these pairs, and on a map like Garrison specifically, the SMGs oftentimes can define how things go. Zaptius, that's now going to be 4 in a row for him, but Prestini does make his presence felt inside of vents, and as Zaptius tries to go for the challenge inside of middle, he gets taken down, and with that, Surge are able to wipe the board once again. 30 seconds left, Paris. I think so far it's been the best attacking round, but that's not really saying a whole lot. As the Surge will look to try to bounce back as much time as they can. Zaptius, once more, trying to lead his Paris boys out of their spawn, but got a whole lot of teammate support as Scraps is finally there to join him. Now for the time, Paris will be able to go for somewhat of a stack here at that B zone. The first tick so far in this game is going to be granted in round number 3. Not just 1, but make it 2. How big is Aqua going? Just trying to settle the score on one side of the map. Proceed from range. That's going to be a big one. And now 2 nades on both sides from Scraps, but he's able to stay alive. And despite the explosives, despite the fire, singeing his entire body. Scraps is still able to get that point and now give Paris another minute on the clock.
Yeah, and they have tied live advantage. I mean, tied lives right now between both of these teams. Paris still doing a great job at just keeping somewhat map control in towards the middle of the map, not allowing Seattle to get fully pushed up, fully set up. With 49 seconds left, they're down by 2 lives. They need to try to break this through the middle of the map, but Seattle, they're doing such a great job just being so aggressive. Pristini and Classic already pushed up in their base, as now they have to try to focus that kill onto Pristini. With 35 seconds left, they only have like 1 or 2 good pushes if they can get to that point.
You see Paris are just waiting for that window of opportunity as Octane quite literally jumps through the window himself, placing himself in the power position toward top green. Now the timer begins to tick down, but how about those 3 in a row? Gunless needing to answer back and does manage to escape with his life, as that's going to be 2. Make it 3 for Gunless, answering back in the biggest way possible. Legion for a moment had a lane, and they saw themselves already hopping onto that A point, but Gunless goes big. That's going to be 5 in a row, and he will completely dominate the Paris boys and give Seattle a much-needed answer here on the defensive end.
Great work right there from Gunless, especially going into that next round on that 5 spree. He picked up some early streaks into this last round. They have the potential to close it out on an offense. But if you're Paris, you're not really too mad about that. You completed that full B point. All you got to do is just come out and win this defensive round, not allowing any segments to be completed. And you should be able to walk away with the defense. But what they have to be thinking about is how important this kill is on Gunless. They cannot allow this guy to get streaks, because that can change the entire game.
Yeah, they have to be prepared for it. As we've talked about, Surge, they're 3-0 versus the Legion on Garrison control this year. The guy leading the way, it's been Gunless in these 3 times that they've faced. Has a 1.56 KD versus this very roster on this very map and mode combination, as Classic and Octane open things up for the early 2. As that will be the quick stack here on toward that B point. And you notice player 1, Octane, he's trying to watch toward top green. Great clearance and great awareness out of the Surge boys. As Paris are not going to want to give this one away empty-handed. Aqua for the first, and now it's all on the Gunless. Keeping in mind, the streak is still intact, but with that, he will earn the artillery. Does get dropped before the cruise missile can be earned. And keep in mind that B point not officially captured as of yet, as Seattle now focus their attention at that A zone. Clock stopped in a minute, but if you're Surge, you've got to be happy with where things sit, all things considered. You've still got that streak, but as players drop over at A, that now puts Seattle in the back of their base again.
Yeah, so they tied up with the segments right here. The only thing is they have to be focused on the killing. They have to make sure that they're outslaying, so they have the potential to get that defense on that if it goes to that round number 5. Right. With 45 seconds left, you see Seattle. They have to try to close out on this B point, but Paris is doing such a great job of just keeping them off of it. Eventually, someone's going to get on it, but the contest is going to be here. Aqua's able to win a huge one-on-one. Trying to take down the second as well, but Classic's going to be able to take care of him, and it should be a capture for Seattle as 2 are going to drop. That's going to leave the opening for Octane to start approaching this A point.
Octane's already here. As you mentioned, he and Gunless now joining alongside each other, so that B point is going to be captured if we head to around 5. Surge are in a favorable spot, but does it even matter? As the streak starts to rain in and is stacked toward the point, Aqua makes his way in, but it's Octane who is there to greet him. Does he have an answer for the third? Temp, just in the nick of time. Oh my goodness, Temp answers back. And Paris will keep themselves alive for the moment. And that was the streak that was brought out from Gunless. So it's going to be straight gun on gun for the next minute and 30. 2 ticks already in for Surge. Is it just a matter of finding the lane, getting that one opportunity? As you see 3 players making their way toward back bricks. It'll be 2 early ones in the dust there for Paris, but Octane still alive, still hanging out, pulls out the Second half of the Tiny Terrors, Simp. Now, when it comes to the SMGs of Atlanta FaZe, we usually talk about how aBeZy's the first one flying into fights and taking the brunt of engagements. But this week, it was Simp who played the role of FaZe's speed demon. While aBeZy had the best looking KD of the squad, Simp had roughly 25% more engagements than his duo and dealt nearly 3,000 more damage than him over the span of just 3 maps. The amount of map pressure generated by a player who finds and wins that many engagements per game cannot be understated. If teams don't find an answer for Simp by the time the playoffs come around, well, you may as well just go ahead and hand him the trophy now. In the relatively short time Simp's been competing, it's been hard to identify any other player who's put on the same kind of dominant performances with the consistency that Simp has. That's your scuffed team of the week for Stage 5, Week 3. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Esports Stadium in Arlington, Texas. It is day 1 of our Major 5. We do apologize for a few issues, audio problems that we were having, but hey, we figured everything out. We're fixing it. It's all good. Everything is just a matter of moments away from ending out. But Stud, if we could just kind of remind the people a little bit, what was the ending talking points to that Garrison control that we just watched?
Yeah, so the Garrison control, that's been the number where Seattle have just been taking over Paris this entire season. Put them at 4-0. They came out and just dominated both defensive sides. And then for Gunless to go into that offensive round on a 5 spree, picked up that early artillery, which eventually allowed them to chain that to that 8 point to close out that game in a 3-1 fashion. Seattle currently in the lead, up 2-1 in the series.
Yeah, absolutely. Now that we're all well acquainted, we're still up to speed in terms of what the conversation is now coming into our next map. We got to talk about what is on the line. Again, we talk about champs, and there's a lot of hype, of course, into what is going to be an excellent playoffs in just a matter of weeks. But we got to talk about the fact that the money that is on the line. It is a $500,000 prize pool, folks. It is going to be a wonderful way to close out the weekend. And as we talked about, Stud, it's not just a matter of pride or about certain matches going a certain way. It's about the money that is at stakes as well. And I know we'll go and take a look here at our map 1 stats to see how kind of everything looked at, or rather how it kind of rounded out, Stud. But again, talk to me, man. Talk to me about Apocalypse, how both of these teams sit on a map like this specifically.
Oh, well, for Seattle, they're sitting at 7-4. On the opposite side for Paris, they're at 5-2. Both of these teams really enjoyed this map. And the key for me, at least for both of these rosters, it comes down to the battle between Brasini and Zaptius. Yeah. Zaptius, at least in the series versus London, he had like a 1.4 in that hard point to force it all the way to a game 5. And then ever since this map has made its way into the CDL, Brasini has really enjoyed it. And when you're one of those SMGs on this map, it's all about just making sure you're aggressively pushing around the map, making sure that you're flipping these spawns, but winning those huge one-on-one engagements. Those are the biggest part. When you're off the rotation, you need to make sure that that one-on-one is going to go in your favor to eventually help your team out towards the ending of the game.
Yeah, that's a great point. Again, just a few different players to look out for on either side. When we talk about a map like Apocalypse, again, this could be the final nail in the coffin if you are, the Paris Legion. Again, we talked about it, Stud. This is essentially both of these teams' champs. To go out like this would be, it's going to be a hard loss, no matter who ends up, taking this loss in this series. I got to ask you, too, if you are in a position like this, what are you saying if you're the Paris Legion right now? Knowing, and again, all the things that are on the line, obviously there's talks about, how this team can maybe look differently next year. Nothing is always guaranteed. So if you are a Paris Legion player, you're a part of this team, what do you want to say right now in the comms that's going to be able to channel what could be a Game 5 forcer?
It's when I go home. You guys want to make money or not? We have to come out and make something happen here for force it to a game 5. This is basically our entire year. At least we can try to end it out on a bang. I know you're down. I know that we're down 2-1 in the series, but this is one of our best hard points that we're going into. All we have to do is just force it to the second half of this, and we definitely put ourselves in the chance of trying to close this one out. But it's all right here, man. It's win or go home. Make sure you take your time, one play at a time, one rotation at a time, and just make sure our teamwork is on point.
Oh, man. I wish I could have heard that in the listening, stud. I tell you what, man. That's the fire the Paris Legion need right now. But I got to say, very blessed to have you in the booth with me just to call out all the wonderful analysis that you do. But here we go, friends. Now here, end of the apocalypse. It could be a 3-1 win for Surge, or can Paris find back in what could be the final map of their season? And they're answering quite well, walking away with the early trades.
Yeah, and you see the way that Paris is set up. They're already trying to fight for back tempo. They're doing a great job of just keeping the aggression here, spawning all of Seattle all the way in the back across the map. So now Seattle have to try to fight this backside out. With 30 seconds remaining on this P1, uncontested right now for Paris Legion. This is great work. All they have to do is just try to pick up these couple of kills off the rotation and try to chain it to that P2.
Great start here for Paris, all things considered. I mean, it just feels like the flip of a switch, the quick snap of a finger, and just like that, Paris in a great spot. Now coming into this next rotation again, they have dominated on P1, and now it's going to be a 2 versus 2 fight here for Legion inside of the hills. Zaptia starting things off, a nice 3-0. One of the players that you talked about to look out for, but there is the other. Pressini on the flank spoils the party, and despite what was a lackluster P1, Surge are now in a great position to bring this game back here at Temple.
Yeah, they are. With 45 seconds left, you already see the aggression that they have towards the middle of the map. Classic and Gunless picking up kills left and right. Last player that's going to be farthest pushed up is going to be Temp. He's just trying to locate this player. Classic's not able to do so, so eventually Seattle are able to at least have this hill uncontested for about 30 seconds, get right back into this game, and Pristini also ends on a 5-3 right here, trying to pick up some streaks early in this one.
And I forget what his KD was at some point, but I feel like every time that we see the Surge on Apocalypse, it is always Pristini, it is always this guy Fryan. I think at one point that it was a matter of Surge versus Atlanta, and I forget what the question was. I don't know if it was Lottie or if it was Jess that was asking the question, but like, you know, what'd you guys feel like, banning on Apocalypse? And our teams are like, I'm not playing my brother on Apocalypse. We know what he can do, and he has shown exactly why that's the case, putting fear still in the greatest team, in the most dominant team in the entire CDL for a reason. Great performance to start off here for Pristini, as now we're in toward bottom lights. It is really a head-on-head type of affair. Constant trades in, but you look at Octane, he has spawned out a great position for Surge for the next 2 hills.
And now Surge are in the driver's seat with 40 seconds left on this P3 hardpoint. All they have to do is just try to get as much time as possible. They have the spawns for that P4, and they can definitely chain it to that P5, but Aqua's able to find 2, which is going to leave the hill open for his teammates to eventually hop on it. Is now with Paris only being down 10 points, it's all about trying to win these rotation gunfights. And then finding 2, you already see 2 players from Seattle starting to spawn out. It's all on Gunless and Classic. If they can try to go big off this rotation, Gunless unfortunately is going to lose the first. But now it's all on Octane, who's already farthest pushed up towards that Tiki side. Seattle are going to try to hold this from the front.
And you see Octane, just a great positioning from him, just going back on up. Instead of trying to go for spawns, the least favorable position, he decides to go and rotate now toward the point as he will eventually drop. Gunless, though, is able to pick up right where he left off, nearly puts in 3 straight. But it's Paris who begin to rifle their way inside of Turtle. Back and forth we go, but now it's Pristini's turn to go on a spree. We'll go and take a quick step away from the action and see how the communication is sounding as we'll go to our Astro listening now with Seattle.
Kill Zap, bro. We never killed Zap.
Up weak, up weak, go.
He pushed time. No,
one in the back of me. I'm playing my life.
I got you. Push you. You lead it.
Might be coming through.
Point now. Yo, can you get my, someone get my coop?
I'm on right now. I got a block.
Yo, he's on me ult. Oh my fucking god.
I'm on now.
No. 2 ult.
2 ult, guys.
Hit him on ult. Hit him on ult.
Try to stay alive in the back here.
I'm watching your L. It is
on there.
L.
10 seconds here, guys.
Yeah, I'm on God Heady. I'm gonna double back. They're gonna hit me out of right now.
Nothing front at all. Trying to look at your L.
Yo, alright, you lead top TV.
Play close with you. What's front as well?
Front top TV.
Zap on old weak.
Need your L, Sam. Trying to get close back.
Team jump front. Two front, both weak. One's gonna go top, one's gonna go top.
I think he's top.
One's gonna go top. I spawned out. 3. There you go, boys. Good shot. Responding out. They're spawning at deep.
Here, so you can play for kills.
I am. There's plenty close.
I'm hard blocking, boys. I'm hard blocking. We're pushing up far.
I see him close for temple really big again.
Okay.
Hard watching middle Yui. I'm middle Yui blind.
I don't see anything low.
They weren't really low at all, boys.
I don't see
Ivory up here.
Point closer,
Top TV. Donnie slid off going purple, Donnie.
I flashed him low. I naded that.
Naded me.
Oh, my bad, yeah, I naded. I have your help.
I destroyed Trophy.
I have team shots. Okay. Another one here. Got me. I got wall bang, Nick.
Scraps one shot.
That's just two. There's two. Nice. One more. One's mid. Nice. Last guy's mid.
Hit left of me here, Sam.
Yeah. Okay.
Looking over you, Nick.
Coop, Yui half.
Top TV.
Good job, one.
Top TV, dead.
Two. We're out, boys. Go. You go.
Once we slow.
Am I spawning back on you?
I don't see slow.
Maybe
slow.
one. Maybe
Yeah,
one.
yeah. Scraps sitting right. Scraps sitting right. Let's go. It's on you. Shit on.
Nice.
I'd be
Gotta be right.
Yeah, cliff. Yuli. One.
Scraps,
Drop one literally in the back ammo on me.
Yuli's pretty weak, Nick. I'm waiting for you. I'm in top. Yeah, he's pushing
There's
back.
two spawned out, boys.
He's on me underneath the
Only one.
It's only one. He went to the left.
I'm helping you on old.
Jumping out.
Could be low ammo.
Yeah, low.
Step.
No, but
Nick and I have P2.
Ivory middle then.
Yeah, Nick and I have P2.
Oh, no one here. Down absolute.
Three dead if you kill that guy. And Coop boss guy as well.
They're all hitting right. I'm gonna go re-pitch. I
Trying to
got
push me.
him. I'm dead.
Oh, thank
I'm
you.
on 4. I'm going Coop.
Nice.
Coop.
Coop.
One shot, Coop.
Got him.
Oh, no. Fuck. P2. I died, guys. Zap's going cliff.
You guys are gonna keep spawning there.
Zap's going cliff.
Well, Stud, I feel like throughout that listen, one voice in particular at least really stood out for me, and that was Octane. I mean, you heard him really getting loud, hyping up his teammates, calling out he's not just blocking spawns, he's hard blocking spawns. I mean, calling out for Gunless. Hey, man, you need to stay alive, play for kills. Just great communication around, but I know we give a lot of props and well-deserved to Gunless for his involvement when it comes down to this team's listenings, but I feel like a lot of the hype should belong to somebody like Octane.
Yeah, Octane right there was leading the team right there in the comms. Like, he is not putting up the most insane stat line right now, but he's setting up his teammates perfectly. He's making sure that he's rotating early, hard block in the back to make sure no pinches are going to be set up. And right now, Seattle, they're in the driver's seat. They were able to chain that P5 to P1 and then eventually flip these spawns for P2. So they're only 40 points away from closing it out here. They can't close it out on this P2 hardpoint. Paris are going to be able to force it to another one, but right now, Seattle, they're looking great in hardpoint.
Yeah, they are. As we mentioned, it was a commanding advantage in that opening hardpoint there on the raid. It was 250 to 68. Granted, better performance from Legion, but they've got to be careful. This one is less than, 20 seconds away from closing out their year. Surge at one point were on a 13-team streak. But can Paris start to bring this one back as we are about to be within 10 seconds off of this hill of Surge? Grab every single second. We'll be within 3 to 4 points. Paris have got to do everything to try to bring this one back. It would be a miracle. They have got to start somewhere. Toward bottom lights is where they look to try to bring this back. They get with only 5 seconds left there onto this Seattle Surge lineup. We've got to imagine it's just going to be a matter of moments. The final push, potentially, of Paris's year, maybe coming on in as 2 fall, 3 more to drop, and that will be it. Seattle Surge walk away with this series, continually dominating throughout the respawn, specifically in the hardpoints, as they will move forward here at the Stage 5 Major and put to bed Paris Legion here for the year.
Seattle just make the game look easy, at least in both of the hard points, man. It was just simply coming down to the rotation gunfights. Seattle were winning every single one of them, and they were doing the dirty work after that, making sure that they secured it. Nothing fishy was going to happen. No one getting a split spawn. As you heard Octane in those comms, hard blocking basically every single spawn possible. And Seattle just get the job done, man. You got to be feeling really good for these guys because obviously Stage 5 wasn't the best for them. This is their last hoorah to the tournament. But that's a good way to start it, man. Winning both hard points, basically 100-point clubbing Paris Legion on both of them. Great start for Seattle as they continue to move on.
And this kind of feels, very similar to the way that the Stage 4 Major, kind of began with. It was a 3-0, I believe, to start for Seattle. And obviously we talked about the win over Paris, how big that was at Stage 4. Well, it's the same story here in Stage 5, a 3-0 victory here for Seattle. Obviously, it's a positive for them, but you have to be thinking for Paris, knowing that, they just played their final official series here for Cold War.
Yeah, it's difficult, man. Paris Legion, I felt like they were the best team that we had out of the bottom 4. But just as of recent, they haven't really found that teamwork that really other teams are starting to polish on. And it definitely showed, at least in both of those hard points. They were simply not getting outslayed by a lot, but it just came down to those huge one-on-one engagements. If they can have at least a trade going in one of those situations, they'd be better in that position. But it just came out to just an absolute smoke show from Seattle in the hard points. Paris Legion, unfortunately, not ending the year as they wanted to. They're officially eliminated from the major.
Yeah, and that's actually a hard one for the Paris Legion boys. We obviously wish them the best, and obviously commiserations to them moving forward and how things will look for the future. But I feel like if you're a Seattle fan, man, you gotta be feeling really good, because it wasn't just great performances in the hardpoint. It was the whole team playing well, and it wasn't this sole, picture where it was only Octane kind of dominating. And obviously Octane will be our scuff play of the game. Obviously referencing him, he had a few good moments, but again, man, I don't think you ever could have told me that Octane would have 2,400 damage only, and the team would walk away with the dominant hardpoint. I don't think that's probably happened all season long, but it's happening now.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, because Seattle, whenever we watch these guys, at least in the respawns, Octane is always their go-to guy. He's able to slay with the best. We saw him at the Stage 4 Major. He was averaging like a 1.7 in the hardpoint. And just to see that he didn't have to put up that stat line today shows that Seattle are on the right track to being a better team. Their teamwork definitely showed improvement. Classic and Pristini having themselves a great series there. Just overall, man, Seattle, their confidence on land is definitely showing.
Yeah, and as we'll go and take a look at our major tournament, or rather our Major 5 tournament, to see exactly how things are lining up. Of course, we're just one series through, but now that will set up the elimination round 2 game. Royal Ravens to take on the Seattle Surge. I mean, that's going to be a fun one to watch. We talked about the Royal Ravens. They're hot off of a W, looking better and better. But this Surge team, despite what was a very lackluster Stage 5 regular season, we talked about how they had yet to win a hardpoint or a Search and Destroy. Coming into their final regular season match versus LAG, now they come into here and just absolutely roll over Legion in the respawns. But hey, folks, as we mentioned, I know we're highlighting Major 5. You're saying, well, hey, Major 5 is going on right now. That's because tickets are still on sale. Make sure to use that link at the bottom of the screen and join us for what is going to be a wonderful final 2 days of action. But as we said, Stud, this series done and dusted. Surge, they walk away with a nice victory here in the series. They get the job done and the 3-1. And as we said, they roll throughout the hard points. But I believe we've got Jess now standing by with good old Sam LaRue.
Thank you so much, Lando. We are here for your Game Fuel Victory Spotlight with Octane. Congrats on that win. You beat the Paris Legion at the last major, beat him again here. And I mean, you're one win away from earning some prize money for sure and putting together a little lower bracket streak like we know you guys like to do. So how good are you feeling right now?
Being back on land, my team was I guess the only one that had like a stigma of being a little bit better. So, I mean, it feels good. We picked up right where we left off. So hopefully we beat the same 2 teams we did last time and then add a third in there. That'd be nice.
Well, tomorrow you're going to face the London Royal Ravens. Where's your head at for that matchup?
Same as last time. Beat them without really trying. So we'll see how it goes.
All right. Well, I love that confidence. Thank you so much. And Lando, back on over to you.
Alrighty, thank you so much, Jess. A very confident Octane, and as we said, a full team effort here. A solid victory for the Surge as they get the job done and keep their season alive. Well, folks, it's been off to a great start. 1 game down, but when we come back, it is Lottie and the gang breaking down our next match.
Possibly. I just think New York.
Well, there we go. Surge take the first victory here at Major 5, and they're back on land, and they're back here to spoil the show for other teams. 3-1 is the final score there against Paris Legion, and they're pretty happy. They're feeling pretty confident heading towards this bracket here for Major 5. Now you can see on our screens what has been going on. We've had the first one done in the books, 3-1 Surge. They're going to move on to meet London Royal Ravens, and we have a couple of matches to talk about that will be coming your way next. But first, let's talk about this game in this series. You know, dominant hard points from Surge. I was pretty impressed with their teamwork. You can tell it's definitely there. It's forming, maybe at the wrong time, you could possibly say, but it's there. However, the S&D was shockingly bad. A real strange conflict of very, very good and then very, very poor. I got to know what your thoughts are on this, man.
Yeah, you know, we'll start with that Search and Destroy. That was a terrible performance. I was screaming at the top of my lungs. I think that was the worst S&D that I've seen all year. Octane just getting blooded back-to-back rounds. They were throwing rounds away with man advantage. But either way, forget that S&D. The rest of the series, phenomenal. I mean, you look at this match, and Paris online, they are by far, you know, obviously one of the best teams in that bottom four. And you look at Surge on land, they're the best team in that bottom four. So it was just weird to watch them, you know, on land have a complete 180.
Yeah, it definitely was. And I got to say, Octane, first blood victim there, but looking damn good in basically the other mode. So it was strange to kind of see that conflicting of events happening. But tell you what, you move on, and they certainly will move on through the bracket. Now, another game that we have coming away, New York Subliners face LAG very shortly. And you know, as a pro, you face adversity in so many different ways, in so many different forms. And this team for sure have definitely faced quite a few bumps in the road so far. Now, I think in terms of what they're dealing with right now, you know, how important is it for them to adjust to this? How are they going to deal with this adversity without Clayster?
Yeah, I mean, they still have solid players, right? But you lost your leader. The system that you formed throughout the entire year with that roster, it's out of the window now. And on such short notice, it's going to be extremely tough for these guys going into this major. Their last match that they had in online play was not great. They got absolutely smoked. So, you know, going into practice, who was the guy that was getting them together, showing them what they were doing wrong, and trying to advance and get better from it? I guess this match will learn, but, you know, I don't have too much hope for this New York team because I think Clay was a very important factor for this roster.
Yeah, and I gotta say, just adding to that, you know, spot on, I think facing an adversity like this is so difficult because I think you need to adjust, and the adjustment period is very short for this team. And I think if you're going to do that in a short period of time, you need to have experience on your side. And unfortunately, this young roster doesn't have that level of experience. They don't have the years behind them. They don't have the adversity that they might have overcome in their experience in this career. So this is going to be so difficult just because the race is really on right now. And I think without Clayster, it's going to be a serious challenge. But I tell you what, I wish them all the luck in the world heading into this major. Now, it's time to pick. Nameless, who have you got for this?
I got 3-1 LAG. LAG have not looked great online. They've been abysmal. But what I saw to New York in their last series, it was just too bad. I know that they played one of the best teams in the game, if not the best, but I just don't have a lot of hope for them going into this series. Their teamwork wasn't there. Their rotations were bad. In Search and Destroy, they were throwing away rounds with man advantage. So I'm going to LAG.
You know what? I understand where you're coming from here, but I'm going to go on the different side of the list here. I'm going to take NYSL 3-1. I think, you know, the way that they played FaZe, it was not good, and not just because FaZe are so amazing, because obviously New York did have some mistakes and some very crucial mistakes they were making. I think they can bounce back from this. I think they're very talented. I think they have incredible players on their team. I think LAG right now could be in a bit of trouble. I think they've lost it just a little bit more than New York have, so I'm going to head with New York on that one. Well, I'll tell you what, folks, we do have our match coming your way. That exact matchup we're talking about, New York Subliners taking on LAG, coming your way. Grab the popcorn, take a seat, sit back, relax, enjoy the ride, and we'll see you guys right after the break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day one of the Stage 5 Major. There you see it, the wonderful shots of Esports Stadium in Arlington, Texas. A good, maybe 25, 30-minute drive away from me. And you have the opportunity to be there if you like in a few days. We hope to see you there. Alrighty, folks, it is time as we will have our next series underway. It is the New York Subliners taking on the LA Gorillas again. It is an elimination game. Loser goes home. NYSL, you have champs to look forward to. LAG, you do not. So all things considered, let's study it. We got a big one on our hands, man. This is a big series for both of these teams. Obviously, as we mentioned it, LAG, this is kind of their champs. And for the Subliners, now your first major, as we talked about, Clayster no longer in the lineup. You're looking at what, a few guys. Diamond Con, we weren't even sure if he was going to be here on land, but he's here. He's ready to go. A big series for Subliners in regards to their confidence.
Yeah, this is going to be a crazy series between both of these teams. Obviously, LAG, this is their last hoorah. This is their last tournament that they can try to perform here. And they're going up against an NYSL team who just recently lost their leader in Clayster. Yeah. It's not going to be an easy task to do because the game plan has to be totally different. You have no idea what you're going to expect out of this new NYSL team because they're basically a pickup squad. You only have like basically a week and a half worth of practice. So this is going to be an intense matchup between both of these teams, and I'm excited to see whoever walks away with it.
Yeah, and it's definitely a little bit odd when we take a look at the stage. You look at those 4 Subliner players and you just don't see Clayster. Definitely a little bit strange. But I believe we actually have Jess, who moments ago was able to catch up with the coach from the New York Subliners. It's Revan. Take it away, Jess.
Thanks so much, Lando. So, Revan, it feels like I say this every time I speak to you. Your guys have faced so much adversity, and now you're having to deal with this mid-stage switcheroo to swap in Diamond for Clay. What's that transition been like?
Well, for those of you who have been following us throughout the season, Diamond actually played with us through the first 2 stages, and we found success with him earlier in the year. And then Paco wound up coming in from France, and he was the one to ultimately get swapped out. So it's good to bring Connor back in. I was the one who originally scouted him back when the CDL did their scouting grounds, and he's been performing well in the amateur scene. So once again, it's not like we don't have a slouch fill-in for us. You know, Connor's a capable player, and we're trying all we can to, you know, perform the best we can.
Yeah, and we the viewers have seen what he can do, so definitely have high hopes for to see him out there. And first up here in the major, you are going to be facing the Los Angeles Gorillas. I know that your team has had a couple of struggles this stage, and so have the Gorillas. But overall, where's your mindset kind of going into this match?
You know, I'm feeling good. One thing that I've been telling my guys going into this weekend is not only can anything happen on land, but for a new team like us, all the experience that we're going to get better match by match. So if we could go on a 2-win streak, I told him, then we can make a run. But it starts with these first 2 matches. There's no such thing as a free win in the CDL. All teams are competitive. These guys, they beat Atlanta FaZe, back a couple stages ago. So it's not going to be a free win. They're not just going to stand there and let us roll over them. So I'm expecting them to put up a fight, and I'm expecting a close series here.
I'm excited to see what happens. It only takes 2 wins to put together a streak, so I look forward to seeing that. Lando, back on over to you.
Thank you so much, Jess. Yeah, it's great to check in with Revan, see how the Subliners are doing, how that camp sits right now. And I think it's great what Revan said there, Stud. He mentioned the fact that, it only takes, just a matter of wins to kind of get a streak going. This team is looking for some early success to kind of generate that. But as you mentioned as well, there are no free wins. When we talk about the CDL, we talk about a number of different rosters that can dominate at times once we head to LAN, and this group of 4 definitely has LAN experience. Even with the new addition, he's been on LAN a few times before. But folks, let's go ahead and meet our first team in regard to this matchup. It is your LA Gorillas.
When my friends go, it was simple. When the ends low, switch the tempo. I got right, I got heart, I won't die, I'ma fight. I go down, bet I strike, I go hard day and night. Money on the line, keep calling. Money on the books, need all that. My kids, they'll be ballin'. Got a real bankroll, not for Instagram. My mama on the line, keep calling. Praying for me, know I need all that. Told me it's not about ballin'. Real blessed, but I'm still sinning, man. I got right, I got heart, I won't die, I'ma fight. I go down, bet I strike, I go hard day and night.
And there you have it, your Los Angeles Guerrillas entering into the stage for the first time here in Stage 5. And so while it has been a a rough stage for this group, we're talking about 0-5. It cannot be understated, right? 3/4 of these guys have won a world championship with each other back in World War II. And on the topic of twos, they have a 22-time Gears of War champion who also joins the fray as well. So when we talk about nerves, this is a team that is not going to have these whatsoever.
Absolutely not, man. You have 3 world champions, like you said. Mental coming from Gears of War, multiple-time champion over there. So they have the experience. It's just all about putting it together. So far throughout Stage 5, they have yet to win a match. They were barely winning hard points, barely winning controls, barely winning search and destroys. I feel like this team is on the downwards, but now they're on land, and they're going up against a broken team in NYSL. So this can be the opening for this LAG roster. This is win-or-go-home situation. Basically, they're champs of this entire year so far. Try to end the year on a high note is going to be LAG, and I'm excited to see them play today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's fair to say there's a lot of people coming into this that have already kind of started off to write off the Guerrillas, and we know just when you start to do that, that is when a team can really start to surprise you. But as you labeled it, as we heard Coach Revan talk about it as well, it has been a year of adversity for this team. They've dealt with a number of different changes, different things out of their control, and now they're going to have to do it again. From Stage 4 having roster changes, now to Stage 5 major having changes as well. Let's go ahead and meet the group. It is the New York Subliners.
Mac with the first blood. He just jumps on in. A flurry of kills through. Mac, though. Mac gave 3. What a second half of the hard point he had. And there's all 4. The ace for Big Mac. Upward timing. He gets flushed out. But a seam and Mac, that crossfire so good. A seam. Oh, 4. Give it to him. Takes down the entire side of FaZe.
Just efficient work right now. As Hydra, he has the entire team straight in front of him. Gets a couple shots. Now look how much he just slows them down.
Can he get the defuse, player? He does. 23 seconds left on the clock. One more to deal with for Clay. This would be massive.
And there they are, your New York Subliners as well, entering into the stage. As we said, a roster change coming forth. Not having Clay for this event, as it will be DiamondCon. Farthest player pushed off to the left for this group. You got the coaches in the middle, good old JP and Revan. Love to see the thumbs up. But Stud, I mean, I gotta ask you, how do you feel about this team coming into the major? We talked about this group, not a great stage for them. Obviously dealing with some roster changes, of course. And they are also off of a very tough performance versus the Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, it's a little difficult when you're talking about NYSL nowadays, man, because the whole Clayster situation, you lose your leader and the results are starting to go down. Yeah. They were the only team all year long who were able to take FaZe down twice out of every single team that we have in the CDL. And that's a crazy stat because that means that Clayster, he's such a big part of this roster. Not having him here is going to be such an impactful loss that they're going to have to try to make up with it with just straight gameplay. And with all 4 of these players, you know, having a couple rookies, DiamondCon going to be his first time on the main stage. I'm looking at a player like Asim to really rally up and, just keep the troops in line right there. But let's just hop right into our keys to victory for New York. Need a strong bounce back match after that loss versus FaZe. No player was over a .75 KD, and they got outslayed by 70. Obviously, when you're going up against the best team in the game, it's going to be really difficult. But without Clayster, you can tell that is a drastic change right there for that team. And then also, continue to dominate Guerrillas in the respawn. 6-0 in hardpoint and 3-0 controls. They have won every single series versus versus LAG in a 3-1 fashion. And they've done it every single time through the respawns. They have to make sure that they keep that intact if they want to be able to take down LAG today.
Yeah. As you said, they've won every respawn, they've lost every search and destroys. That just kind of goes to show you how this matchup has gone every single time so far. But now our game field keys to victory here for the LA Guerrillas. Hardpoint. 1-18 in their last 19. This mode has shot them down in the standings. There's no surprise. It has to be a focus into the hardpoints. Also, all players on team right now are under a 1.0 KD so far throughout this stage. They have got to turn things around in that slaying department. And then also, as we mentioned, the new guy on the block, Mental, he struggled so far. It's been what, I think around a 0.69, 0.7 KD so far throughout this group. But at the same side, I feel like, you know, when we talk about rookies, they are a product of their environment. As we said, this was a team that was already struggling before he got there. You're talking about a rookie who's trying to turn things around himself, also kind of figure out his game, now being brought into this roster as well, looking to see how Mental can start to change things up today. But now take a look at our maps and modes. What we've got, Garrison Hardpoint to start, Moscow Search and Destroy, Checkmate Control in the middle, APOC Hardpoint for Game 4, and a Standoff S&D if it does, in fact, go the distance. And how do you feel about the maps and modes, Stun? Anything stick out to you?
The only one that really scares me is that map 3 control for Checkmate, because New York, they're sitting at 5-7, but on the opposite side for LAG, they're 1-5 on that map. They don't really enjoy to play it too much. I would have liked to see them play, you know, some raid. Obviously, New York, you're going to take that up because that's LAG's best map, but at least a Garrison in there, because that's where LAG, they tend to see a lot of success on. When they have their SMGs in close range engagements, I'm looking at Mental and Apathy to really step up early into the series, because we know, like a map like Garrison, your submachine guns can really take off, and if they are able to finesse, pick up their one-on-one engagements, and also Mental stepping up from that .69, I feel like this is going to be a great map number 1 for both of these teams.
Yeah, really flip-flopped in regards to the numbers. You see 10-5 for NYSL, 5-10 for LAG on this very map. Garrison Hardpoint, and as we mentioned, man, I mean, this has been... I mean, lately, as we mentioned, for hardpoints, it's not been great for New York. But again, if you're LAG, it's been so much worse. I mean, they are without a doubt the worst hardpoint team right now in the CDL. We'll see how things begin to translate from online to LAN. But, I mean, how great of a confidence booster this could be if you are the Gorillas. Again, you've not been able to win a hardpoint from what feels like in such a long time. You've not been able to win 2 in a row for what feels like 3 months now. But a victory here, that could shock the subliners. That very well could set them up for success now being in a different environment.
Yeah, it definitely can, man, but it starts with the entire team, because every single player on the side of LAG, no one is over a 1.0 KD throughout all of Stage 5. So they need to step up in the slaying department if they want to stand any chance here in this map number 1. And right now, at least off the beginning break, LAG doing a great job out on this P1 hardpoint, getting this hill uncontested, as New York still have the spawns. LAG have the map control to try to flip these spawns at any given moment.
And we'll see what they can do with it, and they will eventually take down Asim, who was trying to cause some problems toward that bottom cutoff. So he gets dropped, and with that, it is into the 1 versus 1 to the backside of Bricks. That's going to be player 6 in Mental taking on Mac, and it will be Mac Attack that's able to walk away with the fight. So despite what was a solid P1 for LAG, they bet on that 1 versus 1, but it is the second-year player, Mac Attack, going big, as that will set up the subliners now for the spawns, and a great chance not just even up this score, but massively take the lead, as LAG yet to grab too much real estate.
Yeah, they're trying to break this from the backside, but so far New York, they have so much pressure on the map that they're not allowing a clean 2 to 3 kills to happen, as Hydra's still holding down this side pocket, just finessing his way back and forth, as Diamond Khan does pick up a second. So now they're in the process of flipping these spawns, and it can get dangerous for LAG, because with the Seam winning that huge one-on-one versus Apathy, all of LAG are going to start spawning out towards back train tracks, towards back P5. And if you're New York, you're not too mad about it. Diamond Khan on a 4 spree, Mac on a 2, with the rotations already in their back pocket. New York are in the driver's seat right now.
Yeah, they absolutely are. 12 valuable seconds still left, and Mac, well, he may just do all the work himself, and you bet he will. That's going to be a 4 streak to close out Radar, and based off of those spawns, as Hydra continues to wipe them away through middle map, it is subliners as well, prepared and set up for that next rotation, as Hydra now sitting on 3 in a row. He was off to a nice start, and that's only going to continue as Assault is finally able to take down the Frenchman. I'm almost like a fly just right in your face. Just get out of here. Get out of my face. Oh, LAG, they definitely needed that, but the work does not stop here, as they're trying to make their way inside a shop. Mental, again, trying to clear things out, working on spotty communication, because LAG have yet to really see too many players after walking away with kills. Despite Mental being here, he's going to be the farthest pushed up player. He's able to put in 1. Now it's Apathy on the opposite end. The SMGs trying to stay alive, and Apathy does stay alive for the moment. He and Assault will combine for 2. So at the very least, if you're Gorillas, boy, you wanted to earn some time here, but you do delay for a while. But that's not going to make that score look any easier. It is a great beginning, regardless of how that last hardpoint went for NYSL.
But now, this is where you need to respond if you're LAG. You need to try to get a good hold on this P4 hardpoint, not allow any players from NYSL to sneak through or pick up some kills pushing towards the left side of the map. As the trades are going back and forth, Asim was able to find 2. But the response from LAG is going to be there. The only thing is that now spawns are going to be flipped. NYSL starting to spawn towards top green. LAG all spawning towards that back alley. They're doing a great job at just holding this time right now. Getting a good chunk, only being down by about 35 points now. You see NYSL taking their time. They cannot allow these spawns to flip one more time. They have to try to trade these kills effectively here.
Silly off to a rough start. Now sits at 2 and 8. And based off of him dropping, that could be the key for New York. Getting some time inside of the hard point, but it is straight trades, constant back and forth throughout the middle side of the map. And oftentimes, when it comes down to these final 2 hills of any rotation, but specifically our first rotation, how great, how important the comms can be. Trying to give your team the edge while also trying to put yourself in a good spot for the next rotation. And with that, we'll go and step aside and see how the comms sound right now for the subliners. We'll go to an Astro listening with NYSL.
I'm with you, Green.
I'm with you, Paco.
B search.
I didn't have my close, Paco.
Justin's in lights. Justin's in lights.
He's in here, Paco.
He got me in lights.
Bottom out, guys.
I heard you.
Alright, we're weak.
Nice one, Jen.
I don't see anything.
Paco pushes got
B4. I don't see cuts up.
I don't see him.
Must be one B search. Must be one B
search.
Assault dead. Hey, deep, 2 in deep. Assault on a wrap right.
I got up time. Can you bump?
I spawn bricks, guys.
I'm full flash in the corner.
I have bricks.
One left coming.
I have alley.
Left on me, dead.
Yeah, I'm watching bricks slide in then.
They're going right.
One
big on me.
I can call your alley. Alley, one shot at him.
I'm turning alley.
One more alley.
Alley dead.
One more, he's going arch.
Arch weak.
Another one back bricks.
You went P2.
I'll back up the slabs.
P2.
Yeah,
you have plat.
Ouch, Apathy.
I got you. I need my lights.
Mid is open, Paco.
Yeah, I'm coming mid. Don't die mid. You're very important.
There's 2 green, 1 big door. 2 green, 1 big door.
I don't
have mid.
I have your gen. Focus your rails, Hills. Focus your rails. One shot lights, I died from green. One shot lights.
I'm watching my time, watch out.
He box dead. One more top green. Top green.
Let's get top green.
Top bridge.
Nice! 4.
Stay on time.
Yo, focus time. I will rep green, Paco. You stay mid.
Team try lights, man.
I will.
Okay. Team trying lights out with you?
Sharing at it?
One backlight's weak.
Sharing at it still?
Nothing lights on me.
Good 30, just soak it.
Yeah, this is a good 30.
2 backlights.
Don't force his kills, guys. Don't force his kills. There's 2 P
setting up for B2.
There you go.
One
shot backlight. 2 green, 1 backlight.
Backlights, Tetris, and backlights.
Focus the guy lights. Nice, guys.
B search on me.
Nice, dead. One more B search.
Close B search.
One green, one B search.
I'm gonna chow green. Green's not chowing.
I'm rapping mid.
One shot. One bullet.
I'm rapping mid.
B search, yes, B search.
There's still a guy B search got trapped.
I don't see
He's on the main. Backlights. He could be Vin.
I'm looking at backlights.
Backlights.
Tank. He's on the tank. Mid tank.
On the tank.
Back tank. Assault.
I don't see him on the tank. He's not peeking.
I'm gonna charge this guy.
Well, Stud, I gotta say, man, I was pretty impressed with how those comms sounded from the subliners. I know we were kind of going back and forth saying, hey, that's some great small talk from Diamond Con, Asim getting involved as well. You heard Hydra and Mac both getting loud from time to time, and it is kind of a rarity to see. A younger roster, nobody over the age of 21. Asim, the most experienced player with 3 seasons under his belt. To have communication like that, it's great to see.
Yeah. It definitely is, man. And the biggest thing that I took away from it was just Asim controlling Hydra. Just making sure that he was setting up his star player in those power positions, making sure he wasn't over-challenging. And so far, NYSL have grown themselves a nice little lead, but LAG, they respond with a great P2 hold, which is going to force NYSL off the rotation here. And just keep in mind that number 1 player in the team off the pinch is able to find 1, so that player is going to spawn across the map. They're doing a great job, at least, just keeping this mid-map control, not allowing LAG to get fully pushed up. Asim still causing problems in towards the middle of the map. He's going to drop eventually, but still spawning the back as his teammates secure that side.
We'll see how LAG look to break. How awesome this could be for this team's confidence that they were able to do that. But right as their hopes start to get risen, as my hopes start to get risen, LAG fans across the world start to get risen. Subliners are there to shut the door right in their face. 4 down for the Gorillas as those last 30 seconds look to be going every single way toward the Subliners. As LAG most likely prepping for the middle side of the map as we set toward bottom tank. Silly and Apathy are able to lock in 2. And will give them good positioning for the future. But again, just based off of that first set of rotations, how great the subliners look toward the beginning. There's a lot for them to have that much more success. It's LAG trying to climb their way back. Now with that in mind, they're going to have to do it on the much more difficult hills. We talk about the 5 that sit on Garrison. Mental 50 HP, trying to hold the lane, trying to give some callouts to his teammates, but they're all dead. Granted, he's going to put in 2 straight, as that'll be 3 in a row now for Billy. Apathy comes through from the skies off of the lane that Mental has provided him with, and that'll be the kill. LAG doing everything they can, continuing to hold on to mid-map control, as Mental has been here for quite a long time and intends on staying here a little while longer.
This is great work from LAG. This is the way that they got back into this game off the very first rotation. Was a great time off of this P4. They're doing a great job this time around because they're still spawning NYSL towards back P3. Mental on a 5 spree, trying to pick up some streaks, but unfortunately he's going to lose that gunfight. So that's going to be 3 dead. NYSL, they were able to break in with the 15 seconds remaining, and they were able to flip those spawns. So this is the worst case scenario right now for LAG. You need to try to break out of this quick. Try to attack through dark, try to push through tools, and flip this side.
And as you call them, my friend, those spawns flip, and instantly the game begins to get turned around as LAG now put on the back foot. New York within 30 seconds before calling this Garrison hardpoint theirs, as DiamondCon now sitting on 4 in a row, nearly makes it 5, but granted, the trades are there. Mental and Code now spawning toward the backside of bricks. And again, with max positioning, he's instantly going to be aware where those players are hiding. Granted, for Mental, as we mentioned, it's kind of a slower stage for him. And as this game looks to go the way of the subliners, you still got to be happy. Again, you're not expected to win that first hard point. Mental at least sitting +1. Lily looks that much more comfortable here on land. But as Apathy drops, that very well could be one of the final difference makers, but there we have it. Silly and Assault. Just when we start to think the game very well could be over at this hard point, they begin to go big for 2. NYSL now on the retake. That'll be 3 in a row for them. Not able to win off of this hill, but you like their chances to probably do it at the next one. As the final few seconds begin to come on through. 3 seconds left for New York, and this game will be theirs. A solid answer to start for NYSL. It got scary at times, but overall it is control from beginning to end as the subliners will answer back with a solid Game 1 victory.
Just great work right there from NYSL. It all came down to that early game. Once they were able to get that P1, chain it to that P2, and then eventually chain it to P3 as well, that was the entire turning point for me because LAG, they weren't able to break in. Asim was that player that spawned all the way across the map. He was properly setting up that pinch and just kept the LAG players consistently trying to flood out of top green, which eventually wasn't going to work for them. NYSL, they walk away with that map number 1, not in dominant fashion, but they get the job done there. NYSL, they're going into that search and destroy though, where a new team, they tend to struggle with, but they've had a couple days underneath their belt worth of practice. Hopefully LAG are able to respond here and tie the series up 1 apiece.
Yeah, it's hard too, Stud, because it's like, okay, subliners, good job, you won the hard point. You should have, but you did. Considering the fact of the way this team has looked on Garrison, as they now improved to 3-0 here in stage 5, and also we talk about LAG, their woes in this hardpoint mode. But a solid answer back considering the search and destroy that sits up next for the subliners. Can they make it a solid 2-0 beginning, or will we have LAG answer back? It's going to be Moscow S&D up next after this.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by GameFuel. Unlock a CDL team pack with any purchase on gamefuel.com/CDL while supplies last. Offer ends on August 31st. Tournament audio and team listen-ins are powered by Astro Gaming, the official headset and mix amp of the Call of Duty League.
Hey CDL, I'm here in Brooklyn with Abe. And today, Abe is going to be playing Astro's Listening Challenge, where he's going to try to find 5 hidden magic words in this game between NYSL and Chicago Optic. If he gets all 5, he gets something special. Are you ready? Let's do it. Let's go!
I'm going to old elbow. There's only 2 on you guys.
Something elbow.
They're going to spawn out. One bank.
They're going to spawn out. 2 bank maybe. Pillar weak.
Their side hill.
Their side hill. I'm looking over balc. Green on me. Deep street 2-2.
I'm looking deep street.
Deep street. I can't tell if I'm saying deep street or green street.
I am.
Man, Abe, you were so close. Oh my God.
I really need a new headset too, man.
Maybe we'll run it back.
Alrighty, friends, welcome back. It is our second series of the day. It is an elimination game as well, but let's keep the conversation here with the Subliners. They did claim that first Game 1 hardpoint victory there on Garrison. And so let's talk about this group. It has been a shaky year for this team. We talked about roster changes, we talked about moves, and that is very clearly indicated based off the KDs we see here.
Yeah, so stage 1, obviously that's the beginning where everybody's trying to learn the game. You got Clayster on your team, you're feeling good because the guy's going to learn it before everybody else. So they were sitting 3rd. But then stage 2, 11th, that's where things just started to get shaky for these guys. Obviously, Diamond Khan was on the team back in the day. This is before they made that roster change for Hydra. They go on to that stage 3, it improves there. They go on throughout stage 4, they improve there. The only thing is the team wasn't able to make it to that final major. And then throughout stage 5, it hasn't really been good for them because they've just dealt with so much stuff that it's really hard to just talk about it, man, because this team, I feel like with so much young talent on this roster, they need that leader in Clayster to lead these troops the right way. And once that guy, you know, he decides to bench himself currently, as the roster hasn't really seen a lot of success recently, this has been a struggle for this team. But now they're up 1-0 in this series. This is where these young guns can really start to perform, really start to, you know, get that main stage jitters off of their belt as they're already up 1-0 in this series. They're going into a search and destroy Moscow where they're sitting at 2-6 on the season compared to LAG who are 5-6. And LAG have beat them every single time in search and destroy. So NYSL, they need to come out and they need to show me something, at least on this map number 2.
Yeah, and as we talked about, you know, in regards to search and destroy, you have this new kind of roster coming into play. Sometimes S&D can be the last thing over the finish line to really adjust and work on. But, you know, it is interesting, man. We take a look at those 4 players on the Subliner side. I mean, all 4 guys at one point, you know, have been involved with roster changes. And, you know, I guess you could say outside of Hydra, obviously he joins the team a little bit later. But obviously Diamond Khan, you know, starts things off in place of Zuma. Mac at times was in and out of the lineup when big moves were happening. And the guy who leads the troops wasn't even supposed to be on this team at the start of the year in ASIM. Now is called upon to essentially be the IGL spirit of this group, as that'll be 2 early kills for the Subliners to start off this round. But Apathy replying back in a phenomenal way, as that'll be 2 for App, now putting us in the 2 versus 2. Keeping in mind LAG still with the bomb on their back. Blue's going to go ahead and grant the call out. Is NYSL getting ever comfortable? Still 45 seconds on the clock before a move has to be made. And Apathy will have to go and get that objective down soon.
Yeah, with 40 seconds left, they know the positioning of both these New York players. It's all about, are they going to challenge it? And Apathy is actually going to extend to it. Wins a huge one-on-one versus Max. So now it's all on Silly. Just stay alive. Apathy's working this bomb plant. Now you have the 2v1 man advantage. And Apathy, Chapathy, Mr. Papa App gets the ace on the round. Give him 4 and the bomb plant. What a way to start for LAG.
Do we want to stick with Chapathy? It's like Champs out. Do we need a new nickname? I don't know.
I don't know.
It fits, but it doesn't. I don't know. I mean, you know, to be fair, not to be... I hate to say this, but, you know, not going to Champ. But, I don't know, like maybe Major? I really don't know where to go with this. I was hoping for something to just roll off the tongue. But, although we know is it's Apathy with the ace. That's a great start. Obviously, Stud, longtime teammate of yours. You know, when this guy gets rolling, it could be scary. A great start for LAG to see a guy like that going off.
It definitely is, man, because Apathy, he has the ability to just slay out every single team, because he's one of those guys who, at this time of the year, usually turns up at the right time. And with him getting that ace first round, you can tell that his confidence is starting to be there. Trying to develop some early streaks is going to be Apathy, but you see the pressure from New York starting to approach towards the speed bomb. It's all going to be an assault. who has this cross basically lined up. He just has to try to stay alive. That's exactly what it's going to do. He's going to back up. Now it's going to hopefully allow his teammates to hit the rotation as New York, they're not fully committing to B. They're going to wrap this back towards A.
We'll see how it works out for them based off of the arrows. Now looking great. For some players, they don't exactly know that yet, but see how things begin to change. Mental, obviously seeing all the utility tossed out, but the nade, great work there from Silly as Mental was there to handle the job at the end. As the subliners get met with a fist of fury, LAG were ready for the play. They handle business, but a lot of that gets started off with Mental's position, Silly's nade, and from there it is straight up chaos. Asim just trying to survive for a moment, sweat off the brow, and Assault, he's right there to greet him for the 4th and final kill of the round.
I just love how LAG didn't bite on the rotation. Like, Assault gives them the call out that there's going to be multiple players approaching towards this B bomb, but they stood their ground at A and were set up for that rotation beautifully. Such a clean round right there from LAG. Apathy also on a 5-3 now, 2 kills away from picking up some potential streaks. As you see LAG approaching towards this B bomb, number 1 is going to be Asim. He's going to be playing towards that window. That flash is going to indicate that someone is in this position. How aggressive do LAG decide to play it now?
That's the question that subliners are asking themselves too. Based off the subliners' arrows, you can see they have really adjusted from A to B. It was 2 players today, 1 through middle and Mac, and 1 sole island player at B. The typical setup on defense when we talk about Moscow normally. They have read this one correctly to start, but it's about trying to stop these players right as they walk on through inside of the apartments, and Hydra happy to take them down in stride, as with 38 seconds left, LAG vending now for the rotation.
Yeah, in New York, they are completely off guard by this play. Like, no one is wrapping back. LAG should be able to get this bomb down uncontested. But they do have the man advantage. It's all about the 4v3 retake, and they're going to have 3 players approaching through the backside of their spawn. So, number 1 player, the team actually might get great timing before the bomb goes down, but Apathy's going to get it down. Now it's a 2v4 situation, all left up to Silly and Assault.
What they can do, they've got each other's back covered toward the outer side, but Hydra does not care. He does not care an inch. Decides the challenge, catching LAG off guard, and will make him pay. A very interesting round here for New York, but as you said, Steph, they don't bite on the rotation to start. We thought, hey, that could really start to harm them in the end, but they utilize the numbers correctly. Hydra goes big, and obviously it's Asim taking on the player on the bomb that really changes things up. With that, the rest of the team falls in line.
And Westside, just a good team retake. No one tried to be superhero. No one tried to make an individual play. They all wrapped back together and eventually were able to close out the round. So New York able to walk away with the defense. Now they're back on the offensive side. They also shut down Apathy on some potential streaks there as well. So just a good round from New York. Is now back on the offense. The pressure's going to be in through the middle of the map, and this Assault's not going to be here. So if they can time this perfectly, they can easily rotate between both bombs. But just the way that LAG is set up right now, they're expecting a street push or at least a street rotation to come in. And this might catch NYSL completely off guard.
Well, that's a great first blood there from Silly. Started off slow in the hard point, but to our first 4 rounds now, really turning things around, as it'll be 4-1 after that first blood. And with that, subliners, we're going to go and halt the push, park the bus, and look for that first pick. Is Apathy yet to be spotted? And again, if you are the subliners, you don't really have any information to work off of. All you know is that Silly was hanging out toward apartments. He takes you down, and from there, that is really about it. And based off of the lack of information, they will go with what works normally, the A push. Only player here for LAG with 25 seconds left is going to be Mental, but he rotates on out. So somewhat of a similar story to what we saw in the last run for New York. A bomb site was clear, but it was the defensive team with numbers that successfully was able to retake. But here come the early pinch. With 10 seconds left, Apathy is going to check this. Assault takes down 2. Hydra, meanwhile, will escape with his life, and it's going to all be down onto him. Takes down Assault from range. It is the headshot coming in from the Frenchman, and Silly, he wants no business with this. Tries to go ahead and bend on down. Cannot get the defuse in successfully, but how about Hydra? Unbelievable plays. We'll get to watch this one again, Stud.
That was nasty. Like, the fact that Hydra picks up this first kill, that one's the easy one. But what the confidence to challenge the second one onto Assault and then get away with his life, that's such a great play out of Hydra right there to clutch up the round for his team. Was that a 1v3? I'm pretty sure it was a 1v3.
Like that.
Give him 3 kills on the streak, trying to work towards some potential streaks. But Hydra having himself a great round right there to tie it up all at 2 apiece. For your LAG, that one stings, man. If you just take your time and eventually try to play the trades correctly, you can close it out. But Hydra not folding there, able to clutch up, tie it up at 2 apiece.
And if you're Assault, you're like, hold on, wait, that was a 74U? That was a 74U, baby, back to back. Now he gets taken down by Asim once more with the SMG. That's that last gunfight versus Hydra is one where you kind of sit up in your chair a little bit. You're like, you know, kind of move the shoulders around a little bit. Like, all right, I got to get myself focused back and ready to go. But here we are. Hydra taking down Silly now with the nade. He can not be stopped. Apathy, all he can do is just put a few bullets into the Frenchman as he will back on up and continue to give NYSL the numbers that they so desperately need. And it feels like so often the attacking teams in the later stages have relied on this A bomb site. And it has saved a few teams, but like we said, we know based off that last round and his gun skill, that's overall gonna allow for you to walk away with the round. His mental and apathy still incredibly close, and with how long that they're waiting, it just makes this round that much more intense. But mental and apathy both win their 1v1s, and now it brings it all to Mac, but he's aware of the rotation. He cannot take down both with the Diamatti. But my goodness, great work from LAG. 20 seconds left, Stud. They don't have the bomb down, but they both win their 1v1s.
Yeah, I can't believe that NYSL just made that mistake of just split pushing right there. Like, if all 3 players are together right there, a potential trade is in, and it forces it down to a 1v1. But Mac tries to make the play across the map. Both of the players from NYSL and Hydra and Diamond get some bad timing towards that backside. And Apathy and Mental go huge for LAG, man. Great response after such a devastating round from Hydra's 1v3. Yeah. Just to clutch up a 2v3 puts the momentum back on their favor.
As we mentioned, Assault having a rough last 2 rounds, just cheering on his boys. That round has to feel good. Mental will come away with that ending 1 versus 1. And we'll be continuing to talk about his performance throughout this series. But you know, if you're Revenant JP, obviously the coaches for NYSL, you have circled this search and destroy and said, guys, if we can win this, we can definitely walk away with the series. They are 0-3 on Moscow Search and Destroy here in Stage 5. Victory here would be great for their confidence and great versus a team that relies very much on Search and Destroys going their way in LAG. And speaking of them, Mental getting dropped for the first kill. Nice answer early from Mac as the subliners, based off of where they find themselves on the map, you see they have a nice little divide. They will separate LAG from joining alongside each other for the moment. Assault makes his role that much more important. He puts in a few bullets and has to back on up. Still going to get caught off guard. There goes Assault, and now it is all on the Father app. I don't know if he'll be reading any bedtime stories in this round, as he'll be put to bed himself. The Young Guns getting the job done, as now we're all level at 3-3.
That was just such a great round from New York right there. With Hydra not dropping early to that guy top Eskies, Mac picking up that kill, they have the man advantage. They know that eventually the rotation has to come in. They don't hit B from the front side, they go straight up the middle of the map. So they're able to cut off that rotation on the backside and then eventually solo out Assault on the street. Just a great round right there out of New York. And one thing that so far that I was really worried about with New York is when Asim dies early into these rounds, how does these guys develop on the play? Because Asim is their leader, but it's really difficult when you're leading from a death cam. Like, your confidence is at an all-time low, you're losing one-on-one engagements, but who's going to be able to step up? And I feel like in this situation, it has to be DiamondCon who's calling the plays when Asim is dropping.
Great call, man. Like I said, if you're Asim, you're just kind of pressing L1, R1, going back and forth between everybody's perspectives. Like, okay, you do this, you do that. Most likely not going to work out, but as we said, DiamondCon, highest KD for this team in Search and Destroy throughout the entirety of the year, despite missing a few stages. But there we have it. Asim, his impact has dropped a little bit early in a few of these rounds, but he stays alive. How much of a difference he can make as Silly finally able to take him out. Mac with the reply as Assault dropping in 4 straight rounds. Silly now able to bring it to a 1 versus 1. 38 seconds left, but while you are in the
more unfavorable spot if you are LAG. Positive for Justin Fargo is that he does, in fact, have the bomb on his back. This 1v1 could be happening before we know it. This very well could come down to timing. If Silly holds that angle, maybe things could have been different. But as Mac will look to check over at A, we'll have to hit the quick little U-turn. And Silly will plant this one down at B.
So now it's a 1v1. With 40 seconds left, Silly is going to be keeping control of that window room. Doesn't have really eyes on the bomb site. He's just trying to use his headset to the best of his ability. He knows that Mac eventually has to try to check his room. And Mac's going to jump in. Mac's going to jump in, but Silly's able to clutch it up for LAG. What turned out to be a 4v2 situation right off the rip. Silly responds with a great corner onto a seam, then finds a second kill on the Diamond Con. I feel like if Diamond Con in that situation is not so aggressive there, Mac has the ability to get that trade, but Silly's able to win this huge one-on-one and then just play the mind games off the rotation, clutches up with the SMG for his team. LAG walk away with the round.
Yeah, great plays all around for Silly. Single-handedly decides how that round goes and now leads the lobby in total kills as we're through 7. 8 and 4 does sit Silly. Again, as we mentioned, not a great hardpoint performance. Really been a rough last few stages for Silly, but we know what this guy could do. But a few years ago, how he would just take over maps whenever he did get dropped from that United team back in the day. He came back with a vengeance as Salt getting pegged up once more, but thankfully for him, he will be able to stay alive, something he's not been able to say for the last few rounds. We'll see if Silly can extend the streak. He's the sole player toward the outside of bricks. Mental will look to put in a line of fire as well. Gonna hold off for as long as possible, and that will be 2 that connect simultaneously. And there goes Diamond Con as well, all down to Mac in a 1 versus 4. Just great work from LAG, backing up, almost constant bait and switch situation stud. And that is that teamwork, that history we talked about. We know, despite what has been a lackluster search and destroy performance for these guys in the last few stages, it's ingrained in them. We know they have the ability to do it. And that round shows exactly why that's the case.
Yeah, just a beautiful round right there out of LAG. They set up the crossfires properly. It was all on Mental and Silly. They knew that the pressure was going to be in from the backside, but once Mental puts down a couple shots into both players around that side, he drops the nade, gets both of those players one shot, Silly gets one, and eventually the crossfire was set up beautifully as LAG walk away with the round, puts them at game point. Silly also on a 5-3, trying to work towards some streaks to close this one out. And tying this series up at 1 apiece, but back on the offense they go. This time NYSL is switching it up. You're going to have Hydra, who's attacking towards this middle P1 hard point. They're going to back down Diamond Con off of that A site, and right now, NYSL giving up A completely. This is not what I expected going into the last defensive round for them.
Yeah, definitely a little bit strange, but it appears they will kind of prioritize the middle and bottom side of the map. If you are looking at the mini-map, of course. New York, nobody at all. No visuals over at A, and I mean, really the only indicator that they'll have that somebody's is at A is if things are a little bit quiet in the other 2 lanes of Moscow. As the trophy goes down, LAG looking to set up shop as Apathy just wants to make sure he is as far away from the bomb site as possible for how they're going to go and have this defense. So it's 2 from Eskies, 2 from the other side of White. And the subliners begin to make their prowl on into the site, and that is a wonderful beginning as Hydra, escaping with 5 HP, is able to take down the first. The ARs on the other side, though, is Diamond Con now called into action, as that'll be 2 for him. Hydra on the other side. It is an ace from Hydra and Diamond Con combined, as ASIM will be there with the defuse. How's that for a retake?
All right, well, giving up A, I guess, is going to work off of NYSL. I'm pretty sure if you're LAG right there, you can just tell Apathy was real hesitant, like, on that plan. He was expecting, like, there's no way these guys just gave up this A-bomb for free. But once they did that, NYSL do a great job at opening up with that first blood from Eskies and then eventually setting up that pinch as Hydra goes from Eskies all the way through the flank side. Just great plays from NYSL to stay alive in this game. So far, the aggression is what's been working for New York. Yeah. If I'm New York right here in this round, I'm being super aggressive towards one of these bomb sites and just trying to get that trade early into this round.
For the moment, NYSL making their way up quite aggressively toward B.
Go and toss out the utility. Go and trade that back and forth. But is it as aggressive as you wanted it to be so far for subliners?
Definitely not, man. You have both of these guys set it up in the Creddy setup. If anyone walks in this door right here, they are completely going to get decimated. Right now, Apathy holding on the backside. S.O.A eventually able to find that first blood. This is what I'm talking about with NYSL. You need to speed this up and not allow LAG to eventually work a pick. But now with the man advantage, you see number 7 in Silly all the way pushed up towards their side of the base. They have to commit towards the speed bomb now.
Oh, and those players.
That's unfortunate.
They were together for so long. It's Asen who takes down Hydra. Just a miscommunication there for New York. With 18 seconds left, they've got to get this plant down soon. Mental looks the challenge. He'll give the call up to Silly. And that plant has got to be coming in soon, but will they get the timing? Right as Asen tries to leave the doorway, he takes him down. And now it is all on to DC. 1 versus 2. Mental and Silly decide to go and wrap this one toward Boulevard. So again, they're staying 2 men strong, not wanting to separate, but it's all about the timing right now for DiamondCon. Keep in mind, he's got 10 shots right now inside of that Krieg, but it's not going to matter. Mental walks away with the fight. And what was for so long a push ready for the SMGs, Hydra and Asen, they were ready, they were prepared, they had the 74 U's, they were ADSing for what felt like 45 seconds. Right when the engagement begins to take place, the other takes him down as we get to watch this one against just a heartbreaking type of situation if you're New York. It could have been a much better spot if you had those 74 U's. Now turns in to an LAG victory. That search and destroy has to feel good for them, as now they level the series at 1-1.
And this is great for LAG. Great response to get back into this one because they haven't really seen a lot of success in the respawns versus a team like NYSL. They have yet to beat them in a hard point. NYSL are currently 7-0 in that category, and they're also 3-0 in control. But they have dominated NYSL in this column in search and destroy. 4-0 in the season, as you see it in the pop-up in the bottom of our screen. And that's good for LAG because finally something is going in towards their favor. When we talk about LAG early into the year, S&D was always that game mode that kept them alive in series. That was the game mode that allowed them to eventually beat FaZe all the way into Game 5.
Right.
So the fact that they were able to win that one there, tie the series up 1 apiece, is exactly what they were looking forward to. Now it's all about, can they try to take the advantage in that control? Because Checkmate hasn't been a good map for them all year. But for New York, coming in off of that roster change, their game plan is completely different. So I'm excited to see how that map 3 is going to play out.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one for sure, as LAG are able to answer back. I mean, Silly had a great performance toward the stretch. He really kind of took off and obviously ends things out on double digits. But the guy who really started the pace off right for the Gorillas is the player that we're going to be looking out for now in our U.S. Army tactical play study. It was, in fact, the ace coming in from Father App. We'll take a look at that one here again and walk me through it, man. How is he able to do this?
So right here, you see NYSL, they're able to find 2, but you see Apathy, no hesitation, slides right out of Eskies, able to find them first and then find the second as well. So now it all comes down to a 2v2. Eventually, Apathy knows he has to work this bomb plant. They spot the positioning of Asim as he's trying to hit the flank, and they already know where Mac is going to be towards the middle side of that Eskies area. So Apathy, he takes it into his own power. He said, listen, I got 2 rings on my 2 left fingers, so I'm going to sit there and I'm going to challenge this one. And that's exactly what happens as he wins a huge one-on-one engagement versus Mac, works the bomb plant, then it's all down to a 2v1. Apathy knows the positioning, and then eventually he's able to close out the round, man. LAG, this was a good early start for momentum after not really having a good map number 1. And just closing out this map number 2 to tie the series up is beautiful from him.
Yeah, absolutely. Great plays from Father App as it's an ace to remember, as our Astro Social soundboard will now show us exactly why that's the case. You see Pop Apathy with the ace. Give us the series that we want. Apathy on land is something else. Big Apathy with the plays. We love to see it. Apathy, it is a fan favorite amongst the CDL fans, and it showed exactly why that's the case. He and Silly. The vets on this team will now give this roster a much better chance in this series. They win the search and destroy, as now we are at 1-1 coming into control. It'll be on Checkmate when we come back.
Zenni, the official eyewear for the CDL. Armor your eyes with Zenni Blocks blue light protection glasses by visiting zenni.com/gaming. Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Folks, we are celebrating the COD League Stage 5 Major with a giveaway. One winner will get a controller of choice featuring the winning team's design. To enter, all you have to do is retweet this tweet, follow @ScuffGaming on Twitter, and also don't forget to tag a friend. That giveaway does in fact end Sunday, August 1st at the end of the broadcast. Make sure to do that. I'm taking a look at my Scuff just now, and boy, do I wish I was hopping on some Raid Hardpoint myself and some good old League play, but... Alrighty, folks, we got to talk about more about this matchup in particular. As we said, we sit currently at 1-1. Let's start, like I said, these two teams, they've met up a number of different times throughout the year. Subliners, they have gotten the more positive side versus LAG historically. Well, I know when we take a look at the numbers, it's New York who has never lost to Respawn. LAG have always won the Search and Destroys. How do you feel about history maybe repeating itself again here?
I feel like it has a good shot, man. Every single win that NYSL got over LAG were all in the 3-1. Every single time LAG won that match, it came in the Search and Destroy. But so far, they have just struggled in the respawns versus NYSL. And I know this is a new team in NYSL, not having Clayster here, but still, just based off of that first map, you can just tell that NYSL still using some of that game plan when Clayster was still in the building to keep their hardpoint and their control at least on point. So I feel like they're going to be able to close it out in 3-1. Because you're going into a checkmate control where LAG haven't really seen a lot of success. They're sitting at 1-5 on the season compared to NYSL, who are 5-7. So what I'm looking for specifically on this map is the battle of the ARs. I need Silly, I need Assault to really come out hot, at least in the beginning of this game. Making sure that you're winning your defenses, at least in a dominant fashion when it comes to the slaying, not allowing any segments to be capped, but also you just have to make sure that you're keeping map control. Because one thing that LAG do, when one player drops, then it's a whole chain reaction. You cannot allow that to happen on a map like Checkmate, because NYSL, they will capitalize on it.
Yeah, a big game for both of these teams. Control really has been a struggle for not just LAG, as they're 3-9 in the last two stages combined, but the same thing could somewhat be said for the New York Subliners, as they sit 5-8 throughout the last two stages combined as well. And when you really look at both these teams, Checkmate, Control, not a mode that they really play often. We're looking more at Raid, specifically at Garrison between both of these two. So, as we said, kind of an interesting pick, but for LAG, again, not one that they're normally good at, but that is, as you said, Stud, a great start, winning 3 out of the first 4. But of course, Hydra's still alive.
Yeah, they do a great job at least finding all 4 kills off the rip. Silly's going to be the farthest player from LAG pushed up towards his A site. They're just trying to cause some problems in toward plane. Assault and Mentor are able to find 2, but Asim answers with 2 of his own. They're starting to get that progression up towards that A point, and this is just great work so far from LAG as they find another 2 kills, both players from NYSL coming off spawn now.
Instead, I feel like we have not really seen Checkmate Control too often, at least when you and I have casted. Like, Checkmate Control is not one that we see often. Quickly, give me a little rundown. Give me a little rundown. What is the attacking team looking to do for both of these zones, A and B?
So if you're on the attacking side, obviously it's all about just making sure that you're picking up your kills, not getting put in a spawn trap. But with LAG getting that first tick on towards A, NYSL, they were able to respond with 4 dead. So now this is what I'm talking about. You had to try to break out of this if you're LAG. Open up with that first kill, try to fight for some playing control. Is going to be their key to success as they're nading out Mac out of this corner. That was 3 nades eventually to take him out. And now that's going to open up that playing control for LAG.
You can only imagine of the comm center there. All right, lower nade. Okay, we need another. Okay, we need one more. We just need one more nade, Mac. Takes 3 nades to take him down. It's LAG, finally. What it takes, not just about the weapon firing, it's about the nades that have to try to be in reply. But as you called it and stated it so well, Stud, the attacking team just at times can have such a rough go of it when it comes down to Checkmate, when it comes to Control in general, but specifically on Checkmate for how hard it is to break out of your spawn. And we're learning exactly why that's the case in motion as Mac will take down 3 in a row with 50 seconds left, despite what has been a great start for LAG. And realistically, throughout the rest of the game, I mean, you'll take it in regards to ticks, and we can head to that round 5. As many as you can grab, the better. But on most maps, you'd be thinking, hey, there's a real good chance, but LAG, they've got to get Hydra, they've got to get Mac out of their base. They've gotten through 1
of them to start, but Mac going out on top. Equals things out with the trade, and now LAG, for the first time, have found the lane over at this B zone. They've got 2 players strong. Hydra still toward top plane, but easily come in to ruin the party at any point, as that'll be the 4th tick of the game, the first one at B. DC able to shut down Silly to start. Here comes Asim from the flank, and now that time continues to roll. 23 left as Assault gets traded out.
Huge one-on-one kills coming in from NYSL. They know that this round is crucial, and so far they're standing strong as they have a 2 live advantage. DiamondCon picking up the 3rd, so no more respawns coming in on the side of LAG. Apathy also going to drop, so now to 6v2. This is only a matter of time before NYSL able to walk away with it, as they walk away with the first defensive round. But if you're LAG, you're not too mad about that. You complete that A point, you get that first tick on towards that B, so at least you're up by 4 segments. If they can come out and have a dominant defensive round, then they should be straight. At least if it gets to that round number 5, they will have that defense. But just a great hold right there from NYSL, not losing composure once that A capture was captured, and eventually gaining that map control back. You see 3 players already trying to work towards some streaks.
It's fun stuff because, you know, I'm sure a lot of people are saying, like, well, they lost a round. There's not any positive takeaway. It really is. Like, again, with how hard it is on the attacking side, you will take as many ticks as you can get. A full zone, absolutely. It's just funny to kind of think, you know, from time to time we talk about a loss, how, you know, you can still take some really, really good things away. LAG, I guess you could say kind of a 0.5 type of situation based off how they looked, but now it's into the subliners here on attack, as they will look to clear things out to start, and they instantly pause the timer at 107. A big engagement already for Father App. What's up out of his play in the clutch? Not able to win that one versus DiamondCon, as the Kriegs, the 74 U's, continue to fire out here at Checkmate, and LAG without numbers. They're nervous to challenge this because they don't have a whole lot of teammate support. Mental, he's been here for a good 20-25 seconds.
Yeah, NYSL, they only have 1 player on that A point until the 2nd player eventually comes in. But they were just doing a great job of just cutting off the angles of where LAG can try to break in from. And so far, NYSL, they're so far pushed up in their base that they already have a 7 live advantage. Kills going back and forth, but New York, such a great start to this offensive round. You see Asim on a 5-3, trying to pick up some early streaks to kill, still keeping playing control. But if you're Assault, you're just waiting for your teammates to try to pick up some kills and get some spawn killing. But so far, NYSL not giving up anything.
Assault's like, I cannot wait to spawn trap these guys. Just a matter of time. We'll see if that can work out. His teammates are able to find the kills. So New York now in the back of their base, and right as I call out Assault, Caster Curse back is there to beam him down. Unfortunate life there if you are Adam Assault. But still, minute 30 to work with here in this round number 2. And the subliners doing a great job, but again, Mental still playing strong. You see him constantly getting involved in the feed. I'm not sure, you know, where he sits overall right now in this series, Stud, but I know what he sits around like a 0.69, 0.7 so far, and it's clear his impact has been different so far throughout the series.
Yeah, it definitely has been. He stepped up, at least in that search and destroy, having tremendous plays there. The crossfires from Silly on that A point, but he needs to try to turn up here because so far NYSL are running the plane. That's going to be another 3 down. Apathy's going to be the last player up. He's going to drop, and now this is going to leave the opening for NYSL to try to get on this B point. But with them having so many lives to play with, you see them just approaching it, trying to set up for these spawn kills. 19-4, no more respawns coming in from LAG. They're not even trying to capture this. They're trying to close it out, basically playing TDM right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And Hydra, quite fond of the mode. I mean, it's just straight beams. Straight beams for the last, what, good 25, 30 seconds there for New York. You see Hydra and Asim coming back and forth. Happy with the way that they looked in this attack. We talking Asim constantly with that SMG. I was calling it the SMGs looking good. I think both of them actually had Kriegs toward the end of the round, and it's not to be unexpected on a map like Checkmate. Long-range fights up close from afar. Asim can truly do it all.
He really can, man. He's also able to pick up that artillery, so that can be useful just in case the pressure comes in really fast towards that towards that A site. This time around, if you're New York, though, you cannot allow that initial break to happen once again, because LAG, they found all 4 players off the rip, and that's what led to them eventually closing out that A point so quickly. This time around, DiamondCon is going to open up with that first blood onto Apathy. It's time to take it slow in towards a plane. Mental is going to give up his positioning, but the challenge is going to be here. Mental actually finds the 2nd kill as well. The 2 NYSL players find 2, so they're going to slow down that pressure right now from LAG.
A good place for Mental instead of top plane. He'll have to quickly dip out, and you see Asen trying to find exactly where he went. Finally gets his opportunity, but that'll now be 3 in a row for Mental. And then that's going to be the 4th. Does finally get dropped. And I'm always going to be the spoiler is Hydra. Seems every time you finally get a little bit of a sequence going, Frenchman is always there to take you down. As he'll have to try to play once again spoiler. Few good moments here for LAG. His assault gets pegged up from the back. Great movement from Hydra toward bottom plane. You're happy to at least sit on this clock for as long as possible if you are the subliners. Given that you are on defense, you can allow for LAG to try to come to you. Mac nearly goes for the second one. Great opportunity for a trade as LAG, a major fight toward the point, but as they fall, now it's up to them to try to get something going once more, relying on Mental to try to pave the way. But Asim going to go and call in the streak, actually just go for the information. So with that, 15 seconds on the clock, LAG in the back of their base, finally stopping things over at B with 14 left, but here comes that artillery.
Yep, the artillery is going to come in, and Domicon actually catches both of those players as they're trying to go towards the bottom of the plane. So now it's a 2v3 for the players that are farthest pushed up from LAG. One player in Mental is going to drop, so now with 5 seconds left, they have to try to get on towards one of these points. They have to stop this clock, or NYSL will be able to close it out here.
5 count more even, but again, it's all about that timer, 4.7 to work with, as every time that an LAG player falls, it looks that much more unlikely. As DiamondCon tries to go for the contest, now it's into the 1 versus 1, and DiamondCon is able to take it. Apathy ends things out on a 5 spree, but it's not going to matter. DiamondCon all the superior, as that will be a quick 3-0 in control. So we had some questions, about this team. How are they going to perform in control? A new roster, not looked great throughout the stage. That 3-0 here on Checkmate definitely has to feel good if you're the team, and obviously if you're the coaching staff.
100%, man, especially the way they came out on their offensive dominance. Keep in mind that they were spawn killing them on offense. They were up by 15 kills on their offensive push. They weren't even trying to capture it. You could just tell that NYSL were playing super confident, but on the opposite side of LAG, when's the last time that they've won a control round? I'm pretty sure throughout all of Stage 5, they got 3-0 in the majority of their controls, so get 3-0 once again here, and now you find yourself down 2-1 in the series. Obviously, the defensive rounds was a little bit closer, but NYSL, they walk away with that one in a dominant fashion.
That I don't want to say this, but LAG have actually not won a single round in Stage 5 control. They're 0-18 now.
Wow.
0-18.
0-18?
0-18.
That is, we're talking about defenses where defenses is really strong on control. And attacking rounds where teams tend to lose them.
I like that.
But 0-18 on a control round, that's unacceptable, man. Unacceptable.
I got a little bit of Stephen A. Smith in there. Understandably, a little bit frustrated with how LAG have been in their controls, but another 3-0 loss for the boys here. Now, maybe staring at what could be their final map of this season. It is going to be on Apocalypse. Make sure to stay with us. Can NYSL call this one to a close, or will LAG send us to a Game 5? We will find out after this.
Hi friends, and welcome back to our first day of Major 5 elimination games. We've already said goodbye to one team, and we very well could be saying goodbye to another very soon, as the New York Subliners coming out hot in that control, 3-0ing LAG for what has been their 6th time in Stage 5, yet to win a control round that has gotten to hurt. But now, Stud, we now focus our attention toward the Apocalypse hardpoint. And it's hard, right? Because for LAG, I mean, what the number is, like 1 in 19 now in their last 20. We saw a few good moments in the Garrison, but if you look at the stats, I mean, what has to be done here for LAG? Who are you looking at for that roster here in Apocalypse?
I'm looking at a player like Apathy. Backs against the wall, this is win or go home situation. This is a guy that you're looking for with his veteran presence to really step up on a map like Apocalypse. Last time we saw this, well, at least this map, it was between the last two teams, between Seattle and Paris, and it came down to Zaptius versus Pristini.
Yes.
Pristini won that battle. So I'm looking at Apathy versus Hydra. Whichever submachine gun can really come up clutch in those one-on-one engagements for the rotation should be able to walk away with this. But if you're LAG, oh man, this one's difficult. You haven't been able to beat these guys all year long in hardpoint. So whatever you have been doing, at least in the 7 times you've played them in hardpoint, completely switch it up. Just go off the fly and just try something new here to force it to that Game 5 search and destroy.
He's up there for a moment. 0.96 KD for LAG ranks 9th in the CDL. So it's not at the bottom tier. They have obviously had some good moments in Apocalypse from time to time. And as you said, players to look out for if you're looking at that mini-map from time to time. Player 2 versus Player 5. Hydra for NYSL. Apathy from LAG. I know that those two players actually had the nice little 1v1 at All-Star Weekend. It was Hydra that made quick work of Father App, unfortunately to say. But always fun to watch a vet versus a rookie as Mac just totally eliminates Silly in a multitude of ways. A number of different adjectives to use. We'll just go and say that he takes him down. A great start for NYSL as they'll start off 12-0 LAG with preferred spawns right now inside a temple, as it'll be Asim and Mac looking to fight for those now.
Yeah, and if you're LAG, you do not want to flip these spawns. You need to make sure that you're able to get a good chunk of time off of that P2 hardpoint, because NYSL, they have full control of P1 right now, so the lead is going to grow a little bit more. You just want to make sure that you're winning this huge one-on-one rotation gunfights and not spawning across the map. And with Silly finding that first, he's going to be able to do so. At least keep the spawns for his teammates now. As LAG, we're coming towards the very end of this P1 hardpoint. They're going to be fully set up for this P2.
It's all off to a great start, 4-0. As you said, LAG looking to hold down Temple, and for good reason. One of the money hills on this map, but it is one of the hardest ones to hold at the same time. And quickly be flipped in just the snap of a finger as NYSL attempt for the first time to try and break on in. Assault nearly taking down 2. His streak will end at 5 in a row. And with that, it is now the head-on-head fight. You see players from Gorilla, Silly getting the information saying, hey, we are spawning out. We're spawning out toward no man's land. And with that, it leaves Silly in such an awkward position. He wants to go for the engagement. He's trying to time this one up with his teammates, but he's got no teammate support. He goes for the challenge in a 1 versus 2, and just great utilization there of the numbers from the Subliners. A great opportunity to take the lead here for the Gorillas, but it only extends the Subliners.
Yeah, New York, they were able to break in with about 45 seconds left, and if you're LAG, you just gotta chalk it. Like, that was supposed to be your answer back into this game, but so far, NYSL are playing great hardpoint as Mac finds that kill across the map. It's gonna put him on a 3 spree. Now, NYSL up by 50 points. The rotation is gonna come in towards P3. Mental with a huge one-on-one versus Hydra. That's immediately gonna get traded, but once again, New York break in with their first break, and this has been the answer so far in both of the hard points. New York not having a problem breaking in and chaining into some good time.
Asim picking up right where Mac left off. I think it was Mac that ended up dropping, off of the 5 spree. And kind of looking forward, if we were to see the Subliners walk away with this series, I mean, they'd have the Mutineers next, whoever wins this battle. I think it's fair to say, Stud, I mean, a lot of people, you got to be looking out for a number of different players. You know, a lot of focus, instantly gets thrown toward Hydra. It gets thrown toward Diamond Con, but we know the potential that Mac has. I mean, it was like back in stage 4, he led with like a 1.3 KD, something absurd like that. But we all remember the series where he dropped double 40 bombs. The potential on this guy is unbelievable, and oftentimes we look at players on the Subliners, sometimes Mac not always brought up when he deserves to be.
Yeah, not always, man. It just comes down to that consistent level of play. And just the way that New York are playing right now, they're winning a majority of these gunfights. They're holding this on the front side now. You've seen that player was able to pick up some streaks on the side of Diamond Con. But still, the pressure's going to be here. The spawns are going to be flipped as well. So New York's doing a great job. They just have to try to locate Mental. And Mental's going to try to stay alive. Eventually, he's going to fall. And New York, they break in. They flip the spawns. And this is not looking good for LAG.
New Hill, New York break in. New Hill, New York break in. New Hill, New York once again break on in 120 to 28. LAG in a world of pain right now. As we said, what could be their final map of this CDL season, doing everything they can to try to fire back in this game. A huge hill up next. We'll see what they can do with it. A lot of veterans on this group, and they're going to have to rely on that to get them through what is going to be an uphill battle throughout the remainder of this hardpoint, the remainder of this series. Let's see how the comms sound. Let's throw it to an Astro Liston now with LAG.
Go. Came in, I got Tim.
Time, we're coming.
Just one shot. He's their side. They should have a trophy.
Right there.
I'm coming to replace you guys.
Yeah, their side.
You get their side. Get pinch.
Their side, Mac. Absolute Mac their side. Back ammo. I got trophy, Billy. One shot. One shot. Two of them spawn out. Max goes right ammo.
Pinch.
Actually, I'm laying down right here.
Let's bring it back.
Back, Mac dead.
Going up. Push. To right.
Actually, last one Hydra.
I think I saw him top.
We got one.
He's back truck. Connor, back truck. I'm rotated.
I'm moving you guys. He has to play that.
Max
one,
top
P3.
TV and back. Going P3.
Heli. There's two. Two going in front. Hitting it quick. Stay out again.
I hit him once though.
Went through dirt.
You know, walk in the right corner maybe?
Kill my full.
Blue shooting me.
I didn't hit him.
Absolute. I need me. Fuck.
He was top. Not weak. He's front side top. We gotta go Hydra.
Their side. One shot.
Nice. Let's see. Look for Connor. Connor and Tim. Was it be like dirt?
I'm dirt.
Yeah, welcome to you. Slow play Coop. We're going low with you.
Alright, no trophy on hill.
Right.
On hill, one shot.
I'm heli. I'm challenging the guy. One top.
That's you.
He's gotta be Coop. I think he's Coop.
I'm trying here,
He's not. He's too close blue. Another. Just close to heli.
Heli up to Hydra. Absolute
nice.
One shot.
Yo, I'm trying to get through from
right. Drop down.
One shot.
Hard flash for you.
Push me. He's backside truck.
Yo, he's
front Coop. He's backside truck now. Backside truck.
All right, Stud, I got to talk to you, man. I mean, that does not sound like a team that's getting blown out by 100 points.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't, man. It sounded like LAG, they were locked in. The small talk is there. The communication is there. They know exactly how they want to execute this. It just all comes down to these gunfights. They're not winning a majority of these, and that is what making the game a little bit harder as they're continuously playing from the back foot. New York were able to at least flip off the initial start of P1, but you see the aggression that they already had towards the backside of Temple. LAG, they need to try to hold here. They need to try to pick up all these kills in the back and secure these pawns and chain it to some good time.
You see the subliners trying to create chaos toward the backside of Temple, and as basically half the lobby drops in just a matter of seconds, it's Apathy who wins the final 1 versus 1. That will give LAG the time for the moment. This has been unfamiliar territory so far throughout Apocalypse. First time to really establish themselves and get some seconds on the board. Seconds that they don't just need to have, but they must have at this stage in the game. As Apathy now turning things up. That's going to be 5 in a row for him. And as the rotation is prepared for lights, you already see 3 players from the Gorillas realizing, hey, you know what? The final 20 seconds, that's fine, but we have to chain this. We have to continue to do what we did on that last hill. And Apathy now at 6 in a row. How great could streaks be at this moment? The SMG starting to turn things around, and based off of those spawns right now for the subliners, they've got 1 in no man's, 3 coming in from Temple. That's going to be 7 in a row for App. He's got the streak and also the other one as well. Okay, hold on for a moment. LAG not going down without a fight, as that will be 9 in a row for Father App. Going off, realizing this could be the final map of their year. Can he make it 10 in a row? He and Mental doing everything they can to try to bring this one back. Hydra around the corner, now make it 10 in a row. Apathy reaching double digits. He's already got the streaks, and you see the way the score is starting to look. They brought this one back now within about 30 points. They finally get cleared off, but if you are LAG, Apathy now has those 2 streaks moving forward.
Yeah, you got to use those wisely. You cannot waste streaks here because NYSL, they were able to break in towards this P3, and with 10 seconds left, they're already going to be off the rotation. And this is where LAG, they need to respond. They need to try to flip these spawns immediately, probably use the streak to secure that backside. But so far, New York are doing a great job of just causing problems, not allowing a nice 4 dead to drop. And now this is where LAG, the pinch is going to be set up. You see Apathy approaching through the front side, but Hydra's going to read it. Hydra's going to get one, but still, NYSL have control. Now it's all about his teammates going huge on the backside, trying to flip these spawns on their head, but Apathy finding 2, make it 3 with their artillery. Is going to be a huge play. That's going to be 4 dead, and NYSL all spawning at Temple now.
That was one of the best streak usages that we've seen all season long, but how about DiamondCon? You call one in. I've got one myself. We'll see what damage this can do. Not the same presence that we had from Apathy, but it's a streak battle. That's going to be 2. Make it 3. 6 kills coming in from Apathy with these streaks, as that's now going to be 8 in a row for him again. My goodness, Apathy going off here on Apocalypse. DiamondCon tried to answer back, but it's almost like a chess game. You got a piece? Okay, I'll go and play my card. Okay, I got another card actually waiting for you. But it's the cruise and the artillery used simply on that hill, as LAG now prepared for next, but it's going to be a major fight. DiamondCon does get found out. Assault's there to drop him. With that, LAG, they are prepared here for P5. This hardpoint, it's theirs to lose.
They can take the lead right here with 40 seconds left. Their setup right now is beautiful. You have players cutting off the middle of the map. They're all forcing NYSL to try to hit through low trenches, and eventually the lead change is going to come in. LAG have fought all the way back into this game, and it's heavily on the back of Apathy as he goes on a 10 spree and then another 8 to get LAG back into this one. NYSL with 20 seconds left, you got to start thinking about that rotation. You cannot hit this one more time and eventually give up some streaks to try to get LAG to try to close out this game here. But with 10 seconds left, you see NYSL fully set up for that P1. They cannot allow LAG to get a good chunk of time here and close it out.
And so what we're going to sit at around 230 to 206. So a 24-point deficit for the subliners. But as we said, they've got Temple in their hands. It's all about these initial engagements and how that goes. And how about the 3? Make it 4 down. Asim and Hydra turning up for the subliners. But it was Apathy who brought things back, and now the SMGs have woken up from NYSL. The boys in yellow continue to destroy, as now it's Hydra's turn. Nearly does find a second for his troubles, but now we've got ourselves a tie game. And based off of those spawns, you see it. New York, they're still in a favorable spot. LAG cannot hardly get past the 50-yard line. A moment to breathe. 234, 238. LAG technically can win it here. The subliners, who have played so carefully in holding down that next spawn, now have to initiate the fight once more. It's back and forth we go, a 2 versus 1 in favor of LAG on the point, and they are going to wipe away Asim and take down Mac for their troubles. And take a look at where those spawns sit. They've got the next rotation. It's just one more point. DiamondCon's here, but he will get traded out. Oh my God, LAG bring the game back. They brought it back. It looked like it wasn't possible, but they're able to do it. Oh my goodness. I thought we were done. I thought we were over.
I thought history was going to repeat itself. I thought NYSL put themselves in a great position to close out this game. But when you got a 2-time champion, world champion sitting on the opposite side of that stage, he's not going to go down without a fight, man. Apathy goes on a 10 spree, goes on an 8 spree, and I'm pretty sure he dropped like 30-something kills to force this game number 5 for LAG, man. Apathy not going out without a fight. And now we got a game 5 between these two teams, man. History is not going to repeat itself. Oh, man. Game 5.
I cannot believe it. I can't believe it. And you see it there? The first time throughout the entirety of this season, the Gorillas have beaten the subliners in a hard point, and I believe that's 7 hard points in a row. That streak now broken 2 for LAG. You know, so we came into the series saying, hey, it just has to be one respawn. We knew that Moscow Search and Destroy, you know, at times has been great for New York, but LAG, they're able to take it. We didn't think it was necessarily going to be a hard point, but it is. They close at Apocalypse with Apathy going off 32 and 25. He and Mental big toward the end, but as you said it, my friend, what, a 10 streak followed up by an 8 streak, followed up by a 5 streak. My goodness, let's go and take a look again so that at the end of this game here in just a moment, it's going to be our USAA coverage moment. I mean, my goodness. I mean, this was a crazy end. It was not just that Apathy went on the spree, but it's how they controlled P1 coming into P2 that I want you to break down for the folks here in just a moment as well.
Tell me, man, how did LAG manage to do this? How did they manage everything that they did and close out this game?
This is just great work from LAG. The fact that they went 4 dead off the initial time of this P1 hardpoint, they all decided to wrap towards lower trenches and played those trades effectively. And then you realize that there's still 15 seconds on this hardpoint. LAG had the opportunity to close it out here. And even though NYSL putting a lot of pressure on this hardpoint, but it seemed not picking up that kill, that is what really broke the game for me, because Mental was able to eventually find 2, not find the 3rd, but eventually his teammates had the flip rotation towards that next hill, and it's just such a great job at just getting that 1 break onto P1. That's all they needed, was 1 break. They executed perfectly, and now we're going to a game 5.
My goodness. Imagine if Diamondcon turns on the 2nd and he's able to keep things alive. Just a matter of what could have, what should have been. Subliners, that one has to hurt, but now we've got ourselves a game 5. Somebody is going to be going home after this one is over. Will it be LAG or will it be New York? Feel free to let us know in the chat. Feel free to let us know on social media. Use the hashtag CDL2021. Who's surviving here at our Major 5?
I've been stuck up in the sky. Know me at the top, I can't lie. Haters watch it, throw the piece, tell them bye, 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 bye. I got things to do, I got bands to get. Competition up in smoke, ooh, cannabis. Ask me why I'm a top 10 candidate. I'm so fly, I'm so clean, ooh, and I'm rich. They can't stop it, they can't stop the kid. They can't stop it, they can't stop the kid. Check the scoreboard, I'm running up stats. Numbers don't lie, that's facts. They can't stop it, they can't stop the kid. They can't stop it, they can't stop the kid. Check the numbers, I'm running it up. I got penny bands, I'm thumbing it, yeah. Tell them move, get up out the way. It's ludicrous, yeah, how much I'm getting paid. 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, 10K. No mob ties for the player being made. Now how you spoke to your girl, better check her phone. And do you know what she doing when you not at home? And when she tell you she alone, but she not alone. She got a lot of options, eeny, miny, mo. She gon' do what she want, ain't no stopping it all. Pour the liquor in the cup, yeah, I'm topping it all. I might take your girl, take a trip to the mall. Put the shelf in the bag, yeah, cause I'm copping it all. I'm saying, they can't stop it, they can't stop the kid. They can't stop it, they can't stop the kid. Check the scoreboard, I'm running.
Alrighty, friends, welcome back. I hope that you took some time to use the bathroom. Maybe go ahead and fill up those drinks, get some food in you, because my goodness, I needed a moment to breathe myself after what was a crazy end of that apocalypse. But now we focus our attention toward the game 5s, and oh man, we take a look at the records. New York 9-4, LAG at 4-4 in this particular phase of the series. But Stud, again, we talk about 9-4 record. Keeping things in mind, they no longer have Clay.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, man. So this game 5 is going to be all over the place. Right now, LAG, they have dominated NYSL in the S&D column. 4-0 on the year, and they forced it to an S&D to close out this series. And it couldn't be a better picture for these guys. It couldn't be a better picture that's been painted for these guys to try to close it out here. You know, winning that respawn on the back of Apathy, having such a huge map 4. This is where they need to come out, and they need to try to win this, because they've had their number all year long in S&D. And with NYSL going into an Express S&D, they just recently played FaZe vs on it, and it was a 6-1 in dominant fashion. So they're not really confident here, and you could just take a look at these stats from map number 2. Silly had an unbelievable game, 10-5, really clutching up for the team. And LAG, this is the perfect situation right now for them to go to this game 5 search and destroy.
Absolutely. I mean, you could not ask yourself for a better spot. All things considered, if you're the Gorillas, as we mentioned, it's going to be based on that one respawn. We know from the controls, we know from especially the hard points, it had to be one of them in comparison with the search and destroy. And
Like I said, they've got themselves where they want to be. This is the spot, if you are an LAG fan, where you are the most comfortable, are in these spots, or in these search and destroys, and specifically in a moment where we talked about veteran leadership. How does that come into play? One of the oldest rosters on average in regards to LAG. We talk about Mixili's been playing for years. Apathy's been playing for years. Assault's been playing for years. Obviously, this is Mental's first time, but he's been in these spots many, many times when we talk about kind of these clutch scenarios. And for the subliners, Hydra, DiamondCon, rookie seasons, Mac, just his second year, Asim, his third season. As we said, the subliners, we thought they could be tested versus the Gorillas, and that has absolutely been the case. As now we come in toward Express for Game 5. Who is moving forward? If it's a loss for LAG, that would close out their year. Thankfully, if you are NYSL, if you're a fan of them, you'll still be able to watch this team at Champs if they were to be eliminated in this series. But put that aside, it's all about this game. As we mentioned, New York starting things off on the attack.
Slowly approaching up towards this A-bomb with a minute left. Salt was able to at least gain that information that players were going to be towards that left side of lower lockers. Now it's only a matter of time before NYSL are able to work this plant. The biggest eye that I'm keeping on track of is going to be on Hydra, because he's the player that's going to be setting up for that late planch. He's going to be the guy that's trying to make that individual play happen for NYSL. As the bomb is going to come down, you see 3 players from LAG wrapping back. Mac with some great shots, but that is where the 1v1 comes into play. Mental with the shot punch, able to make it a 2v2 situation as the scene finds him with 30 seconds left.
He surrounds the corner. That's going to be one, but DiamondCon's able to trade it out. As you called it, my friend, for a moment, it looked a little bit scary there for the subliners. How that 1v1 on the opposite side went. Mental had some words. Look at to watch this one again. I literally said, what? Because it looked a little bit odd as soon as we swapped. I think we caught it like at the very, which granted, it wasn't a very long kill. My goodness, Asim just needs what? That was one, maybe a second bullet. I honestly couldn't tell you how many bullets he fired there.
That was one bullet.
One bullet. One bullet is all he needed. Hydra with, I guess you could say, with the assist. Dazed Mental gets dropped, and from there, New York able to utilize the numbers. Not a round that you'd say, guys, cool, let's do that again, but you'll take it.
Definitely will, man. And back on the offense we go for this time, LAG. They're going to be a little quicker towards A, and you see a scene with the position that he has. He was able to spot a couple players, hit a couple wall bangs as well, to try to get him off that bomb plant, but it's going to come in. So it's going to be a 4v4 retake. All of NYSL trying to attack this through their side of the spawn. But Mentor snuck his way in towards the train. He might be able to pick up a kill here, but Hydra's going to sniff him out. Now it's a man advantage in favor of New York.
You'd be somewhat frustrated if you're Mental, just constantly getting tagged up. One bullet, he gets silenced. One of the faster rounds we've seen from LAG, honestly, all season long. And they're going to continue to force New York to try to play this one out, but here comes Apathy right around the corner. It's now into the 4 versus 2. Time's taken away. Can Assault stay alive? I don't know how he has escaped, but they're fully aware of his position, but they have to go for the defuse. There's 3 players alive. Hydra has to sacrifice his teammate, but it will be a defuse. That got incredibly dicey, Study. You had 3 players that were lined up. Assault, you could see his eyes were getting really, really big, but they're able to close it out and, oh my goodness, not allow for what could have been one of the craziest plays of the season to go down.
NYSL, they clutch up, man. A 4v4 retake, and that's exactly how they were able to execute it. The early first blood, and then everything after that just comes down to trades, man. If Apathy had a teammate towards lower lockers, a potential trade comes in, and then there's multiple angles that NYSL have to look at. But they just slowly pick them apart, and this is where NYSL, at least based off of that map number 2, their aggression is what they have been able to see success with. And this time around, this is going to be another complete blind counter from NYSL. The bomb is going to be able to go down towards A, uncontested. Should be another 4v4 retake, this time for LAG.
Not comfortable with the bomb. I'm going to say not comfortable at all with the bomb placement, rather with the trophy placement. I'm slightly off, but he'll be able to get it. And right as Hydra rounds the corner, Assault's there to beam him down. So the first blood in for the Gorillas is what you need, especially if you're looking for the retake. Keep in mind, Mental making his way on the flank. He's going to be able to catch out DiamondCon, so 2 players off the rip. Silence from the subliners. That's going to be the 3rd. All on to Asim in a 1 versus 4, kind of a similar spot where we saw, actually, Assault moments ago, but he's going to get found out. So, as we mentioned, I mean, just this LAG team, I don't know what it is, but in these search and destroys, they just make, at times, retaking on defense, or rather just retaking in general, look so effortless.
Yeah, it definitely is effortless when Hydra is going to be over-peaking when he didn't need to. Like, Hydra was in such a great position right here when Asim gets the bomb plant, but he tries to help out his teammate there and unfortunately walks right into the pre-aim of Assault. So then that puts them at a man disadvantage. And in the LAG, they capitalize on it. They play the trades perfectly. They set up the pinch, and they were able to walk away with the round. So now LAG finally get a round on the board. Back on the offense they go. Assault on a 3 spree. Last time NYSL, they had 4 players approach towards the slower B bomb, but this time around, they're going to have 3 players approaching towards A. So this might be a complete blind counter that LAG weren't expecting, but you see the information that they were able to pick up there. They're all going to hit towards that top catwalk and rotate this bomb towards B.
And speaking of blind, Asim did not see a single thing. Same thing can be said for Apathy now. They've done exactly what they need to. The job is done for LAG. Plant that bomb down. You have deserved it. You have totally sold New York. And an A plant is just a matter of moments being away. Great salesman at that for the Gorillas. And what a play this could be from Apathy. Rounding the corner, 1 player takes down Hydra. Can he find the second? How big could this be? As that will be the second one. Apathy heating up 2 HP, and he will escape with his life. Takes down Diamond Con. Are we about to see the ace? Ace to the last man alive. And Apathy, he is hunting for it, gets dropped. But his job is done. Apathy playing huge. On the opposite side of the map, what a well-sold fake it was for the Gorillas. And Apathy all by himself, taking down 3 players, escapes with 2 HP, and puts the final bullet into Diamond Con. Just excellent plays once more from Father App.
He's having himself a series, man. He's not trying to go home on day 1. He wants to make this tournament the best one of the year for his team. As they tie the game up 2 apiece. If I'm New York, the min-map adjustments have to come in. You cannot be giving up these free bombs. Like, that's 2 maps in a row where Moscow, they're giving up A, and then right here, they're giving up a free bomb plant once again. But this time around, the aggression is going to be here. There's going to be all players challenging towards this lower B side. LAG do have control of the bomb site, and this is where Hydra can definitely play huge. Oh! But unfortunately, he's going to lose the gunfight, and Mental finds Sue, so now it's a 4v2 situation, making it 3v1, all left up to Mac. He finds one, but the pinch is going to come in. He's going to get taken care of. And LAG, they match aggression with aggression. Mental going huge with the 2 kills on the round.
Yeah, and we'll have to look at this one again from Mental's perspective. So he takes the head off of Asim. And as we said at Hydra, he didn't shoot at Mental off the start. Actually, excuse me. He was trying to look for the player that rounded the corner. And he thought that fight was surely going to be his. Just excellent shot there coming in from Mental. And as you said, Stud, meaning aggression with aggression. That is 3 rounds in a row now for the Gorilla side, and that is indicated based off Assault, who now sits at 5 in a row. Some streak potential as Mental quickly gets dropped off the start. Assault will now fire in his 6th kill in a row, so all things considered, while you do lose a player, at least the streak remains intact. As these last few rounds have been headbutts, put it lightly. Pace beginning to pick on up through the middle of this game. What a great round this could be for LAG, also on the attacking side. But take a look at where Hydra finds himself.
I know, this is the thing that NYSL need to try to work on. This is where Hydra's going to be in a position by himself. So if the engagements come in, there's going to be no trade there. But you see what LAG are starting to do. They're slowly starting to approach towards the speed bomb, and Hydra might have just found the opening. But Assault with that 7 kill, he's going to be able to pick up that artillery. Unfortunately, it's going to get traded. But now Hydra and Mac left in a 2v2 situation versus Apathy and Silly. The experience level between these 2 teams is 100% favored on LAG's side. As Apathy's going to work this bomb plant. Able to spot Mac, and this is a huge one-on-one if Apathy's able to win it. But he's going to drop it. Now it's all left up to Silly, and he's just going to full send onto Mac. He knows that he's one shot, and he's able to make it a 1v1.
Silly versus Hydra, round the stairs. Silly just making sure that bomb side is going to be clear, but Hydra able to put in a few bullets. Hydra quickly hops on the defuse. It's all going to be a bait. Wanting to bring out the rookie. Silly's going to have to throw a quick shoulder, but he's not able to win the fight. Silly goes for the jump.
The vet with the vertical leap avoids the shots, and what a round. What a closeout for Silly. Uncharacteristic for Hydra not to win the 1 versus 1. I couldn't even speak for a moment because I'm like, okay, surely he's going to just throw a shoulder, get out of there, but that's not the case. Hydra initiates the fight but loses it, and that will give the Gorillas their 4th round in a row. And one thing to keep in mind as well, Stud, Assault, I believe, at the very end of his life in that last round, did ping the artillery. They're not going to have visuals with that streak.
Well, this is huge. That's a huge piece of information right there, because now you see NYSL. They know that they can't approach this A bomb, and they're going to just attack this B bomb right through the middle of the map. It's all left up to Assault, though. Now left in a 1v2 situation. Doesn't have that ping to work with, like you said, but he's found his way through this opening. He might be able to find a clutch here, but a Seaman Hydra, they play it beautifully. New York are able to slow down that pressure. That was 4 rounds straight from LAG, but New York, they finally respond with the aggression that has been working out in their favor, at least in this game mode so far. Currently down 4-3 now.
Yeah, great work there from Seaman Hydra, but again, kind of on topic with that streak. Again, it was so close. It was Hydra who took down Assault, and it was like a split second. I don't know if he maybe even used that information to give it out to his teammates. He dropped so fast. And for those that are on YouTube, you can obviously feel free to rewind it and see. Whenever he died, it popped up that it would have been activated. I'm not sure if the game realizes that or not, but again, just something to keep in the back of your mind. As Asim now sitting on 4 in a row. Wants to make it 5. Aggression right now from Asim. As LAG, half the players, half of their squadron is going to be dropped already. That's now 5 in a row for Asim 2. It's LAG repositioning and now making their way toward B. Position is going to be known as Asim did get that one out. Big fight to win, but it's traded out from Mac. All up to Apathy.
Now, Apathy in a 1v2. He knows that one position, at least from one player in Mac. But unfortunately, the other player from New York is going to come up right behind him, and New York are able to put 2 rounds together, tied this game up at 4-4. And it's all on the back of Asim right here with the early aggression in towards Train, able to find the first blood, and then eventually finds the second onto Silly in towards this top control room, which is the biggest player of the round right there. New York tied it up at 4 apiece. You got to keep in mind, though, they do not want to attack A. They do not want to have Assault use that artillery to try to break one of their setups here. Back on the offense there. Go. If I'm New York, I'm 4-hitting low B once again. Like, Mental's not going to 2-piece us again. It's not going to happen.
Well, I think that's what LAG thought as well. They'll send 3 strong. Diamondcon's going to fire out a few shots, but that is about it as those shots begin to echo throughout the ears of the Gorillas. It is all the information that they'll be able to get for a while. So again, Assault calling these in. Again, thinking, believing that he's blind. Still call those out. Subliners regardless. All it is for them is just a matter of a delay, and right as they come around the corner, they would have liked for those ARs to at least find a first blood, but that's not going to come on in. So you see, based off of the arrows, Subliners watching each other's backs, watching every corner, but one player who is apart from the pack of the Gorillas is going to be Silly. Player number 7, 30 seconds left. He's going to make a move, but Apathy, alongside his SMG duo, actually shoots at the trophy. So he gets dropped. Now into the 2 versus 3. Silly got found out. So it's on to Mental and Assault. 17 seconds to work with, but it's Diamondcon from the top of the tracks. It's at least going to be able to issue out the call out. And with that, the Subliners answering back in a big way. It was LAG with 4 rounds in a row, and now it's New York sitting on 3 in a row.
And it's scary if you're LAG, because New York, that's exactly how they wanted that round to play out. Get Assault to use that artillery, and eventually we work the bomb plant and still be able to close it out. So now New York, they find themselves at game point. LAG back on the offense. Assault sitting at 11-6, chopsticks on the map, having himself a game. But you see what's happening on the mini-map. NYSL, they're thinking it's going to be a B push. But too bad. LAG are going to be trying to approach this towards A, and just keep in mind where this bomb is. This bomb is set up for that rotation. So as these 2 players from NYSL are rotating towards A, you're going to have at least the numbers advantage when you bring this bomb back towards B.
Both
Team's just hunting for information. Gorilla's still debating. And no visuals today. It's really just a matter of time before that B push comes on in. And if they want to try to make a rotation, it's going to have to be quick. So as they come around the corner, DiamondCon is waiting for them. That's going to be the first. Acem quickly replying with a second. All on to Mental and Silly. A 2 versus 4 to keep their hopes alive. As DiamondCon, with the great movement, sets up a scene for success. As now it's all going to be on to Mental. And as he falls, it's going to be a W. Put it in the books. The New York Subliners are going to win this series. It came down to a game 5. It was hard fought and it's well deserved. But it is the Subliners answering in a major way 4 rounds straight to claim this game 5.
And if you're New York, man, like that one's got to feel good. To get it all the way to a game 5, obviously you weren't expecting to lose that map number 4, but to be able to clutch up for some of these guys' very first game on the main stage like DiamondCon, you got to be feeling really good, man. The momentum, obviously it wasn't as clean as you wanted it to be, but you still get the job done. You're moving on to tomorrow. And then on the opposite side for LAG, that one kind of hurts, man. Finally, you're able to beat this team in a respawn, force it to a game 5. You're up 4-2. You have a streak to work with. But then NYSL to just flip the switch, man. The aggression is what really took over in that map number 5 for New York. And LAG, it's been a good season, but unfortunately it comes to an end.
Yeah, it comes to an end, and you know, we talked about, obviously it's a bitter close for these guys. And you and I had talked about it. I mean, I think it was during listening or whatever. I think it was an Apocalypse. You and I went back and forth, and it's like, hey, the execution at times, or I should say the setup is there. It's the execution that's been the problem for this LAG team. They know what to do. It's just been a matter of executing it properly. We talk about how difficult the CDL season is. When we talk about how many solid players there are in the league, if you are just a minor step behind everybody else, it could really start to set you back. And as you mentioned, LAG, their season will come to an end. On the other side for the Subliners, still some life for these guys. They clutch up in a big way. And as we said, kind of the leader for this team, not just in, but also out of the game now for Acem. He finishes off this game at 12-6, having a major performance, and for good reason. Takes over the later stages and helped kind of supply what was a much-needed 4 rounds in a row to close out this game. Just a nutty series from all around stuff. I mean, we talked about that Apocalypse, how crazy that was. We had some a number of different kind of weird moments or, you know, fun moments kind of at the start of our first 3 as well.
Yeah.
Just overall, a great series. A great way to start this one off.
Definitely is, man. Definitely is a great series, but let's just rewind back. Let's take a look at our scuff play of the game, which is going to be the very last round of that Search and Destroy. Obviously, if you're LAG, you wishing that you would have been a little bit more aggressive, because NYSL, this time they made those mid-map adjustments. They did not allow any openings to happen. When they thought that the pressure was coming in at A, they still had 2 players at this B bomb site to cause problems. As DiamondCon on the scene, they find 2. Then it's a 4v2 situation. You see both players from New York starting to rotate back. They know that they had the man advantage. They just had to play the trades effectively, and then it all comes down to a scene, winning not 1, but 2 huge gunfights in that final round to close it out. New York are going to move on.
New York, they move forward as they will be facing off against the Mutineers tomorrow. Same thing for the Surge. They'll also be taking on the Royal Ravens. We wave goodbye to both the Gorillas and the Legion, as that will be their final series of the entire year. Crazy to think that we are already at this stage. But folks, speaking of the stage, you get the opportunity to see it in person for the first time in such a long time. July 31st as well as August 1st. Tickets are still on sale at the Esports Stadium in Arlington, Texas. We hope to see you there. It's going to be an absolute blast of a time. And of course, you can always rewind the link here on YouTube and make sure you get exactly where those ticket links are at. But folks, what a series. I don't know if all of us expected it to go to a game 5, but LAG gave it their all, but that was not enough here for the Subliners. The man that leads the way for this team in Acem is now joined alongside by Jess.
Lando, thank you so much. We are here with Acem for your Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. Acem, congrats on that dub. And I mean, welcome back to LAN. We missed you the last major. Of course, there were extenuating circumstances going on. But considering all that, how important was it to you to get this first win here?
I think it was super important. It was a little sloppy, but I think with a young team like us, just getting that first win and trying to make this lose run is really important. And I honestly didn't come into it expecting that we were just going to 3-0 smoke them, because I just think we need a little more experience, and I believe for sure.
And speaking of some of that experience, you've kind of stepped up into a leadership role, and how does that sort of change your approach to these matches?
I think it's put a lot more pressure onto me, and instead of like just performance and getting kills. Like I need to step up in other aspects in the game. So I mean, I don't think you see a lot of entries SMGs like in the league step up to be that leadership role. I think it's just like me and Havoc on Florida. So playing him against tomorrow, like we'll see like how it goes. But I think I'm just really overwhelmed in a sense. But I'm stepping up to the occasion for sure.
Well, you say we'll see how it goes, but I mean, do you have any sort of plan versus the Mutineers tomorrow?
I think Florida's playstyle is very similar towards ours. We play very similar, like loose and fast. So I think it's going to come down to those SMGs and those ARs trying to get those kills, because I know it's like very generic and people say like the more kills you get, the more you win in Call of Duty. But I think with the way our playstyles work, whoever gets the most kills and whoever pushes up on the map will win the game. So I think it's going to be really important for us to step up in our gunfights.
Awesome. Well, beautifully said. Thank you so much for the interview. This has been your Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. Back on over to Lando at the desk.
Thank you so much, Jess. What I was repping at the start of the day said anything can happen. We get better match by match. Well, that's 1 down for the New York Subliners, and that's 2 down for us here at the Stage 5 Major. When we come back after the break, it is Lottie and Nameless breaking down our next 2 games.
Big Game 5 victory for NYSL there, and they proceed through the bracket. Epic stuff going up on that stage against LAG. And look, you know, LAG kind of out for the count when it comes to champs, but for NYSL, this is a big test. They're still testing the waters to see how they're doing as a team, obviously having to fully form themselves here without Clayster, but they do proceed on. 3-2, and it's going to be Mutineers that they're facing next. Now, I've got to say, I was really impressed with New York there for a couple of different reasons. First of all, Asim really stepping up into that leadership role. I thought it was really, really great what he was doing there. You can see him adjusting as well mid-game. You can see him talking to the lads. You can see him giving them a bit of a smile, bit of banter. But also for the end of the game there, Game 5, he saw what App was doing. He needed to step up. He had to play that role as a leader. He had to step up. He had to make some moves there in that final game, and he did just that, and I was really, really impressed with it overall. What were your thoughts about that series, Nameless, you know, especially from the side of LAG?
Yeah, you know, I think it'd be easy to sit here and be like, you know, New York played a sloppy series, but to be honest, LAG, they played incredible. That was the best Call of Duty they played in a very long time, and largely in part due to how App played. I just want to give a special shout out to him for playing his heart out in his last match. The aces that he got in Search and Destroy, the 10 streak that he got in that hardpoint, it was absolutely insane to see him turning up like that. They aren't able to get that win in that Game 5, but that's because New York had some fantastic adjustments. They capitalized on the mistakes, especially with the streak that Assault tried to use there on the A-bomb site. Didn't quite work out, and that's high-level play, especially from their play call leader in Asim.
Yeah, 100%. I gotta say, App really stepped up there. We saw a beast mode from him, especially for his final hurrah with the team. Now we have to talk about what is coming up next, and we have a banger coming your way. We have FaZe obviously taking a stage once more, but they're going up against Rocker. Now, this is going to be an interesting game because obviously Rocker needs to step up big time facing the Titans of the league here. But, you know, we talked actually before this major that Rocker are actually the team with the most pressure in Major 5, and that's something that you said. But with that being said, I want to know what FaZe are feeling and how they're feeling against going up against obviously Minnesota Rocker. So actually, I've just been told in my ear that we actually have Jess on standby right now with Crowder, who's the coach for FaZe. Let's see what he has to say.
Thank you so much, Lottie. So, Crowder, this is only the second time that FaZe is coming in not as the #1 seed. So, does that change your approach to this major at all?
Not really. I mean, more, I guess, the less, like, we get more matches on land to play and stuff like that. So, this is really good practice for us. Going into it as the #1 seed, the last seed, the second seed, it doesn't really matter. It's just more or less like we come here to win it, so we're just going to keep approaching it the same way.
So all throughout this stage, seems like your players maybe have a little bit of a chip on their shoulder and they have some, you know, kind of stuff that they have to prove. Where's your head at for with regards to that?
I mean, we work really hard. I think we're probably one of the hardest working teams in this league, and I think that alone for them is proved, like, that proves it to me, like, from them. So I'm just excited to see, like, how they just come out here and play. I don't think they need to prove anything to anybody other than themselves, and that's all they really need is to prove it to themselves, and they're pretty motivated here, so I'm excited.
Very well said. I can't wait to watch and see what they're going to do. Thank you so much for the interview. Lottie, back on over to you.
Thank you so much, Jess. Yeah, I mean, FaZe are going to work hard. There's no doubt about it. But you know who's going to have to work a little bit harder? And that's Rocker. And just as I was saying before we threw to Jess there with Crowder, you know, we did discuss that Rocker had an immense amount of pressure coming into this Major 5 because they're on that cusp for champs. They need to make sure they secure it going into champs for the winners bracket. It's super important here. But I want to know what their main focus is going to be from your perspective, Nameless. What do they need to do to really compete with FaZe and potentially take them down here?
All right, so yeah, going into this match, I think the primary focus for the Minnesota Rockers should be that search and destroy. You look at FaZe, and they've had some really close search and destroys in Stage 5. They also lost some big ones, the Game 2 to LA Thieves, and then that Game 5 to Optic Chicago, where, you know, went all the way down to the wire, and FaZe is starting to show some cracks in that armor. And then you look at this series as well, in Rocker, they've been pretty good at control throughout the last few months, and the maps that they like to play are the exact same maps that FaZe likes to play in control. So for me, I'm looking at this, and I'm like, okay, we're 4-1 in S&D. We can absolutely go toe-to-toe with them there. They've been losing that, so we got to win both of those. And then in control, we're good at both the maps that FaZe is good at. We got to take that one as well. So I think with Rocker, they're all above a 1.0 KD in this stage, especially Major Maniac. He's risen to the occasion, and he has been frying with a 1.14. The guy's been going off with the AR. They have a decent chance. So that's what I'd be focusing on if I'm Rocker.
Love to see that and love to see those numbers explained as well. I think for me, I've got to say I'm really focusing quite hard right now on their S&D. And if I'm just going to nitpick at it, I was really impressed with what I saw against Mutineers literally last week from Rocker. I thought that their S&D game was on point. Their teamwork was fantastic. You know, it did go down to the wire. It did go down to that round 11. But I've got to say they executed so well. They clutched up, but they had great teamwork overall. Stanley's play calls were on point, but also attached with crucial flanks to tip the scales in the rounds of Rocker. They need to play with that level of teamwork, stick to their plans, stick to those in search, but also adapt on the fly to what FaZe are doing because the adjustments are going to be key here. I think it's going to be so important that they're going to be able to pick up on what FaZe are doing because FaZe are pretty good at making themselves unreadable and changing things up in S&D. I'm really excited about this matchup. It's going to be a banger. Are you ready, Nameless? I hope you're ready.
Could be. Or FaZe are just really angry that they're not 1 seed and they come out and dominate. So there's 2 ways that this could go. I'm excited though.
I want to know what you guys think at home. Type in the chat. Let's get it going on YouTube. I'm really excited. We have an absolute banger coming your way. We're going to head to a break right now, but when we come back, not only do we have an epic matchup here, but we have 2 epic casters to go along with it. We've got Miles and Chance on the mics, and they will be with you right after the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is finally time. Major 4 Grand Finals. Here we go.
Abizi, the last one alive inside the point. He gets dealt with. Empire setting the tone here in game number 1. What a hell of a way to kick off the grand final.
Will he be able to deliver the goods, though? There's the first shots. Doesn't catch the player on transition. Here's Sim. Slides through, finds one. Illy's still good to go. Sim's now going to make it a real fight. It's a good old-fashioned 1v1, and Sim through the tractor. And just like that, we're all tied up. Left alive. He's going to find that kill. And now it's a 1v1. And Contest comes through Abizi. He lands the kill. And with that, it's a 3-0 in control. It could not have been any closer in that final round. FaZe with the point. Oh, and Vivid finds 2 more. Cellium can only get so much done. Vivid lays down in the grass and counts his blessings as Dallas, they will take another hard point. So from Dallas, and here we go, friends. The bell is rung. Vivid gets the first blow in. Shotzzy finds number 2. Grim on the third as well. Arcetes, the round is over.
Dallas Empire with a 3-2 lead. Getting it done in the S&D. You're going to have to flood this, and look who's got the streaks. Cellium dropping the bombs in the middle of the map, funneling them on through with FaZe with the quickest round 5 you are ever going to see.
Heals back up, the gunfight's still here, a couple of tags go his way. Vivid just dialed in, not going to let him get away with his life. And now it's all on a Cellium. Oh, he's gone! Cellium is done! You've got yourself Dallas with a 6-1 on Search and Destroy. A chance they've taken the lead in the series. At this point in time, if you're Dallas, I mean, are you talking Raid, Search and Destroy strats? Is that where your head is at? This is such an ass-whooping chance. That can of ass-whooping, that's long gone, mate. That can's already been recycled, and that can is now already being repurposed as something else, because this has been something special.
You have just given them all of the confidence in the world. The Tiny Terrors terrorize indeed.
Illy takes care of top bed. 2v2 right now. Shotzzy looking to play forward, but it's Abizi there. Illy, last player left alive, and it's a 2-man hit. And with that, Atlanta FaZe have finally done it. It is over. It is done. The perfect setup reigns supreme, and they get the job done. No! Ladies and gentlemen, they've done it again. Back to back, now for the first time on LAN. Atlanta FaZe, they are your champions. How about that Atlanta FaZe? This is what we're all playing for, friends. The 2021 trophy here in the Call of Duty League. Behold in all its mysterious and very atmospheric glory. Can't wait to see who hoists that one. Again, Atlanta FaZe coming into this major clear-cut favourites, it has to be said. But again, a new day and plenty more Call of Duty to play. Now we finally get our winners bracket matchup started here at major number 5. We've got Atlanta FaZe taking on Minnesota Rocket, and myself and Chance, we can't wait to get into this one. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing all right. Got some of those like embers of excitement starting to burn just a little bit, because the matches we're getting into right now are going to set the stage for the entire major and how we're going to finish off right before playoffs. It's the winners bracket. It's the teams that have been dominant throughout stage 5. So it's the best matches we're going to have today, Miles.
It's nice to hear that your embers are already burning. I am quite frankly scorching hot already. So why don't we get this show on the road while I go off camera and douse myself with cold water. It's time to meet our first of 2 teams and a FaZe.
The game has turned on its head.
Run! Run! Get onto the point! Cellium finds himself 2 more. Oh, baby! Absolutely slayed it. What a magnificent comeback from Atlanta. Charles, Atlanta FaZe has to be said, they are certainly one of the favourites coming into this competition, and with damn good reason. Looking to get another major under their belt. They've got a long and winding road before we can truly get there, but it's good to see the boys back on LAN as they make their way towards the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Atlanta FaZe, of course, joined by Coach Crowder. Chance, what do we make of the roster? Still one of the most dangerous teams here in the world?
I mean, that's the most gimme question I've ever had, but like, just tiny pairs indeed. Best team in the game the entire year long. I mean, the only blemish on their record is a 2nd place they got at the 2nd stage major. So like, that is like worst case scenario for this team. And really, they are very much at the point where like, they show up on the day, have a nice game plan, take care of business. I mean, they've been good to go from day 1.
To go from day 1 indeed. But again, Cellium on screen there is Arcetes, of course, the main AR for the squad, leading the boys from that back line. Looking to see them deal the damage today, and again, whether they truly do it in what a lot of people are expecting to be a 3-0 fashion, I feel that it may be a lot tighter than everyone thinks. Again, Atlanta FaZe coming into this competition, the clear-cut favourites, but their opponents today, Minnesota Rocket. Chance, there's a lot of murmurings in the back rooms that they're one of the teams to watch here in the competition.
I mean, I think you're right on like the 50-50. Either it's going to be like FaZe smokes them, gets like a 3-0 as is typical like FaZe standard, or barn burner of a game 5. And well, FaZe is certainly a team that you know is going to show up on the day and be ready to go for some good old Call of Duty, and you get to play against some former teammates, right? You got Priesta and Major Maniac on the flip side. Just a nice little head-to-head match. Anytime you get the teammates going at it, it just makes that much better. Victory that much sweeter in the end.
It really does. Again, teammates who are very, very familiar with one another's playstyle. And you have to expect that everyone has done their homework when it comes to matching up against Atlanta FaZe. We'll see, though, those hard-working homework doers on the stage next. It's now time to meet Minnesota Rocker. Rocker certainly come to play.
They can't stop it. They can't stop the kid. They can't stop it.
Oh, Priesta.
And Standy cuts them all down. What was that?
Bang. Major Maniac. 200 IQ, 10 out of 10 play. Oh, my word. Attach is going to save the day. Rocker, our kings of the north. That's the Minnesota Rocker, one of 2 teams eligible to rightfully sit upon the northern throne here in the league. And oh, what do I see? Looks like we've got something going on here. It's a bit of a conga line. We've got a bit of a zombie there on the far left-hand side. Standy feeling a little bit undead, but there we go. They can spring to life. And look at the size of Brian Saint. Coach Saint, an absolute unit there on the stage. But for the rest of the squad chance, here we go. Standy attached, Major Maniac and Priesta. Excited to see what they can do now against Atlanta FaZe.
I mean, I suppose that would make Brian Saint Dr. Frankenstein, and that means Standy just gets to be his monster throughout the game. But I mean, again, just to like try to hit it real quick, right? Like those are the 2 options when you're playing against FaZe. Either like a barn burner of a game 5, or FaZe is gonna have that hot 3-0. The note that Minnesota left their stage 5 off of, like it was the series we casted. It was against the Florida Mutineers, the last one for them to wrap it up, and they dominated. I mean, some of the best Call of Duty, or the best Call of Duty that these guys have played all year long, a near perfect series that they had. If that is the type of rocker that can bring that into the major, then I'm thinking this might be the game 5 barn burner, because again, it is a team that is like almost custom built. Play mistake free. You got Standy as that frontline weapon. It is a team with a ton of potential. I just don't think they've quite had a major yet where they've unleashed it fully. And hey, it's the last major that we got, so might as well be now.
Go big and then eventually go home, because of course we are here in the esports arena Arlington, so we are here in Texas enjoying things in the flesh. But Chance, we've talked teams, let's get into the keys, mate. Game Fuel keys to victory up first. Let's talk Rocker. What have you got?
Well, I gotta say, the Major Maniac specific thing, I was expecting a Garrison hardpoint. That's not gonna happen, but whether or not it's him, the shot calling has to be on point. You might have in any given scenario, maybe 1 or 2 plays you're expecting Atlanta FaZe to do. You get a half second to figure it out and make that call and get your team on the same page, or they're gonna run you over. So your comms need to be clean and on point just through and through. This is not a series where you can afford to make errors. I love the fact that we're running the Garrison control back, because hey, they split maps with it. Like the past 2 times in stage 4 that they played against Atlanta, it was Garrison control both times. Both games fairly close. Admittedly, one was, FaZe winning 3-0, but nonetheless, I like the maps that we're gonna see back in the mix. On the flip side, the game fuel keys to victory for Atlanta FaZe, to stay on the theme of the maps, because they have such a deep map pool, they've actually made some key adjustments. Garrison hardpoint, they ended up banning, despite the fact that they are 2-0 on the map against Minnesota Rocker, and we get checkmate instead. So they're digging deep through the map pool. That is why they were trying to expand it as much as possible throughout this past stage. So FaZe is on point in that regard. And then one of the most important storylines potentially that even like the subreddit has started to pick up on, Simp is getting better. Like Simp already, like best player in the game throughout stage 5. He has kicked it up a notch. His stats are completely absurd, but I think at this point we're all effectively just expecting it. But there you go, maps and modes again, the checkmate going through. That is FaZe's handiwork to make sure Garrison gets taken out. And then I think the next most interesting thing is just the fact that Express not been the best map in the slightest for FaZe. One of their weaker S&D maps, of course, that was maybe potentially a long time ago, but looking at the maps, I think Rocker, this is about as good as it could possibly get, purely from the pick and ban standpoint.
Pick and ban's going through. We're going to see checkmate up first. That's map now starting. Everyone loading into that one. And Chance, you're right. We are going to see one of 2 series here. An absolute barn burner, as tight as it could possibly get, or potentially the classic FaZe 3-0. We will see, though, as again, I do believe Minnesota Rocker coming into this tournament, confident as you like. We should be seeing a long and exciting one as the players now gearing up on stage, ready to get into their first matchup. We're going to checkmate, and it's going to be a lot of fun so far. Playing hardpoint, first to 250 points. For those of you joining us for the very first time, and the fans, of course, who will be joining us this weekend, can't wait to see all your faces. Of course, I'm at home, but still, can't wait to see it, Chance. Again, we're healing. The world's returning to normal, sort of.
I mean, hey, I'll take what we can ever get in terms of normalcy. I'm certainly looking forward to it, but as far as this match is concerned, again, if you are playing with Fire going against FaZe, you need to be on point. If you're on Minnesota, that means a couple things. Strong opening break. If you win it, that's great, but most importantly, do not ever lose these spawns. And I gotta imagine a player like Major Maniac not gonna leave that NASA tube anytime soon. Make sure he can be the anchor for the squad.
Well, anchor indeed. We're seeing the nades fly through as is tradition. And ho, 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 who's this on the flank? Howdy doody. It's Priester starting the round off nicely. Good damage into Selim there. Not able to quite clean up the kill. As we see Sim flexing on, quite frankly, all of us now as he's managed to dip in and out. Selim managed to get the kills there. And what an exciting and, quite frankly, wild opener here on Checkmate as the plane control slowly but surely land the hands of FaZe. The final 30 seconds on this hard point. They're going to hold that line admirably, but as you can see, Chance, top right-hand side of your screen, Minnesota Rocker controlling the spawns for second.
And you got to give credit to Selim as well, right? Priesta goes on the flank. He gets Selim one shot, and Selim, well, hasn't died, is on a 3 spree, and he was the guy picking up the hills, at least in terms of P1 for FaZe to rack up all this time. But again, if you're anchoring the spawns, this is the benefit. You can still go into Money Hill and look for a full 60. You got to finish the gunfights, though, and at least the trades are there. Minnesota's teamwork being shown off just a little bit as they got a nice map spread, clear everyone from FaZe off the map. No one's gotten through. They're going to have the nice and strong setup at the start of this hill.
Those spawners still appearing on that right-hand side of the minimap, keeping the fight close, but here come FaZe. Across the map they fly. And finding the opening kill. Tags in from Major Maniac. Still sitting on that 4 spree after a very productive opening. Attached now on the kill mission. Find Sim, eliminate. Easier said than done, but he gets it. So does Major Maniac get his 5th. Beezy's not going to be able to get number 6 there, as again, the kills keep on coming, and Minnesota Rocker retain control of the hardpoint.
And Major Maniac on a 5 spree as well from sitting inside the hill. He has probably one of the more particular mistake-free sort of play styles where he goes out of his way to do the quote-unquote correct thing on the map. And well, so far so good. You bounce back, you needed a full 60. That is exactly what you get. You got streaks potentially in your back pocket, but as far as this rotation goes, attached, the nades are going to, well, get the information, but not the kills. He's roaming the top of the plane, and he's got standing not too far behind. This is Minnesota playing for a lot of map control before they find these kills and pounce on the actual hill.
Yeah, Minnesota holding onto the hard point for a brief moment there. We do see the Major Maniac spree come to an end. No streaks for Rocker so far, but we are looking at Standy making a bit of a case now towards the hard point. A few kills go his way. An open hard point for the brief moment. Attached with a kill there on top of the plane. Keeps Major Maniac safe. And oh! The slip right into the kill feed. A nice 2-piece. As the Major May drop there on the point, we see Rocker now accumulating time.
Quite a bit as well, and you already see FaZe responding. 2 players working over towards the back street, and well, they might be finding kills, but this is all just to keep Minnesota away from the new point. 20 seconds left, and it looks like the scrap time FaZe might attempt to collect, but really just neither team able to get a ton of time on this hill at all, and as it stands, effectively, in my mind, just about a tied game going in new. Maybe Rocker were just a small bump, but it is just trades like crazy. Selim, he has lived on that back street, just trying to keep everybody at bay, and well, as soon as he moves, he's going to fall, and it is going to be a straight-up 50-50 gunfights inside the point, and it's Arcides that's able to get the final kill, and FaZe will have that early advantage.
Early advantage for FaZe. Still, though, straight back in the hands of Rocker. Atlanta FaZe now trailing in the lead, and now they've got to get back onto the point. Let's go for a quick Astro Gaming listening with the champs, Atlanta FaZe.
Nice. I want to do yellow streets open. MC.
Long Mike. Watch out, Mike. Watch out, Mike.
Let him come to us. I'm pushing long.
Yo,
they have to look between you.
I'm watching out. I got the money to
Yo, watch out, top lane.
Yellow street, press. How many yellow street? Under yellow. Wait.
I'm going back in the plane.
Preston's on our side of the hill. Preston's on our side of the hill. Okay. They're our side alley. I need our side alley. He's there.
Under plane, top lane, and there's 2 our side hill. One more our side hill, Mike.
Mike.
I spawn out, guys. There's guy exit.
He wasn't new. I'm pretty sure he's new. Mally. I spawned here. I like you're by yourself. There's one I don't see him, boy.
You're front. Under plane. They're going front.
Long watch out, Mike.
I spawned out.
Bill on top.
Just spawn, guys.
I'm on again.
Spawn. You guys are by yourselves.
Mike, watch out, Mike. No, behind me, green.
Yep.
He jumped over a wood wall, man.
Alright, listen. I'm going back alley, alright? So, try to make a play. You already got me pushed up. My side pull.
Everyone's saying slow down. No one's slowing down. Actually slow down right now. I'm going right. There's no one on time. I need help.
Yep. I'm going top lane.
Yo, Mike's back alley. I didn't hit pull. Mike is back alley. He went back alley. In wood. Standing in wood. One shot.
Good job. I'm going blue ring.
Yo, there's that pillar.
I'm trying to
Stairs. Preston weak and one's long. Yeah, back alley and on time.
He's long.
Yo, understand. Make sure we're throwing our shit too, bro.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go long.
Could be top lane. I'm waiting.
But he can test.
Long.
Because.
I'm
pushing there.
On the wood box. Got you.
Attach got me. There's a guy.
Yo, what's bottom blue? Going Sandy weak. Where'd he go? I don't know.
That's funny. He didn't push our stats
Sandy
dead. Yo, listen, make sure we call out what we have. We're not calling out.
Long.
There's too long. I
Long weak. How much time saying? I like look right.
Yeah.
I'll pick up your left.
Could be yellow wing, alright?
Hard flash or stat? I don't see anything blue wing.
Bottom
blue wing. One shot.
Well, Chance. A slightly frustrated Atlanta FaZe in the comms. What did you think, mate?
Also, I think this is honestly just, again, near perfect play from the Rocker. This is how they ended their regular season stage against Florida, where the gameplay was on point, and they've done almost everything you want to do on this map, right? If you don't have the spawns for P5, you want to flip those 2 hills in advance. They do. Abizi gets into green, you make sure no one gets behind enemy lines, and you just make sure to not allow the big plays to develop. And even from the comms you could hear with them saying Major Maniacs in that deep street area, they're just putting him in a bind. Minnesota, just completely on point for the moment. And now potentially massive gunfights going through. Standy putting the pressure on the back, potentially trying to flip these spawns already. Admittedly for FaZe, there's 2 players in that deep pocket of the map, but right now they are just being swarmed.
Swarmed indeed. Still towards the back line we go, and we've still got Arcees holding this position. Priester, though, will be there in a brief moment to clean him up, and there it is once again. Rocker in control of P2. Abizi now looking to find the opening. Small gap to be had. Celium's there to back him up. But again, Rocker lining up for the push. Priester to be the first to fall. Zabizi finds another. Here comes the rest of the play from FaZe. Major Maniac, though, could be in a position to spoil this, should everything work out. And here he goes, the Major, springing to action on a 4 spree, looking to grab 2 more potentially here. This could be massive in retaking the point. There's number 5. Eyes on Celium for the next, and the snap's not going to be quite enough, but Chance, sweet child of mine, it is 200 to 83, and FaZe are not exactly looking strong. I'm sorry to call the elephant in the room here, but what's going on?
Dude, I just blown out. They're getting blown out. FaZe, they just had to fight that hard just to get these P2 spawns. Now, admittedly, Checkmate is definitely a map of swings, of runs that you can go on, but again, this is just nutty gameplay. Priest is able to pick up 2, and just how secure the Rocker potentially are going to be, even for the next few hills. I mean, you got what? Priesta already all the way deep street. He's just blocking those spawns. Someone roaming Tetris. I mean, Rocker, they are playing just a very comfortable game. They have not had any pressure put on them. And frankly, with the 2 pieces coming through Rocker, they're going to be looking to end this game on this hill.
On this very hill. We'll see who quite gets it. Atlanta FaZe, plenty of work to still be doing. They've come out very cold here in Major 5 to start things off. Sim, Arcees now cleaning up the hard point. An open hard point for a few seconds before we do see FaZe dive straight back on it. But once again, the kills are there. Here comes Celium, trying to now get the time in favor of his team. There's less than 30 seconds remaining here on this point before we go to the very top side of the map. And once again, Rocker lining up to get in position for it. Standy once again into the kills as he finds a few more. Celium, just gets it. Once again, you've got Rocker in the map control for now. Last 15 seconds chance could go either way, but still, setups now abound. Rocker, they couldn't get it done there on 3rd, but 4th now beckons.
I mean, even still, they had at max 120-point lead, and it's not like that has been chopped down too much. And it is a massive stack by Rocker down towards the street, but FaZe trying to push it through the middle just to find these openings, and everyone is going to be there, and the break is perfect. So FaZe still alive, but again, it was what, 120-point deficit that they are working on making this comeback from. It's a nice break, but frankly, they still have such a long way to go.
Long way to go indeed. Still though, eyes on the minimap. Here comes the pinch. Attach going to be leading the way. No one from FaZe looking towards him. He manages to get 1, and here comes the push though. Priester doesn't have enough to take care of Abizi. Finds himself a 3rd, and that is a wonderful hold though. Still, FaZe, not an easy position to be in, but they are doing everything chance to pull this one back. And let's face it, friends, we have seen some spectacular comebacks here on Checkmate. Arcees on your screen, line up the kill feed, and once again, a bit of a long journey across map. Rocker once again in the driver's seat for the next hard point, but for how long can they hold it? Can they close it here?
And this is it, by the way, right? This is, you can break this hill or you lose the game. And right now, FaZe has someone behind enemy lines, and it's Arcades. He's number 5 in the minimap, and he actually gets Simp to spawn up with them and to open up the money hill. FaZe is successfully flipped, but Attach doing his best, trying to stay alive, but just gets gunned to bed. And now FaZe, again, 120-point comeback that they are working on. And frankly, they put themselves in a spot where they might be able to do it, but admittedly, the flanks on point, standing behind enemy lines, dealt with. Major Maniac trying to make the play, dealt with. FaZe still alive in this game, but Miles, still a long way to go.
It's far from over. It's still going. Arcee's trying to take care of these attackers, make that flank a bit safer. Can he find any more here as the battle on the hard points come to a close? And once again, Rocker, all things considered, keeping Atlanta FaZe off the point, doing a great job here. FaZe, though, still grabbing those seconds as best they can. Like a little kid at the pick and mix section, just grabbing the sweeties. Give me the candies. I want them. The final few seconds roll chance. Back to the plane we go, and Minnesota Rocker, they're in the cabin, they are in the cockpit, and they're looking to fly this one home. Will it be here? Will this be the point they close the map out on?
Oh, this is the first point in like 3 that they've gotten any bit of time on, and even still it's going to be contested. But Standy, Frankenstein's monster, finds the next set of kills, and well, that's the best bit of clearance you are ever going to get. Major Maniac, the next man with the pressure on. FaZe, they're going for the flood. First man through, next man gets the kill. Attach trying to trade, but he can't because Arcades finds 2 and a Beezy right there behind him. They needed the break again, and they were successful at that. But Miles, still for FaZe, a long way to go. Even if you get this time, you're gonna have to break the next hill. This is like 4 hills back to back that FaZe are gonna have to break through the front to have the hope of winning this game.
Oh,
but they're still
they've done it. Oh my God, they've done it. They've broken it. It was 222 to 103. Look at that scoreline. Once again, we're going into another set, and here we go towards P2. A very good point for Minnesota Rocker, but FaZe showing the true tenacity that it takes to be a champion and pulling this back slowly. It is not over yet. You've got Rocker in the point, and here we go. It all comes down to a Bees. He's got to get on the point, got to get the kill, and with that, there may be one last hope. The seconds are ticking over. You know it. Rocker, they've gone and stolen map 1, and it was not an easy affair whatsoever. FaZe pulling it back slowly but surely. An incredible comeback. Not able to quite close it out, but my, we are in for one hell of a series chance.
Oh man, dude, it is one of those maps where like, I don't even know how you can be happy after the map win. It's a concerning map win, but I mean, hey, you took care of business. But I mean, that was frankly Atlanta FaZe, really outside of that very first hill we had the entire game, constantly fighting off the back foot, constantly having to try to break into these hills, money hills they're having to break, rotations they need to go on. But I mean, Minnesota played it about as perfectly as you possibly could throughout the first set of rotations, and I mean, I suppose that is just the way of checkmate at this point, man. Things get dicey. And another thing, by the way, an interesting decision, right? We're talking about Atlanta FaZe digging into their map pool. They were the ones that banned Garrison Hardpoint. The last 2 times they played that map against Minnesota, they beat them both times. Admittedly, one of them was like a 4-point game, but this is what Atlanta FaZe let happen. They let the checkmate go through rather than the Garrison that they normally play, and well, Minnesota taking full advantage of it. Attached, by the way, having himself a game. 5,500 damage, leading the lobby fairly comfortably.
Brilliant stuff. There's your stats on screen. Major Maniac as well. Might have to call him Lieutenant Colonel Maniac after that one. A promotion may be in order. Brilliant start, though, to the series now for Rocker. You can see the elation on stage as they get things going here in Major 5. But for us, friends, it's time to take a very quick commercial break. And upon our return, it is Search and Destroy. FaZe looking to make the comeback on Express after this break.
Zenny, the official eyewear for the CDL. Armor your eyes with Zenny Blocks blue light protection glasses by visiting zenny.com/gaming. Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Don't forget, friends, we've got new unique rewards to be earned during Major 5 when you link your YouTube and Activision accounts. For the first time, you can earn double XP Battle Pass tokens all Major long, and the CDL is also giving away exclusive rewards like the calling card and the top frag emblem this weekend. The longer you tune in for the Top 4 Sunday, so stay tuned and earn all of these rewards, and don't forget to watch our Top 4 Sunday when our top teams clash and compete for major cash. That's right, on a calling card. Can you believe it? I certainly can. Can't wait. That one's getting rocked until... Actually, I might just use that one forever, thanks to Warzone. There we go, though, friends. Map number 1, Chance. Well. Minnesota Rocker come out of nowhere and hit the... right on top of Atlanta FaZe. Last time I'll do that, friends, I promise.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Third time charm on that, but I mean, look, you're exactly right. Minnesota came out and just put them in a blinder, put them in the blender, whatever it was going to be, basically from the second hill where they got that full 60, and they're doing this against Atlanta FaZe, who, again, you can only say it enough times and in so many different ways, completely absurd. I mean, again, you had 3 players, 2 of which are SMGs in the top 5 KDs. The number of like bonkers stats that Abizi and Simp individually provide just because they are SMGs, like towering over an assault rifle player's world in almost every statistical category. They are anomalies. Like anytime you even think an SMG might not be a good gun, they are just going to be different with it, right? Just incredible players, and well, you're expecting incredible players, you're expecting an ability to potentially bounce back, because obviously they are down 1-0 in the series. Miles, we're going to an Express that is not a map FaZe has really been favored on throughout the course of this year.
What a scene it would be here. Esports Arena Arlington in Texas if we see FaZe go down 2-0 in this winners bracket matchup. Match is almost ready to go. Express map number 2 on its way, but I think if anything to take away from those stats we saw there is at Rocker, they beat a really, really good team right out the gates there, and again, not without a hefty toll. That comeback was, that was something. We would have been real impressed by that one. But here we go, map number 2, about to get underway. Search and destroy, first to 6 round wins. We will take turns attacking and defending, 2 bomb sites, 1 bomb, 1 life per round. A whole lot of fun. Here we go, Chance. Start this one off with FaZe on offense. They will be attacking first. This should be a treat.
And in this head-to-head matchup, they played each other twice in Stage 4, once in the regular split, once in the Major. And in the Search and Destroy, First Bloods were the biggest problem that the Rocket were having. They only got First Bloods in 35% of the rounds, which means Abizi is a force of nature on the map and a player that you need to try to contain. But hey, well, one play is going on one side of the map, Simp at the very least gets traded out. So the First Blood effectively null and void. Bomb planted at B, going for that 3v3 retake, and FaZe, well, they're making plays even with the bomb down. You got Abizi potentially making a flank.
He's truly, I mean, he's a hunter, man. He's on the prowl right now. We've got the pinch covered now. As you can see, Rocker, they've got their eyes on the actual bomb itself. Selim, though, from inside the elevator. Oh, no. Only way he's going might be down as the nade doesn't land. And Abizi! What a nice two-piece that was. Standing last player left alive. And they could not take care of Selim. With that, Atlanta FaZe take a nice round 1.
And it's just a perfect play from Abizi is really all that comes down to, right? He is just playing an off angle and just waiting for any sort of action to start. Selim and Arcides, they know their job is just to make a little bit of noise and then stay alive. They don't even need to take the gunfights and really just feed Abizi that information. He sweeps in for a free and easy 2-piece for him. And again, just a very well-executed first round. As after the bomb gets planted on B, now the Rockers' opportunity to attack, and they're 3-hitting down this middle lane. I think it's Selim by himself, and he knows if he's by himself, he doesn't need to take that gunfight. So B site control firmly in the grasp of Rocker. Should be able to get this bomb down and set up for that break.
Actual 1 foot on the bin, 1 foot on the floor, poised for excellence there as the bomb planted now, and the retake is underway. It'll be slow and steady from FaZe. Asti, though, he's not slow or steady. He's flying in. Cautious, though, still. Major Maniac. Oh, brilliant first blood onto Mr. First Blood himself. 4v3. Here comes the push. Standy keeps the numbers in favor of Rocker. Simp now. Last player left alive in a 1v4, and it's going to be done. Rocker, wonderful bounce back there in round 2.
And nothing crazy at all. That is basically how they wrote it down and how they want those rounds to play out, right? Keep ramp control of both your SMGs, roam around, and really that was just Major Maniac, the floater, to find the first blood, make sure no flanks, come through for a BZ. Don't want to get punished in that regard, but efficient work from Minnesota, who again throughout stage 5 had a 4-1 record in search and destroy through the split. Something Nameless talked about quite a bit of like S&D. This is where Rocker really their best opportunity to have an advantage against FaZe, but this is the square up everybody potentially meeting at B, or FaZe feel the pressure, turn tail and run and get out of dodge. And look at the floater, Major Maniac. If his headset is cranked, he's going to hear some of this information behind him.
Oh my, and he's sitting pretty. Currently unflushable. Players all around him. Shots are finished. Quick bomb plant over towards A. Standy tagged up. No problem. Celium will get the party started there onto Priester. Oh, Sim gets his Major Maniac as well. A BZ. Wow. What a gunfight. That's land, baby. Ashman's a big one. Ian Standy now in the 2v3. Better make it a 1v3 as Standy now last man left up. There is 25 seconds left on this bomb chance. Not a whole lot of time to work with, and an incredibly difficult team to 1v3 against. FaZe, early kills. Nice move over towards the A-bomb site. Good round.
And I think that entire thing just comes down to the timing as well, right? Because you saw the play the Major Maniac was trying to make, but unfortunate for him, Priester gets caught in the hallway, and Sim ends up just watching over his teammates' back as soon as the flank comes through. So timing not quite there from Minnesota, and the timing on point from Atlanta FaZe. Quite a few offensive rounds in a row. FaZe have looked at both bomb sites. Maybe Minnesota will follow suit. Maybe see if they can work over towards A, but I mean, honestly, maybe they don't need to. It was pretty clean as it gets over towards B last go around, but trying to keep things spicy, keeping them fresh. Everybody leaning towards A, including Atlanta FaZe.
It's a square up. Not going to be an easy one, though. Arsties out here with a sub. Gets outclassed up close range there by Priester. And now Priester, he nearly got himself too. Dash, though, from the high ground. Oh, unfortunate timing, but still the gunny's on point. Cell last player left alive. 1v3, shoes in the other foot now, baby. Cell on a 3 spree. Wants to stay alive, try to preserve that run for streaks. And right now, oh my word, he's going for it. I like the attempt, but too many Rocker players around as they will put him down. We're all tied up 2-2.
And nothing crazy to break down pretty much from any of these rounds. Mostly standard stuff. It was an interesting counter strat from FaZe. Like, you have Arcides even playing aggressive with the 74U up top, but I mean, unfortunately for him, he just gets bombarded. And then Minnesota, I mean, a team very capable of playing slow, but they just swarm the site, fly out, take the chows as soon as you get that first blood. And again, just a very well executed gameplay by Rocker. And that makes now 4 offensive rounds in a row. And I suppose maybe that'll be the team to break the grain, get that defensive win, maybe set yourselves apart. But either way, FaZe back on the attack, showing a couple different looks. And, well, they've shown B before. Last time they backed down. This time, looks like they want to take the fights.
Take the fight. Trophies will keep everyone safe. Attached can't get it done as the Krieg of Celium finds that first blood. Standy with high ground over by the bomb site. Priester, nice shots. A lot of damage, though, as Asti stays alive. Oh, my word. Standy! Oh, no! FaZe! How did they pull that one off? I thought they were dead to rights there. Standy had the angle on those players down low, but not to be had today. Great composure from FaZe and a good round.
Sometimes it's your SMGs that get all the love for the first bloods, but that was a round dominated by the assault rifle players of FaZe right there. Celium picks up a couple kills. Arcides there for the coverage as well, and Simp might have gotten the last one, but again, just opening up those rounds, getting all those first bloods. FaZe remain perfect on offense, as both teams do. And maybe another interesting strat call, Rocker showing a ton of presence without the actual bomb over towards B. And I was thinking maybe bait for information, but they're taking the gunfights as well. Now you got Standy with the bomb, maybe going on the pinch, but everybody is around the map. Standy finding kills, and all of a sudden, 2 versus 2. Celium found his home in the ticket booth.
Ooh, Standy, nice job. Gets to the party late, but he truly was the cavalry. This will be for the third this round. There it is, and that's it. Rocker with an interesting adaptation. The express delivery of the bomb from the other side of the map. Standy being the delivery man himself. He keeps on keeping on. He gets himself 3 that round.
And, you know, elevator, ticket booth, whatever you want to call it. It's where Celium ended up hiding. But, I mean, again, it is the same theme, I suppose, for Minnesota on offense. Just well-executed strats. Standy, even with the bomb, the man responsible for going on those late flanks, and it ends up paying dividends for them. coming out on top, clutching the round, and that is now 6 offensive rounds in a row.
What is going on?
And it's not like Express is always like offensively dominated. Like it's fairly close to being a 50-50 split, but I suppose not when these two teams are playing right now. And maybe the first time a counter strat has not been completely on point. This time FaZe find themselves at an empty bomb site. And it'll be Minnesota's opportunity on defense, looking for the first defensive round win. The pure, tried and true 4-on-4 retake.
FaZe gets to the bomb site and find nothing but empty coffee cups and ticket stubs. Simp, though, a first blood goes his way. He knows there's another player around him. He heard enough, but Priest has got out fast. The only problem is Simp's about to hit the flank once again. Potential now for a two-piece. Major Maniac, though, gets the Diamati out, deals the damage. You've still got Simp on the flank, and it could get real ugly real fast. Lying in wait. Less than 20 seconds on the bomb. Check your corners, boys. Simp, an easy 2. A little bit of help from his friends. Here comes the last player up. Priester, though, makes some work for it. He pulled out 2 before going down. And Chance, what do you know? Another offensive round goes the way of FaZe.
Not shocked by that in slightest. Not only does Simp get the best play, but keep in mind, he is the guy that basically opens up this round for FaZe, right? He finds that first kill over towards the catwalk, and then just because Simp, you know his S&D prowess, again, the best player in the game, doesn't waste any time and continues to clear out sections of the map, and him and his teammates just feeding the information off each other so perfectly. You end up getting the pinch, trap those players in the hallway, and it just takes them, again, a few seconds at best for these guys to find the perfect setup on the map. And, well, I mean, you give them the perfect setup, they are obviously going to execute. But Rocker, the first round where the pace has truly been slowed down, maybe more of an S&D round rather than TDM that we've had so far. But as it goes, no flanks coming through just yet. A couple opening battles, players looking for these kills, but neither team giving anything away.
It's a nice change of pace. This Search and Destroy has been a fast one. Previous rounds have been quite clear cut. This one could be a little bit more interesting. Here comes the nuance. There's Attach. Playing tricks with the bomb once again. Is going to get the quick plant there. Again, trophies are down. Here comes the rest of FaZe. An immediate read here. They're not going to let this one go quietly. But here comes the push. FaZe making their way forward. Sim, not a care in the world. Absolutely fearless Chance. Backed up by his tiny Terror cohort. There's going to be a Beezy there with him. Here comes a Beezy though. This could be a potential 2. Oh, the shots were good, but Priester slick moves. Arcees, though, drops in immediately. Standy on the flank. Standy, big shots at range now. The nade lands, and Standy looking to get the second. Arcees is in so much trouble. Chance, and less than 20 now on the clock. And Rocker, another offensive round win. 8 now in total. We're going the distance.
Oh, and that is just fantastic teamwork as well, because Priesta, he's the guy. He's in this corner, and Abizi, this is the moment where he's like, wait, that wasn't Priesta. Let me reach out real quick. But you see the bullets flying in from up top. Again, Priesta just had that coverage from his teammates, and more importantly, it was that flank that Standy was going on, right? As soon as he gets around to that back catwalk, it is just the dagger of the round. As long as his teammates stay alive, and, well, they do so. 8 for 8 on offensive rounds. Funnily enough, and, well, if one team wants to make the switch up, it looks like FaZe doing the exact same thing. I think this is what the potential 44-second strat. FaZe hanging out in their spawn, waiting for someone to overcommit. And if anyone's going to be that guy, I suppose it would be Priesta, but if he's got the Krig, I don't think he's taking the bait. I think this is about whether he spots him out, and he does. That is huge that he catches that shoulder. FaZe now have to completely reposition on the map, and I mean, Minnesota, for the moment, they're just hanging out.
By the eyes of Heimdall. Priester blessed with great division there. Planet A. No one from Rocket really in a position to dive on this one and quickly, kill the planter, but howdy doody! Oh, Standy! It's a nice first blood there onto a Beezy. That was a nice bit of hip fire work. Attached now, approaching towards the bomb site. One step at a time, quite literally checking every single corner. Tickets, please, as we get onto the bomb site now, finally. Bit of damage, Priester there to back him up, let alone back up. Priester is his own. And now from behind, once again, Standy now on a 3 spree, and Atlanta FaZe have bled out. And Chance, do my eyes deceive me? What has happened?
They got a defense I didn't know was possible. I didn't know it was real. And keep in mind, you got Standy at 10-4, and Priesta's got 10 kills. 2 players in double digits with the lead. And again, just those first bloods. If you were taking down a Beezy and you are staying alive, talk about earning your paychecks, like doing your job and then some. Stanley having himself a very nice series, and Priesta too, with the Krig, finding these picks, the shred machine, and again from Minnesota, the teamwork perfect on the bait and switch. If they can win defensive rounds on Express, they maybe could do anything, tackle the world, but we nearly had a comeback in the hard point. It's not like it's that massive of a lead here in the search and destroy. The good news for Minnesota, back on the attack, but got to make sure if you have any advantage, you close it out as quickly as you can.
Well, they're going to do their very best. Over towards A they go, and it's a fast hit. You're going to have Major Maniac watching the flank, a very important position to be had. On board with Stanley now, double digits so far, 10 and 4. Can he find number 11? Bit of a foot race right now, because Priesta, 10 and 7 as well, and it will not be Priesta. Oh, nearly wasn't Standy as well. A lovely recovery, though. The bomb did not get planted, but it is a 3v3. Abizi would have passed on the information that player was prone, so they know the bomb's here. FaZe now lining up for the attack now towards the A-bomb site.
And there's so much time in the clock that I think Minnesota really trying to feel out this round, right? I think they have an information on a player or two over towards the catwalk, but they haven't seen Simp this entire round until Major Maniac catches them. Gets backed away by the nade. In the meantime, Selling has found a kill, and there's Simp. I mean, even when he gets caught out, doesn't make a difference. Major Maniac now left in a 1 versus 3, has a little bit of time to work with, but this is the most trapped player I think I have ever seen.
Ever.
Good luck trying to get out with this one with your life. It just gets dropped immediately. And Miles, I know you got the thing potentially queued up and ready to go, but we have forced it and we have seen it. It is going to a round 11.
It is going to a round 11. And off the back of an offensive round? Sorry, defensive round for FaZe. They win a defense as well. So now, it could not be more perfect, friends. Round 11. Here we go. This is going to be a fun one. You can't ask for more, can you, friends? We're back on land. Major 5 kicking things off with a bang here in the winner's bracket, and it is a good old-fashioned head-to-head. The numbers, though, favouring Rocker, and now certainly favouring Rocker. Stanley from up high, number 12. Celium, though, fighting for his absolute life. He goes down, and just like that, Rocker, an absolute shock so far as the upset continues to roll on. They are 2-0 in the series against FaZe.
Dude, in the play call in the round 11, say it with your chest. Kevin Hart would be proud. Just 4 men down the ramp, make the aggressive call. If they want to be there, match them and take the gunfights. And that is just Minnesota Rocker playing with confidence, making those calls in the swarm on site towards the edge. I mean, I was not expecting this. I mean, we said what was the 2 options we had for this series? Either a quick 3-0 by the side of FaZe or a barn burner of the round 11. Well, hey, Minnesota, they found door number 3 on the back of Priesta. Good Lord, him and Standy, what a performance. I mean, that is a combined, what, 23 and 14, a massive amount of damage each of those players is able to do. I mean, that is truly just a phenomenal series. And even the first bloods, Priesta, he's picking up 3 with the ARs. Not too shabby at all.
Not too shabby whatsoever. Well, friends, if you're like me and your pick'ems are now a burning dumpster fire, you know, out on the internet somewhere, they really are after today's events. This has been unbelievable. Okay, chance 2-0 up in the series so far. Rocker looking fine so far. Our US Army tactical play waiting in the wings. We're going to give it to Stanley for round 8. Non-stop goodies out of Rocker so far. What we expected of a team so well suited to search and destroy. This was a good one.
And I believe this is where he just ends up finding that first blood, or maybe a few rounds later. No, this is a different one. This is where it was just, again, the great teamwork coming through. Priest has got the coverage from his teammate on top. It's trades on trades, but then boom, the perfect flank is through. And if you're here in the comms of FaZe in that moment, guarantee you there's a part where it's like in that 2v2, they think they can get those kills, but as soon as Stanley starts shooting in the back, it is just the dagger on the round. And hey, I think that was the one where they pulled off that first defensive win. So Minnesota Rocker putting in some work. And Miles, they are up 2-0.
They're up 2-0, and with that, we are in uncharted terrain here, friends. FaZe down 0-2 in the series. What is going on? Well, we'll find out after the break. A very quick one indeed. We've got Garrison Control right after this. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by GameFuel. Unlock a CDL team pack with any purchase on gamefuel.com/CDL while supplies last. Offer ends on August 31st. Tournament audio and team listen-ins are powered by Astro Gaming, the official headset and mix amp of the Call of Duty League.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you waiting on, bro? Hey, children, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go, let's go.
Is everyone game ready?
Yeah.
Game ready,
Yeah.
man. Fuck it, let's get it going.
You.
The level of passion I want in the comms this map.
Just make sure our comms are good, bro, and we're playing at our pace.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, bud.
Yeah, buddy.
Silly, can you angle your cam a bit more?
I angled it a little more. Is that good?
That's perfect, thank you.
Thank you. You're perfect.
You gotta turn that off. Lights are going off right now, boys.
Oh!
Oh, get locked in, get locked in.
Locked in.
For you, game ready? That's the question, actually.
Always, man. I'm always game ready.
I'm getting.
I'm just sit on my game, Joel.
American football is like yeah, okay. Because football is like soccer for you.
It's so weird how the world allowed that to happen. The boys.
Oh. Try together.
I'm trying by myself.
Oh, this house got me going, bro.
Thank you.
Sam, if you shoot 2 people in the back, I want to hear dead!
I need my ears to pop, bro. I'm losing full. You didn't pull like little stretches, like. I'm loose for the game, mate.
Loose, mate.
Getting loose for the game, mate.
Some stretches, bro.
Oh, Sean's defo vaping. Game started. Keep it down out there, you know?
Keep it down out there!
Get it. Get it, man. Yeah. Yeah, skirt. Skirt.
Nick, that AR game on raid earlier. Flawless, man. Flawless, man.
Only the second time we've seen Atlanta FaZe go down 0-2 in a series. We have to go all the way back to May 15th against the New York Subliners. And even then, they managed to lose it. Well done to NYSL back then. But for now, a very, very different look. Welcome back, friends, to the Call of Duty League. We're still in winners round 1, and the upset of the weekend is going on so far. But chance we come up to a control, so this is where it potentially changes for Atlanta FaZe. They have truly been the unquestionable, the gods of the game mode.
I mean, without a single question, without a doubt, best control team in the game. Simp has been the best control player in the world. There are no arguments in this regard. This is a page we have seen quite a few times, and frankly for FaZe, not really expecting any of those ones to change. That being said, we are going to a Garrison control. Minnesota and FaZe squared off on this map twice in stage 4, and they split the maps. Minnesota did beat them once. The other time, FaZe did 3-0 them, but they had to 3-0 them off the back of Arcity just pulling off a nutty play that he turned into streaks on offense where they capped the beat point and the game spiraled out of control. So it took like some Herculean plays coming out of FaZe to make that happen. So that's why when we looked at the maps, we kind of said that's their opportunity, right? The checkmate get through instead of the Garrison hard point. Maybe a small opportunity for the Rocker. The Express, Bing map 2, is as good as it gets for Minnesota. And the same thing can be said here. Best opportunity for these guys to pull off the control win will be on this map. And they've played it so damn well, especially again, the last time we saw them play on it just a few weeks ago, or actually just last week. With that being said, the final 2 maps after this are raid, and that is FaZe's bread and butter, their wheelhouse. So if you're Minnesota, I know this is as obvious as a point as it will ever get, but you want to end this series right here, right now.
One of the most dangerous things I can think of in the league right now is, of course, a wounded FaZe, or a FaZe with not necessarily something to prove, but an opportunity to cause a stir. And here we go. Favorite game mode by a long stretch. And it's a bit of double vent action now for Rocker here on defense. I quite like it. Is that a hard read? Something that they've seen before? Atlanta FaZe struggling to really make any progress so far. It's a good hold right off the rip. And again, in control, you win the game, or you win the rounds rather, by holding on to those 2 zones for the duration of the in-game clock, or you burn down your opponent's lives. Opposing team has to now capture those points. We'll see how they go though. Again, both teams now exchanging gunfire chance, but map pressure going the way of Rocker now.
And you mentioned the fact that opening break, you had like 2 players hang on the vents. You had FaZe that basically had 0 information that they could work with on the map, and it turned into an incredibly slow opening break. Now you had Priest picking up the 2 pieces. I mean, FaZe have not touched a point for more than 2 seconds. A minute is already going to be taken off the clock, and they haven't crossed the 50-yard line.
Wow.
It is just the patience of the opening, or Minnesota had that early advantage, but now as it stands, Priest, last man standing, needs to find a couple kills, and at least there he can connect with the first, soften up the push just a little bit for his teammates who are there for the cleanup.
There you go. The clock stopped at 19.54. Right there. Slow and steady capture now begins. As you can see, FaZe making their way towards A as well. B, 2 players now stacked on it. The first pick is gone. Segment slowly but surely being closed out towards the second as well. And it's Sim. Ian Arsty's now putting in the hardware. Oh no, BZ, sorry, it's the Terrors. Close this one out. B should be gone, and that has been a great hold from Rocker, but with that zone being captured now, we'll see a minute added to the game clock. Over to the last zone, A, here in this opening round chance, and it has been an interesting one for sure.
And you can also see the idea from Minnesota. I mean, in my mind, I'm thinking you can just put the pressure on. There's less than 20 seconds on the clock. Go for a break over towards B. But they just stacked up green. And I think that is Minnesota. Something they've talked about quite a bit is we're not giving up green control this entire game. Someone is always going to be watching it at any given moment. And Priest trying to be that guy, but Sim backs him down, finds the opening. Priest dead and gone. And you get potentially 3, maybe even 4 bodies out on the point.
And it's that incredible awareness, the brilliant teamwork there from Atlanta FaZe. The A zone is nearly gone. I mean, you might get 1 contest. Here it is. Selim lands 2. We didn't even get a chance to see it. It was over before it even started. FaZe, they take the first round, and you see what happens. The moment you give them an opening, the moment you give them a chance, they run with it. Great opener there from FaZe.
And it's not like they gave them a moment. They gave them a solid 45 seconds to work with, where Minnesota basically, this was it, by the way. Again, you have less than 20 seconds on the clock. There is still a ton of lives for either team. I mean, in my mind, and I think most teams would make the call of play aggressive, maybe try to break them off B and just get them off once, because then FaZe has to be on the back foot. They're the ones going against the clock, but I mean, you just made it a little bit too easy for them. You give them all that extra time, and again, I mean, you drop it for just a half second, you just get ran over. So maybe an overcautious play call there from Minnesota. Either way, only 1 round that has gone through. Minnesota looking to respond on offense.
See how they go. Selim's going to start the party with a bang. That Semtex will take care of Major Maniac. BZ cleaning the vents. Attached now waiting for the play there. Slow and steady. We'll hold the line as long as we can now for Atlanta FaZe chance, because the clock's ticking in their favor.
And it's just so patient, so slow, honestly. Might just be the straight up better word, but hey, if it pays off, you can get those kills. They were waiting for that flank for a long time, and maybe more importantly, they're trying to make sure they don't feed Selim. Already has the artillery. If he turns into a cruise missile, good luck ever winning a round on offense if you got to deal with the score streaks, and obviously, he is just 1 more kill away. He doesn't have any teammates nearby to help him with the pressure, but Selim, not always a player that needs the help. And he's making the move, but he can't find the kill. Went for the solo play. Does not connect. It's Minnesota. This slow approach on the point. They are still working with it. Maybe found that opening over towards A.
There's a quick contest towards A. It's going to be Arsty's making his way forward. Decent shots. Danny has to leave the point. Still, you've got his teammates over towards B, so the clock will remain frozen there on 40 seconds as he tries to just vie for control of this side of the map. Segments now closing out. B almost done. That's going to add a minute now, giving them a minute 39 to play with. It's a lot of time, Chance, but again, I mean, the kills haven't been huge this game for either side, but you've seen the way FaZe play their offenses. You have to expect the defense to be as watertight as ever. Here we go, the Rocker now with a bit of time to play with. Let's see how they fare.
And that's a very clean break. They had 3 players coming in through square just to find that little bait and switch for the kills. And they are waiting for these players top green, but tagged up, made 1 shot and finds a double kill. He's got an artillery, by the way. So you talk about the number of things you got to worry about if you're Minnesota. 2 artilleries, and the fact that you just got to kill these players even with your guns, trying to get out of your spawn, selling him up top and attaching Priest looking for these kills, but it is just 2 pieces on 2 pieces. The assault rifle that Simp has in his hands, only he shoots it like that. Crisp and clean as FaZe now just looking to dominate the latter half of this defensive round.
We get someone of the dev team from Treyarch in here. Simp's gun seems to be working incorrectly. Only kidding, he's disgusting. Stanley, though, doesn't care. Lands the kill, will be stuck immediately and pushed back. And again, we are seeing a slow and steady run here. 35 seconds remaining here in the round. Major Maniac looking to get onto the point. Beezy the lone defender for the time being. This is for the equalizer. Nice play from Major Minik. Onto the point he goes. Nade's going to be there. Nothing to stop it, so it will land. Simp will get the kill. Priester, though, bring in his submachine gun to the front line. Let's see how well it shoots. Zarsties now, slowly but surely, forward they go. First segment gone on A. Cellium making the slow and steady break. Here come the streaks from Simp. This should slow down the attack, if not outright stop it. It's going to keep those attackers at bay. Clock still ticking. 25 now remaining chance.
Oh, and he still finds one with the artillery and gets one with the gun himself. So now you're just a last-ditch effort, and, well, everyone gets wiped off the board. You got 15 seconds, and you got to flood to the most difficult point in the game to actually flood to. And looks like they're trying to set it up. Top green, go for the bait and switches, and, well, getting tagged up by Nate along their way. You flood out into death. They got on the point just to stop the clock, but Cellium, I mean, again, he knows exactly where he needs to look. He doesn't get confused at all. Wipes him off the board, wipes him out of the round. And this is shaping up to be similar to the last time they played on Garrison, where it is a close battle of a game, but one small mistake from Minnesota could potentially just cost them the entire thing, because, again, they still have to deal with another artillery strike that Cellium's got in the back pocket.
Cellium truly the master of that. I mean,
you merely adopted the sneaky spots. I was born in it, molded by it.
By the time Cellium saw a real spot in game, like an open piece of cover, he was already a man. There we go, though. Atlanta FaZe take number 2. Cell's on a 5 spree. Plenty of streaks still in play. Simp didn't get the cruise missile, but Cell's looking to work on it now. Still has his artillery to play with, and we'll see how they go. Fresh round chance, but again, Atlanta FaZe, this is their game mode, and Rocker, they've got a couple of special moments so far, but will they be able to go the distance? Pull this one back slowly but surely would be incredible. Keep that 3-0 dream alive. Not going to be easy against the might of Atlanta.
Well, the might of Atlanta has managed to clear out the point and get a couple bodies on it. If we've learned anything about Minnesota, they have no interest in defending the B zone. After you get a little bit of pressure on it. And while they're doing the same, they're getting picked off in their spawn. It is only 2 players that are actually near this A point. And Cellium is making the commitment. He is buying this just so his teammates can actually get out on the hill, but Attach makes the play in the meantime. He at least picks up one to slow it down, and, well, it's an Arcides versus Priesta one-on-one that Arcides doesn't even want to take. I think he's just waiting for his teammates. He's playing cool, calm, and collected because they got 2 minutes in a 7-life lead.
More lives to work with still. Life lead still there. Cellium being very patient. Waiting for kill number 8. Waiting for that cruise missile. That'd be huge. Oh, Attach so close. He is putting in a shift. 16 and 8. 7 in a row. We're looking at 5 now for Arcides as well. So, streaks are on the menu right now for Atlanta FaZe, and these boys are eating good. Cell. Oh, my word. No one's giving it to him. I like that. Here comes the coverage, though. FaZe, the teamwork still flowing. Attach. Oh, my God. So close. An assist will get it done, but there it is. The kill comes through, and that's going to be the cruise missile in the back pocket. If it wasn't over before, it could well be now. Is the last chance. The big break. This could be it. And Cellium, oh, he goes down with that kill. He might have had a fighting chance.
And now I think the question he's going to have is, do you actually want to try to win the round on offense and use the cruise to make it happen? Or do you save it just in case you end up on defense or wait for a better opportunity? So they're going to be looking for the kills off the rip just to see what kind of situation they can create. And most of this pressure going to be coming through square, and he's going to call on the cruise. He's going to find the information. 2 players in the back. They're going to brick. Someone flooded into green, but doesn't matter. Everyone's dead. Clean 4 down. Perfect use of the cruise, and it's 3 bodies on point. This zone, it is going quick.
Oh, my God. It's going so fast. You've almost got all 4 players there. Who's that? Simp. Come on, man. Get a move on. We've got hard point to play, mate. Priester, though, he's not quite out of this yet. There's the kill, Standy. The last contest, and my God. It's clean as ever. Atlanta FaZe, a swift 3-0, and Control remains their game mode. Series is, I fear, chance only just beginning. Those boys in the white jerseys.
And you can see the sweat on Cellium's face, right? Because he hit that game with a very quick bounce back. Pretty much dominated from start to finish. I think went double positive in the kills column, but I think FaZe is honestly just one of like the best teams where you could explain the butterfly effect, right? It is just, you make one small moment, one small mistake, one double kill comes through, whatever it's going to be, and the game just spirals out of control, right? They started out round 1 with an incredible opening break. You had FaZe pin in their spawn, less than 30 seconds on the clock, and well, they don't defend B, and then all of a sudden, boom, Cellium's got an artillery, boom, Sim's got an artillery. They win the round on offense, and it just spirals out of control, but that is simply just Atlanta FaZe at their absolute best. I mean, I have to imagine if they're ever down 2-0 in a series, they just kind of laugh to themselves like, well, we got the control. We'll be fine to at least see the next couple of maps. And, well, for the final two, we'll be doubling up on Raid. Minnesota have a lead, but against FaZe, as we've learned, no lead is safe.
No lead is safe. That was their 19th 3-0 so far in the control game mode. 19 of those they've had so far. FaZe truly on another level. We've joked about it in the past, though, Chance, haven't we? That it's a team that go into every series with a 1-0 lead because they always win the controls. But we'll see if this series can continue onwards. A wonderful start from Rocker. Of course, they were going to lose the wind in their sails throughout the control mode, but we have another hard point next. The first one was anything to go by. We're in for a treat, friends. We're going to Raid. But before that, we're going to a break. See you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty League. Live shots there of the up-down arcade bar in Minneapolis. And you bet those Rocker fans are enjoying the show so far. Don't worry, everyone knew the control was going to go that way, but you've still got a fighting chance and a Raid hardpoint coming up next. I bet they're enjoying themselves. I mean, my drink would have hit the ceiling when they won that Search and Destroy, but that's just me. Those are the fans coming in here on, of course, the weekend. Can't wait to see the madness, the insanity, but also very kind of chill, because, you know, we're also trying to maintain that 6 foot and all that stuff, but it should be a lot of fun. Chance, Minnesota Rockers so far, the KD ranks by this stage, this season alone, it's been all over the place, man. Like, it's been a really interesting season for them.
Not like too crazy over the place, a little bit middle of the pack, certainly more on like the solid side of things, but they're very much a team who's always been like sort of knocking on the devil's door, just haven't had that breakaway moment. You gotta imagine being FaZe in the first round of a tournament is absolutely that breaking moment they could potentially have, and well, took it to them on game number 1. Yes, there was a near comeback, but hey, that's checkmate, so it goes. But it is just clean, clear stats straight across the board. Stanley leading in the slaying category. Major Maniac living inside the actual hill. Again, it is 2 ferocious maps to have to deal with FaZe on for the 4 and 5. It is raids back to back, but maybe if the guys over the up-down bar finish that Konami code, get that little cheat in through the team and help them out just a little bit, whatever you need, send that energy their way, because again, now I think the series is shaping up in a way we thought it was going to go. It is getting much, much closer.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one indeed. Raid hardpoint, fast map. Again, a lot of big old rotations, but not a lot can prepare you for truly going up against FaZe on one of their more favored maps. It's going to be an ugly scene unless Rocker can keep that special sauce flowing. Control was always going to be a write-off, but this could go either way. We saw how brilliantly they played checkmate. All things considered, that wild comeback from FaZe, it was a wonderful display of tenacity and teamwork. See if they can't keep it going here. Map number 4. Let's get it.
Opening breaks, always just one of those things that sets the scene of how the rest of the round could potentially develop. once again, funnily enough, Minnesota technically working from the good side. So I actually don't know whether it was this map or for checkmate, which team wanted to get weird and make things mixy for themselves. But whatever the situation may be, opening break comes through. Minnesota get basically all of the kills. That is going to be the 4-man wipe. And you got FaZe spawning on bad side. Arcides maybe found an opening to go towards the middle of the map, but Attach is there to slow him down. But Arcides takes down 2. As now he's working himself towards the hill to look for Prisa.
He did a brilliant job there, and an amazing return now from Alliance of FaZe. They may have gone 4 down right off the rip, but they're really contesting this hardpoint time. There's 20 seconds remaining here on first. After this, we're going to cross the map towards Kitchen. You see the purple arrows already in position for that one. That's going to be Minnesota Rocker moving now towards B2. And again, FaZe lining up for a big old kit through that back laundry side of the map. And here they come. Standy back in position. Lands 1, Prisa lands a kill, good stuff. Now it's over to Standy trying to do what he can on the inside of jungle, gets 1. Abizi manages to slip through. Will he find a kill? He does. Dangerous Abizi. In and out he goes. Standy, the front line can only last for so long, and now a perfect pinch. Atlanta FaZe should be in a spot to get this done, and it's Abizi once again. Incredible effort from him, but the hard point is not won just yet. Rocker still close chance.
This is nuts for Abizi. He was the bait in this situation. He was the player that you were expecting to die, and he just turns that into, well, the spawn's getting flipped in the break in the actual point. I mean, I guess that's just, you know, hashtag Abizi things. A little bit different on the map, but now Minnesota, I mean, you're potentially fighting for these final 25 seconds, but this is not a fun spot to have to fight through, and it looks like they might be getting punished as well. Everyone eviscerated off the map, and players now spawning out. Standy and Prisa, the back spawns. So much pressure on Attach and Major Maniac to try to lock down this new hill. Is 3 players from FaZe. They're just swarming on him.
Swarming from different angles as well. This is going to have to be a very clean, concise set of kills. Major Maniac, there's the first. Attach helps him out, and you know what? It's going great so far. Hard point goes the way of Rocker now to start this one off. As Arcides, he manages to find 2 and are all being brought down the trays. Look at that front line now moving forward as Minnesota Rocker trying to get FaZe out and about. Don't let them get too close to the point. That's where they want to be. Again, bringing those dangerous submachine gun players up close and personal. Kitchen was a dangerous, dangerous place to be in for any Rocker player. Now, holding the line still. Prisa with the immediate help. Lovely work once again. And Rocker, the time still ticking in their favor.
And you talk about an important hill for these guys to bounce back on. You talk about the stack. Attach only drags 2 down with them, but that is a wonderfully played hill by the Rocker. You do not want to go into back-to-back hills where you have the spawns, you get that early rotation, and you get broken. And it was really just 2 players, Major Maniac, and Attach, that held that one down off the rip. Rocker will be able to take the lead as we go into new, and well, it looks like at least 2 players trying to work all the way around the back, but Abizi, whether he's got an AR or sub, doesn't make a difference. He's playing the spot, and you got the simp there for the help, catching these players and taking them down off the cross, and that is going to be the first push that just gets completely stuffed. Rocker now got to spawn up and have to take a hike across the map. They got a long way to go.
Long way to go. Well, for the first time today, we may have silence fall across the up-down arcade bar. As we're going to go for it now, a very quick Astro Gaming listen in with the Minnesota Rocker. Shh.
What money? Close, hurt, close.
Yeah,
nice,
close,
down.
close,
They're
close,
water.
close,
They're gonna spawn water.
Close right, done.
Cut off water. Cut off water. I'm going kitch. I'm going kitch.
I'm getting
I'll go kitch. I'll go kitch. Someone. He has
water.
Money.
How many
front?
One front, done.
Nice.
One front. Absolute.
Sims one shot going in pit.
So water steps.
In pit. Water steps.
He was half health.
Yeah.
You can try to get their zig.
Water dead.
Nice. Stay on the right. Run away, Eli. One behind us.
He's weak. I full flash 2 of them. He's weak behind
you.
you.
Hold dead.
I'm going through bedroom, okay?
Okay. Wait, what's the kitch? I just want to go kitch.
Around Zig.
Play it slow, Eli.
I'm pitching Zig.
One's just back. 2 in kitch.
Yell Lambo and Zig.
Okay. I'm going left.
There's not going to be anybody bedside yet because you blocked it.
I'm coming out here, Dill.
I'm going to go bed with you.
You might want to pinch art, or you want to board pillars?
I go pinch art.
Eli, I'm swimming across right now. Oh, money window.
Money dead.
Nice.
I don't see him back.
Yo, I can help you kitch. I got spawn's bed.
Yo, right side hill.
Right side hill. I'm behind Zig. Zig, a BZ, 1 shot.
Let's close our side hill, I think.
Yeah, water down.
Watch out.
Jump. Nice. I have water.
They're spawning.
They're spawning.
No,
I have your water. I have your water, guys. I have your water.
Look left.
I need your
kitch. Sims ring.
I'm looking for
I front kitch.
You can hit me. One's ring.
Water.
I have water.
Water. Simp was ring.
You can come pillars.
Alright, pillars. 2 kitch.
One kitch. Simp on time.
I'm chowing. Hey, through water. Someone go towards new.
Close on the water.
Quick. And one's catch.
Nice.
Shit, Mike.
Yo, I'm gonna go around basketball.
I spawned left.
I'm gonna go around basketball.
Yeah, go around. Still play hard.
Yeah.
One's in kitch.
Kitch, Alec.
In a kitch.
1 shot kitch.
Stay alive.
Trophy and kitch. He doesn't know you got by.
Laundry dead. One on
you don't know I got by. Stay alive. I'm blocked your spawn.
Alec is still kitch. I'm stunning on new.
Cell spawning behind me.
Come on, Alec.
Alec is behind you. Nice. We're blocking laundry. They're spawning driveway. Spawning driveway. Spawning driveway. Spawning driveway.
One bullet.
BZ, laundry.
Laundry, weak.
Driveway, one bullet.
I'm staying alive mid.
Alright, we gotta kill BZ. I'm hitting the heady.
I'm looking over the heady. He's close left.
I'm looking at my zig.
He naded it. He went to the right. I have you right. He's right. Close left.
One's in there still. Look at zig.
There's a BZ. Close left. He's child us. Child behind you.
Behind me.
Yeah, two of them. Okay, I'm going to. They spawn laundry. Spawn laundry. Big one in kitchen.
What do you used to play art?
Yeah, I play art.
Pillars in mid. Done.
Nice. Let's go.
One more on old. He's weak on black van. There's two black van.
I can help you black van, Eli. What's money in the kitchen. Money in the kitchen.
Don't help you, Mike.
Black van, absolute black.
Masterclass chance, a current masterclass from Atlanta FaZe, now pulling this game away slowly but surely. And it's been a nice effort, though, from Rocker. But any takeaways from the comms there? It seems like it takes them a while to get things going.
I mean, I think this is why it was a key to victory, right? Like, your comms need to be on point against FaZe because you only have a second or two to make these decisions. And I think we heard them maybe just a little bit behind, people asking for where the spawns are coming through. They're guessing wrong. And it's taken them just that extra second to really get on the same page. And I think in the meanwhile, while the pace is just getting run on them, Abizi again in the kill feed, picking up 2 big kills. They have dominated this kitchen hardpoint. It's Celium dancing around the map before he finally gets dropped. And, well, even though he does get dropped, FaZe still in control of hard point because of BZ. He lives here. This is what he does, trying to finesse around this pillar and staying alive and waiting for his teammates and everything. God. So clean right now for FaZe. The comeback has been made, and now, frankly, trying to run up this lead.
They're looking to get the run up still, though it's attached over by the next hard point, but you have to look for Usties. He's already here. His boys are spawning at the back and attached. You had to deal with one member of FaZe. Now you've got a pair. What will he do, though? Here comes the first. Can't quite get the snap. A lot of damage done, though. Stanley's in a position to maybe get these trades, but sneaky he will be. Nice kill. You know, it's Simpson on the other side of the AC unit. He's got to play this one slow and steady. Simp now teetering on the edge. Good teamwork. Rocker now with a hard point, and they should be able to get a solid chunk here chance. Keep Celium at bay.
If Kitchen was great for FaZe, well, this has been the hill that's been phenomenal for the Minnesota Rocker. Held it for effectively, not even effectively, he held it for a full 60 last time around, and well, Abizi, he's maybe waiting for the kills to come to him, and they do. It's the clean, perfect, 4 down, everyone from FaZe providing. Talk about making adjustments on a hill. You already got a 20-point lead, and well, Minnesota, I mean, pressure's on. It is the last-ditch effort to try to flood into this hill, and they got a couple players being sent that way, but this is going to give FaZe the rotation new. You have Simp after he spawns up. He can run over towards that basketball hill, so maybe Rocker will stop the bleeding and effectively tie this game up, but at least for this next hill, still fighting from the back foot. They will need to get a break, but if you learn anything from the first go-around, they were successful at breaking this hill last time. They need some of that magic again, and you see the idea. Stanley waiting in Tiki. He's got a couple teammates right now working through back laundry, and Stanley just found the play. He finds 1 kill. He's gotten inside the point, and all of the pressure on the back FaZe just had gets washed away. Stanley, talk about veteran plays.
Massive stuff from Stanley. The front line is now all theirs. Look for FaZe to try to make the counterattack now through mid. Here come the nades. Trophies are in position. Major Menek are lining up. Attached, the first to drop. Can he find any members of FaZe? Here comes Priester. Priester gets 2. Priester gets 2, and Major finds the next, and it's all 4 down for FaZe. And we've got the lead going back into the hands of Rocker. And then now, Chance, they are moments away from victory. What an unprecedented upset this would be in the league here in the Major. And it is not over yet. You've still got to get a good break now for FaZe. It is now 10 seconds for the win for Rocker to upset the Titans. No one is in position to get it unchanced, and I cannot believe my eyes. I cannot believe what we are about to see. And ladies and gentlemen, Rocker have gone and done it. What a sensational upset so early on in the tournament here. Major 5. You've already got your champions headed to losers. An unbelievable showing from Minnesota Rocker. I bet that bar is on fire right now. Oh my God.
Dude, winners bracket, round 1, providing the spice from the get-go. That is what 3 championships FaZe has in this game. Well, they're gonna find themselves in the losers bracket much earlier than anyone could have expected. And we gotta talk about Frankenstein's Monster Man. Stanley did some weird walkout to like start the thing, but he might have found some type of rhythm. I mean, he had himself a blinder of a game number 1. I think dropped 12 kills in game number 2 for the Surge. I mean, just phenomenal performances. And that break towards the end from the Rocker, just the perfect like pinch on the hill or like 2 front attack. Almost everyone from FaZe concerned about the pushback. Laundry and Stanny just finds a way to win that one-on-one against the guy in basketball, whoever it was, but takes that cakewall through and just balls out. Stanny, I mean, again, rookie season for the kid, but out here making some veteran plays.
A sensational start to the tournament for Rocker, and now the pressure is certainly on Atlanta FaZe. Lower bracket run for them now awaits, but my word, Minnesota Rocker have come to play here in Major 5. I cannot believe it. There's the stats on your screen, and we gave a lot of love to Stanley, but Priester! Yeah, wow, look at the damage! Chance, walk us through the stats.
The first thing I saw was Major Maniac just went 10-14, did half of the damage that Priesta did, and walked away with a dub. Shout out to 2 minutes and 20 seconds of hill time. Man, lives for the objective. What a wild stat page to the end of that game.
I mean, we're excited. The boys on stage, very, very reserved indeed. Strictly business, but wow. And for Atlanta FaZe, I think shock. I think a slight level of surprise there, but they are not impressed with themselves after that one. A little bit of soul searching, as we like to say. They're going to have to rebound in a big way, but what a run it could be through the lower bracket. Eyes on the rest of the major friends. Oh, what a game, Chance. Scuff played the game, though. We're going to give it to Standy, the man of the match, without a shadow of a doubt. Wonderful in the search. Great opening in the hard point. We'll let the control fly. But that last one, beautiful stuff out of Standy to help net the win.
And, you know, it just even happens so quick, right? He just catches Selim. That's when his teammates hit that go button. But again, just for the fact that that is one of the most difficult things to do, to walk through the front. I mean, Selim, he's got a head glitch he can work with. He can play some corners, but Standy took it to him. And it was just the instantaneous flip on the basketball hill that FaZe had time to like have a conversation about what kind of setup they wanted to work with. But that is Rocker. I mean, 2 for 2 on breaking that hill. And even just the resilience they showed on the garage hill. When they get broken, still make the call. All right, we got 30 seconds. We need to hit this back real quick. We can't let FaZe accrue too much time. I mean, they played it phenomenally well towards the end. We might have been a little bit critical about the comms, maybe lacking just a little bit behind. But hey, they turn up, get a 3-1 dub, pull out the Search and Destroy round 11 win. I mean, how happy do the Minnesota Rocker camp like have to be right now? Found themselves in winners round 2, and well, they just took down the best team in the game.
Best team in the game taken down. And look at that lower bracket run. I think for Surge and the Ravens are like, what do you mean, FaZe? What, FaZe? Are you sure we're playing FaZe in 11th round? What are you talking about? Unbelievable, though. Again, kudos to the boys of Rocker. And again, Rocker FaZe, you can see both of these teams at the upcoming champs. Witness the most epic moment in Call of Duty esports at the CDL Championship weekend live in Los Angeles this August 19th through the 22nd. You can come see your favorite pros complete on stage for the coveted title of the 2021 CDL Championships. Can't wait to get there. You know what, though, Chance? We are going to throw this now to Jess, who's over there on the stage. She's talking to Standy. Jess, what's he saying?
Thank you so much, Miles. Yes, we're here for the Game Fuel Victory Spotlight with Standy for his first ever interview on the stage. Now, you guys just did something to FaZe that nobody else has done, and you beat them in fewer than 5 maps. What does this win mean?
I think this win is just the start of our major run. So one thing I'd say is expect the unexpected, but at the same time, I think this is just the beginning, and we're coming in confident for that match. So I think we got the job done, and now we just got to put our heads down for the next matches.
What was the plan coming into this match, especially kind of considering how things went versus FaZe last time you played them?
Well, our practice has been really productive, and I think that we've been really honing down on like teamwork and getting better to make sure we're on the same game plan and like communication skills. So I think in practice we have been using that always, but sometimes come to our matches we kind of like get a little bit too hectic, comms start like spewing around, so we just been focusing on making sure that when we get in our matches, we play just like we do in practice, and we should come out with the W, and you saw it there.
We certainly did, and tomorrow we're hoping to see more of that. You are going to be facing Empire, and what are you going to do to make sure you stay here in the winner's bracket?
I think we're just going to, like I said, continue to play how we are in practice, and also do some VOD, get the VOD work done, and come to the next match against Dallas confident and energetic.
Love to hear. Well, thank you so, so much. This has been your Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. Back on over to Miles.
Jess, thank you so much. And wow, Standy, what a nice guy. What a stand-up guy. We'll see how long Rocker can keep the vibes going after that sensational upset over Atlanta FaZe. We're going to be breaking that down on the desk after the break with Lottie, Nameless and Studdy. More Call of Duty friends as soon as we're back.
Zenny, the official eyewear for the CDL. Armor your eyes with Zenny Blocks blue light protection glasses by visiting zenny.com/gaming. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by ActiveStat, the next generation analytics platform built with Google Cloud that brings fans, players, and commentators the power of competitive statistics in real time. Get insurance savings and discounts from S.O.A, the official insurance partner of the Call of Duty League.
I mean, I said Rocker are under pressure to get off that fence for 6th, but this takes the cake. This is next level stuff, people. This is your Major 5. I mean, what an incredible series that we've just seen before us. Rocker beating FaZe in less than 5 games, 3-1. Absolutely insane. And I've got to say, this team right now is continuing to surprise me. What a peak. What a time to do it. Here is your bracket, folks. Now, as you can see, Rocker will actually move on and they bump FaZe down to the elimination bracket. Wow. Something we haven't seen before. Rocker will face Empire in winners round 2 and FaZe are waiting in the wings for the winner of Ravens versus Surge. But they do have a bit of a journey ahead of them now to get to that tournament final. My goodness, fellas, I gotta get your reaction to this series. This was absolutely crazy. I've gotta say, Standy was such a standout for me there. The entire team was going off, but I gotta say, this guy, he had such incredible leadership in terms of his playmaking. The playmaking from this guy, he gets such crucial kills. He gets such crucial plays that really kind of rebound for the rest of his team. Nameless, what did you make of this series overall, man?
I mean, Lottie, I'm mind blown. I can't believe what we just witnessed. And, talking about Standy, like, yeah, he was going off. The whole team was frying. But for Standy specifically, he was going at FaZe. And, we talk about it all the time. How do you beat FaZe? You have to match their pace. You have to play aggressive and get in their face. Now, it's easy to say it, but damn, it ain't easy to do it. And what we saw in this series was masterclass, dude. In the Search and Destroy, there was a bunch of incredible rounds, but when it gets to that round 11, what do you see? Rocker pushes right at them and goes for the one-on-one gunfights, and they win it in the team trades. It was beautiful to see. They win 2 hard points, and where, FaZe is coming back, they're still able to close out map 1. It gets to the map 4, comes down to the final hill. They have to hold a 50 point. They have to hold it for 50 seconds. They do just that with 2 full squad wipes. The team was absolutely on point, man. They looked great today.
They really were, man. And just looking at both of those hard points, at least from what Minnesota shown, at least in those both 2 games, was their communication was on point. We went in for the listening. It was beautiful. Like Major Maniac really rallying the troops, getting the energy pumping through their veins to make sure that they were locked into the game. But the biggest thing for me was that Minnesota always had an answer back after FaZe dominated on 1 hard point, because they dominated at least in the beginning of that game for that map 4 on P2, but their immediate response was at Garage. And then towards the very end of that game, FaZe were able to break in towards Garage, which Minnesota didn't allow to happen the first time, but their answer, the wrap back to get that P4 control, hold it down beautifully, not getting 1, not 2, but 3 complete 4 deads to close out that game. Minnesota was on point today, man.
Yeah, they really were on point. I think just to round out this series, let's just talk about some of the mistakes that we might have seen there. Let's talk about the control. Nameless, the control clearly didn't go the same way. Why do you think that is? Why were FaZe a lot more dominant than Minnesota Rocker there? And what can Rocker do to tighten things up?
I mean, I think it really just comes to that first round. You see FaZe able to pull out an offense in the very beginning of a Garrison. I mean, that's going to be depleting for any team that's starting out like Rocker on that defense. And then you let Celium get those streaks, and it's going to spiral out of control. Where, right here, you're going to see, I think this is very end of round 2, where Minnesota Rocker needed to get out here and get this kill. Celium was 1 shot. They had another guy that they killed around back in Bricks, but there was a staggered push, and they couldn't get out to kill Celium. And it just goes downhill from there. But I think, personally, it comes down to that first round. They had to execute and win that defense.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. That control was great, at least from the side of Atlanta FaZe. That first round told us everything that we needed to see, though, because once FaZe were able to clutch up towards those very ending of that moments, winning that offense, they're going to go into a defense. Celium also ended that defensive round on a 5 spree. So the next round, he was able to pick up that artillery. Also, Simp was able to pick up that artillery. So it's basically really impossible to fight back on a map like Control Garrison when the opposite team has streaks.
Yeah, and I think from FaZe's perspective here, you know, they go down 2-0. It's a lot of pressure on them right now. This is the first game coming into Major 5. There's a lot of pressure in terms of the dominance that they've carried for the entire season. You know, a lot of people are expecting them to win this. And I would probably say in a 3-0 fashion as well. So from their perspective, what did you make of their gameplay overall? What do you think happened on their side of the camp, Nameless?
Yeah, they weren't ready for that. I don't know if they came in underestimating Rocker or whatever it may be, but there were multiple times, especially on that first hard point, where Rocker was getting control of the hill on rotation and then getting that second wave to push out and bully FaZe back deeper into the spawn. So it just seemed like FaZe were a little bit all over the place. Like, usually they're able to recover in those instances, but today it was slow, man. It wasn't typical FaZe. So they're going to really have to watch that VOD and bounce back going forward and get back to that prime form.
Yeah, I think FaZe really just started off this series real slow. Like, when you go back to that first hard point, they were down by like 120 points before they were able to chain a couple hills together to get back into that map for checkmate. I just feel like Minnesota had such a great start off there that they were able to close it out. But the most important thing for me, at least when you're looking at FaZe, has to be that search and destroy. Going all the way to around 11, the play plays out exactly how you want it to. 4 gunfights happening on both sides. They just weren't able to win those one-on-one engagements. When you go down in a whole 2-0, it's really difficult to try to fight back, especially versus a team like Minnesota, because that's confidence just continue to rise up on their side, man. It was just way too strong for Minnesota to close it out into 3-1, and I'm pretty sure that's the first time FaZe have ever lost it under 5, man. So that one is going to just add some fuel to the fire for that losers bracket run for them.
Oh yeah, that's going to sting. That is for sure. That is going to sting. And I'll tell you what, I completely agree that I think it is going to add fuel to the fire here. And I'm excited to see what comes next of this. But I'll tell you what, I think Rocker applied pressure. They were fantastic. They were one step ahead. This is what the bracket looks like right now. If you're tuning in, yes, you heard correctly. Rocker just took down FaZe 3-1. They are now going to winners round 2 with Empire. But another thing to note is our match coming up next, because Ultra and Thieves enter today tied at 2 for 2 in matches. But as we actually look at our active stat built by Google Cloud, it looks like Toronto has the edge thanks to their performance in Hardpoint. Now, they're 4-2 in the mode versus Thieves this season and have dominated on both Checkmate and Raid. So on the Thieves side of things, it seems that they really have the upper hand on Crossroads and Garrison, but it will be very interesting to see who comes out on top this time around. Thank you so much for that deep dive into the numbers by our friends at Google Cloud. Well, folks, the next banger is coming up. That's right, you don't have to wait any longer. The stage is set. You can see Ultra and Thieves are getting themselves ready to go. Another rumble coming your way, folks. Right after the break, we have the last match of the night. Sit back, hold tight, and we'll see you after this.
We are back, friends. That is what we are all playing for. The CDL 2021 Championship Trophy. What a monolith that thing is. I loved last year's. And what have we gone and done? Outdone ourselves. We love it. But that is what we're all playing for this August at Playoffs. But we're not quite there yet. We still have Major 5 to get through. And as you can see, we are gearing up for our last match of the day. Our last winners bracket matchup of the day as well. Toronto Ultra, LA Thieves. This chance should be a humdinger or a banger. Excuse me, as Lottie would say, I'm choking it.
No, I mean, you're correct. This is also, I mean, I would say it would have been the most interesting match going into today, but now that Rocker have upset FaZe, that I think by default becomes the most interesting one. But it is a very cool, like, stylistic matchup between these two teams. Very, like, comparable sort of players on either side. And I'd say, if nothing else, anytime the Thieves play, you just never know what you're going to get at this point. On the flip side for Toronto, well, you know exactly what you're going to get. It's going to be incredible communication, incredible teamwork. So it is a chaos series, and I think really it's up to Thieves to really try to take Toronto to task and make it a good one.
I think if any team can really take them to task, but chances you said, I mean, what Thieves are going to show up today? The Thieves that get beaten by Paris, or is it the Thieves that push Atlanta all the way, even online? We'll see how that one goes. But we are getting ready. As you can see, pals are over there doing their things, all this like in-person LAN event stuff. Do you remember that? I don't. It's been a long, long time.
Can
I'm
you
very
imagine?
excited. Can you imagine? Can't wait, though, to get back to it. But yeah, very, very excited to see this series unfold. Again, the upsets, the drama, the madness that's happened already today is sure to dominate the headlines, but we'll see if another wild and crazy upset can come our way. Our Scuff quick scope now as we look at our Stage 5 results so far. And again, Toronto Ultra Chance are still one of the most dominant teams in the league and a contender here in Major 5 for sure.
And everything in my mind as far as the quick scope is concerned is just that it's very comparable with the exception of that perfect control record that Toronto have. That is the one clear-cut edge. But again, for Thieves, they got wins over like Optic, right? You make the reverse sweeps. You go sort of toe-to-toe with FaZe, and then you lose to Paris, who's already been eliminated from the tournament. So it is chaos on one side and consistency on the other. And that's sort of the battle that we have. But even to touch on the players, like if you're looking at like the head-to-head, we can start with John. Him versus Bance, two veteran players, have been around for a long time. The best event John has probably ever had is when he was Champs MVP back in Black Ops 3. Who was he going against? It was Bance. You had that head-to-head. We can talk about Cammy. He is the Mr. Do-It-All, in contention for MVP on the year. Well, Kenny's the same sort of player. The I do whatever I want on the map. Comparable in that regard. You got Draza, a player that like was on the bench last year, got put on the team. We were like, oh my God, this guy is incredible. Same thing this year. He was on the bench. He gets put on the team. Oh my God, this guy's incredible. And Kleenex has the exact same story. Your SMGs that are head-to-head, both players that were on the bench for their respective organizations that now are just like, you know, becoming superstar players. And then to round it out, Insight, Anchor AR, and he's got Slasher, a legend to go against. It is just, it's one of my favorite matchups we've had potentially all year, Moss.
Well, this could be an absolute treat, and I hope it will be. If today's anything to go by, we're probably looking at Game 5. Well, we'll find out as this series gets underway shortly. We're going to take a very quick commercial break. When we come back, it's Ultra versus Thieves. You don't want to miss it.
major is around the corner.
Here it comes. The Giants, the Titans.
The best player in the world.
It is going to be one hell of a tournament.
This was just absolutely insane.
This is the COD League.
One of the craziest sequences I've ever seen in my life.
Looking unbeatable. Oh my God! What is this?
They're flawless. I can't wait. This is going to be a blast.
The honeymoon period is over.
They continue on. This is just disgusting.
It is do or die time. And here we go, scenes of the up-down arcade bar. As you can see, the final few moments of Rocker all over that incredible, sensational upset over Atlanta FaZe. Elation across the bar and on the stage, pure business. Ice in the veins of these players for sure. What a series it was, but we're still trying to move on swiftly as we have another one on stage, getting ready to rock and roll. We have Toronto versus the LA Thieves coming up now. We're going to see how that one goes down. Chance, very excited once again to be joining you, my friend, for another bout, another heavy dose of that sweet, sweet Call of Duty goodness. How you doing, mate? Nice break?
I mean, I'm doing great. You know, again, if we're starting off just this tournament with like wild upsets in winners round 1, it just sets the scene for potentially the best tournament we've had all year in stage 5, and you might as well make the best one the one towards the end. So we'll just see if we can keep it rolling. More spicy stuff throughout the day.
Oh, spicy indeed. Well, can you keep that spice factor at a very mild level for now? Because quite frankly, after that last one, we all need a glass of milk. It's now time to introduce our first teams here. Welcome to the stage, the LA Thieves. First time here in Major 5. Welcome to the stage, the Los Angeles Thieves. Woo! The crowd goes wild. Can't wait to see these boys in action, though, Chance. It's been a very interesting run here in the stage so far. In the white jerseys, again, hailing from Los Angeles. Very excited to see how the team plays out. And Draza, the big Alaskan assassin, flexing the guns there today. Slasher, Penny, and John rounding out the squad there. Chance, what do you make of the Thieves so far, mate? I mean, it's been a bit up and down. We've seen a lot of everything out of this squad, but the potential is tremendous here in this roster.
I mean, potential is probably the best way to frame the question, right? Just for the fact that even if they have a couple losses here and there, a couple inconsistencies, we know what they're capable of, and their capability is incredibly high. I mean, again, just started winners round 1, an opportunity to just have a hell of a stage 5. We got Slasher back on LAN. I can only imagine how happy he is to be back in this environment. And again, just for the matchup that they have, it's very fun. It is cut across the board, stylistically similar. And again, I think Toronto is one of those teams that's sort of like a puzzle to solve. And well, I mean, Slasher, if there's any players throughout Call of Duty history that are good at solving puzzles, you know he is at the top of that list. Hell, he could build a robot to solve the puzzles for him.
He actually can. That's really funny you should say that, Chance. Was it his robotics engineering degree or something like that? I don't forget it. It's amazing.
Something like that. I have no idea.
He's not just a pretty face. Here we go, though, friends. Now it's time to meet their opponents, our current reigning kings of the North. Again, a major victory under their belt. Can they secure another one? This could be the major to do it. Who knows? Ladies and gentlemen, we're on to Ultra.
Too fast, I'ma zip right past. Drip all on my swag. Why you tryna size me up? You don't wanna try your luck. Hot as a stove, what did you know? Burn like coal, yeah, you know I go. Way too hot, yeah, really too cold. I'ma keep going till I hit my goals. Better get back when I'm in my zone. Do it for the ones that I know back home. Did it myself, they ain't put me on. Don't you call back if you hear that zone. Another level.
Toronto Ultra yet to taste this sweet, sweet savor victory of a major win for a while now, but looking forward to get it done once again. Again for the squad, Cammy, Kleenex, Insight, and Vance. Oh, and here we go. They've got themselves a flag. Strength of the North. Oh, get your cameras out, friends. We love that one. And of course, Big Vance at the back there actually had a very short stint in the NBA, professional basketball player. And if you believe that, you'll believe anything. But very, very excited chance to see these boys in action here on LAN again.
I mean, if nothing else, I feel like I'm a believer, right? Got the Smash Mouth playing in the background. I have faith in Ultra. But, I mean, it is an interesting way to phrase it, right? It's been a long time since they've tasted victory. Also, you know, one of only 2 teams that have actually gotten a win in a major tournament this year. So we know what to expect from these guys at this point. We absolutely know what they are capable of, and that is just straight up victory. They are, I mean, even you could say, without a shadow of a doubt, the favored matchup in this series. Admittedly, though, it is Major 5. Wild stuff can absolutely happen. And if anything, Toronto Ultra, I mean, again, just an incredibly difficult team to beat across the board, and it is always fun when these guys get to play.
Yeah, great fun indeed to watch. Toronto Ultra, again, with some of the finest teamwork in the league, it has to be said. No one quite brings it like the boys from up north. And again, for the squad, this would be a wonderful test to see how well they can go in the major so far. But if anything, upsets abound, friends. Let's see how we go, though. Chance, we've talked about the teams, we've given them some love, but now it's time to get into the game field keys to victory. Toronto up first. Lay it on me, friend.
I think the consistency is the most important part, right? You know, guys like Kenny and Draza can pop off, goes on crazy streaks, but through and through, Ultra, that is their game of just being a force. Like, how many times have we seen these guys down 100 points, you blink, you miss it, all of a sudden they're making the comeback. They are never out of the game. They need to bring that same sort of consistency here today. Also, Kenny and Draza, if you want to talk about those guys, if you see them in the kill feed on the map, or you know that's the next gunfight you have to take, unless you are forced to take the solo challenge, don't bother. Like, don't give them the opportunities to pop off and make the big plays. You need to stay very aware at all times, and obviously Ultra are on point in this regard, but got to make sure the teamwork is clean. Don't let anyone get too crazy, and well, Toronto should be good to go, and obviously you got to bring up the control record because it's perfect 5-0, but flip side, game fuel keys to victory for your Thieves. If you remember the series they had against Optic, it was looking bad. Like, they had a loss to Paris. We were thinking this team might not be that great. And then they just like flipped the switch, just went like, they started playing like they were godlike. That's how they need to play every single map. Whatever they did, I don't know if it's a confidence thing, if the players on the team just said, screw it, I'm gonna do whatever I want. Whatever sort of magic they had, bring that into this tournament. And then we talked about the stylistic matchup quite a few times. Toronto has a very distinct style with Insight constantly playing that like anchor sort of role. And he's been a problem for almost every team in the game to deal with. That's who Slasher, I think, needs to identify, craft his gameplay around it. And if you can deal with Insight, it makes dealing with the rest of Ultra that much easier.
Maps and modes on your screen. Raid Hardpoint up first. There's the coveted Moscow S&D. Big win there for the LA Thieves fans. Garrison Control, Checkmate Hardpoint, and Standoff. Or that big old Game 5 showdown. Should we have to go the entire way? The chance would it make it the picks and bans, maps that have made it through. Again, Moscow makes it through for LA.
Well, and I think it was, well, yeah, it goes through for both teams, actually. That was what the third point was, is play to your strengths, like not the other team's weaknesses, like Moscow S&D and even Checkmate Hardpoint. Ultra is phenomenal at both of those maps. But if that has been the strong point for the Thieves, I say take it to them, square up on the maps, and don't try to like beat them necessarily into picking bans. Just get your good maps through. And I mean, you still have Thieves, what, 6-0 on Moscow S&D with Slasher throughout the year, so still undefeated with, you know, a bit of tweaking with how specific we need to get, but good maps for both teams straight across the board. So I'm liking what I saw for the series we got at our hands.
We do have a good one ahead of us. And again, if you've been enjoying the show so far, I mean, it's been a treat. It really has. Leave a like, comment, and subscribe, of course, to the Call of Duty League channel. I think that's the first time I've done that this year. I can't believe it took me all the way to Major 5. We're on YouTube. Jeez, come on. All right, let's go. Map number 1. Shenanigans are over, or have they only just begun? Let's find out. We race towards the first hard point.
I've never been less prepared for anything in my life for you to break that line out in this moment. But hey, it is what it is. You know, opening breaks on Raid Toronto. Well, you want anything better than that? You get 4 down, cleaning the feed, you flip the spawns, and they just did it so perfectly that they're confused. And it took an extra couple seconds to figure out. Meanwhile, Thieves are expecting the gunfights to happen to them quick. What a ridiculous way to open up this series.
Yeah, we'll take it. It's an early lead now for Ultra. We're going to see Thieves on the counter-attack, and here they come, one by one. Immediate trades come through, Bance having none of it. Cammy, 74U now to the front line. Nice shots into the first and the second as Slasher and John, they hit the showers. They'll be spawning all the way on that right-hand side of the map. They've barely been able to get away from it, Chance. And already a lovely start from Ultra Cammy. 5, looking for 6. Slasher, John, there it is. Here comes the rechow. Your boys all over it. And Cammy from Ring all the way into the kill feed. 6-0.
I mean, now you got what? Killer Cam, he's got whatever gun he wants. He can sit in the back of the map, play a corner, play for this kill as hard as you want, bait your teammates, let him come through the back, whatever it's going to be. And Thieves, I mean, it is a slow approach. 10 seconds have gone by, and 3 players have just now gotten a back laundry. And this is the type of push that we see the Thieves try to set up all the time. They never have success doing it, and boom, artillery's already through, and Kenny, at the very least, has shut down the cruise missile. And maybe his teammates have gotten inside the point, so that is a small win outside of the fact that you are still down by 50 points.
Charles, what did you say? One of the keys to victory, don't challenge Kenny alone. Cammy went for it. He was feeling himself for that 2-piece there with 74U close range. No full streaks, but at least one so far. Bance, though, it's still in running to get that one. 4-0 currently for him. Here comes the nade. Drowser's going to eat that one. Peace out. As again, rotation's already down. The next 10 seconds go the way of the LA Thieves, but you do have to keep an eye on Insight. Again, the anchor right now for Toronto Ultra. The guy who really gets all the job done. Dirty work indeed, as the spawns are going to be in control now for the boys in purple. Hard points all theirs. Here come the Thieves.
And while Toronto right now is a similar situation to what we had earlier, it's 2 players inside the point dealing with the entire team, and Thieves, they're going to swarm poor Insight. I don't know if he's going to be able to buy enough time for the flank or if Slasher just going to read it like a book. Veteran calls right there for the Thieves. And considering how this game started and even how that P2 initial break was going, Thieves have battled their way back. You flip this and they are right back in this game. I mean, this scoreline could almost be radically different, but they're battling in it for the moment. Trades on Kenny are there, but Insight finds that final kill. I mean, perfectly efficient trades from both teams in that moment, but the final 1v1 that Insight gets to double back on. He's going against Slasher, and well, gets back down for the moment. Meanwhile, that rotation coming through. You got Kleenex trying to make plays to break through the front. Well, there's so much going on the map, Miles, at any given time.
Whew. And mate, this is an exciting one to get things going. Cammy with the streaks, going to let this one fly, and another hard point we go before the shots land. Too late. Let's go for a quick Astro Gaming listen in with Toronto Ultra.
One shot time. Two.
Yeah, I got one more. John on time. There's 2.
Trying to help you. John in there. Both close. They're laying down close.
Lay down in the door. Lay down in the door.
We need to go around mid and shit. We need to go money, right?
Lay down. You see the lay down. On the right.
Nade close.
Nade close.
You're going around.
I'm watching left, Ben.
Get up and money. John's there, white picking. All on time, I think. I think they're all on time.
Wait up.
Okay, yeah.
Use nades and shit. They're dripping. Yeah, no trophy.
Flash 3 on time.
Yeah, John one shot. John might
have streaks. Or be close, okay?
He's absolute. Sasha, nice. One push up, Tiki. Come back.
Hey, look for John. Yeah, listen, John's one off. John is one off. Okay.
Somebody should probably play from. Nice, well played.
We're good. I'm playing.
Oh no, John dead.
Water steps.
Hey, I need water.
Stay down. I got you. Dead. One all, Kenny. Play this side. Back kitchen.
They spawn an old, yeah.
They spawn an old.
Yeah, he wants an old.
Push out, Toby.
Listen, we're kitchen side, me and Jamie.
You need to come back.
I'll come back then.
All over.
Got one more. Two back kitchen. 2 more back kitchen, bro. 2 more back kitchen.
Could already be ring.
Yeah.
One drink at me.
Yeah, listen, ice one more. Okay, I'll tell you when I've got it. It could be water already.
Yeah,
water. Slasher is water.
Look at water.
Slasher water.
John's on the left side of rock. Just stay left.
Nice. Last guy. I'll get you Zig.
One shot. Nice.
I'll get you Zig. I'll get you kitchen, Jamie. They can be water. They can be ring everywhere.
I've got you ring. Listen.
Zig. No, sorry. Kitchen.
Water, Jamie. On the right.
Kitchen really weak.
On the right.
Look at my water. Kitchen.
We've
got you left. Just
two water. One shot.
Kitchen really weak. Slash one more. John on the right. John time.
You left. Weak.
Slasher. Yeah, Slasher and John on that.
Hold new. New's massive.
Could there be laundry?
Yeah, I spawned here. I'm playing close. They could be jungle.
They're gonna go round. Listen, they take our time, okay? One driver pitch round, but it could be out.
I'm trying to help you, Cam.
I'm flashed here.
I got your help.
Drazza dead.
Nice, man. 2 dead.
More close right, probably.
One's on.
See him jungle.
It could be in jungle.
Really? You can play that.
Job at me.
Yeah, I'm playing.
Nice, Jamie. Maps are
we're 2-2 split at the moment. Just get jungle on.
Then he just kill me, pillars.
Okay, I'm gonna help Jamie now.
His pillars.
You'll probably spawn him.
Yeah, go.
Chance, shades of everything from Toronto Ultra. They're listening. We've had good, we've had quiet, we've had excited, we've had chill boys. What do you make of the comms?
I mean, it was literally within the first 2 seconds we heard the listen, and we were like, wow, this is the most excited we've heard Ultra in like months or maybe all year, and 2 seconds later they're at chill, bring it back down. And honestly, the comms are, again, they're just wonderful. Keeping track of players on point, all four. It's not there's a guy here, a guy there. They know every single player, keeping track of John, what streak he's on. Like, again, it is just a masterclass of communication. Ultra always on point, but as it stands, very tight game right now. Thieves are going to go into the new hill with maybe a 30 or 40 point lead, and back to kitchen we go. If these are able to break through once again, the lead might start to spiral.
Here we are seeing a wonderful hold here as the LA Thieves pushing things forward now, looking for the break towards the backside of kitchen. Graza will be the first one in the tree. Classic move from Insight. He will go down, though, as the eventual guns. And I say guns, it's mostly Kenny. 2 in the feed. Cammy, though, on the flank. Nice timing. Able to get 2. Beautiful work as, again, now the hard point is an open field. You're going to have one last contest. Cammy does manage to fall, but that's a good hold now as the LA Thieves, they are back in the driver's seat chance. And, oh, my, Cammy spawned back kitchen.
I mean, he might have spawned back kitchen, but still right now Thieves in control. By the way, I mean, I don't know how many times we saw it throughout stage 5 as Draza picking up 2 kills of when they go for that break, of the slide across bait, like a back laundry type deal. They never had success throughout stage 5. They are now 2 for 2 to kick off this tournament in this game, and Draza goes on a 5 before he finally gets taken care of. And hey, for Thieves, they'll take it. Maybe contest a little bit if you can, but you are free and clear on this rotation. You're going to have yourself about a 40-point lead going into new. This has been a wonderful job by the Thieves and a big opportunity for them to just really widen the gap that they have in the score. As, by the way, Kenny, a very sort of a long pushed-out position. He's looking towards ring.
He might be able to catch himself a few more kills here. There it is. The 2 go his way. That's 3 in a row for Kenny, and all 4 down.
Perfect.
For Ultra. Perfect stuff. 50 seconds on this hard point, a long and arduous journey through pool side of the map now for the players of Ultra. And you know the comms are there, so here come the Thieves lining up on the defense. Draza will be the first line. Here comes the shots, though. Slasher's going to get it, and the trades come through. Over to Draza, first shots in. Immediate trades. Insight manages to get towards the point, and it's CleanX. The kills come through. The defense of the LA Thieves crumbles under the might of the Great Dane.
Yeah, that's sort of the good and bad of the position from Kenny, right? You get the clean 4 down, it's great. He reads the pressure, knows where all 4 players are going to be going, but even still, it's a 4v3 in Toronto. Again, their teamwork on point to find these breaks, so a little bit of opportunity for them to make the big play, but Draza wins a big one-on-one. So very similar situation to what we just saw in Garage Thieves. They get the very early rotation. All 4 players get the setup that they want, and the pressure is going to be on Toronto to try to break as they are still down by about 30 points. And Thieves, I mean, if they hold the full 60 here, they win the game.
They will indeed. We've seen the breaks come through before, some wild ones. We saw Rocker get in that incredible series against the FaZe just moments ago, and now for Slasher, looking to try to hold these players back. CleanX, spree comes to an end. Beautiful work from Slasher. It's going to be 3 in a row now, again, cutting down the attack slowly but surely. Insight, the last player left alive for the team, now waiting for this one to happen again. Chance time is not on the side of Toronto Ultra right now. They've got to get a move on. Got to get going. Cammy able to find at least 1 kill forward. Insight gets another, but boys, you've got to go. That clock is ticking. We're looking towards a big map win here for the LA Thieves.
Oh, this is not fun to have to fly through the front right now, but Vance is making the opening. Him and Insight working together to get these players weak, but now it's the pinch. Cammy's coming from one side, Insight from the other. John makes the read on the first, and Kenny gets the second. CleanX, the last-ditch effort to get inside the point. The nades are there. You get them dropped in. Thieves from nap number 1. Strike first and get the win over Toronto. Again, setting the tone from the get-go.
Oh, wow. Nice start. Again, as the winners bracket is not exactly unfolding as everyone expected, I truly believe, and I know this, I think for a fact, I think all of the talent, I think all of our pick'ems are absolutely slaughtered, especially after that Rocker victory. But this is starting to heat things up indeed. There we go, LA Thieves. Map number 1 in the bag, and Ultra Chance come out a little bit slow, a little bit dry there on Raid Hardpoint.
I mean, I think what are a couple themes, right? You had Thieves 2 for 2 on breaking the kitchen hill both times, doing it from the back, big plays all the whole way around. I think, honestly, Kenny picked up a 2-piece, both go-arounds for that, but you, Toronto, much better start, like the perfect one as well, but I think Thieves is doing a very nice job of making those consistent plays, stats across the board for John. I mean, that might be his single best hardpoint performance all year long. What a game he has just had. Welcome back to LAN indeed.
24 and 19 for John Sixbury as well. 21 and 17 to Slasher as well. So the old BO3 Envy boys putting in the hard work there on raid. A lovely start for the LA Thieves. They've managed to steal map number 1 and it smiles all round on the red side of the stage. Can they keep that momentum up though? We're going to now go their favorite map, or one of their favorites is Moscow. We're doing Search and Destroy after this break.
Zenni, the official eyewear for the CDL. Armour your eyes with Zenni Blocks blue light protection glasses by visiting zenni.com/gaming. Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
We are back, friends, and Moscow Search and Destroy. It looms on the horizon, but it goes without saying, Chance. LA Thieves obviously favoured to go into this map and mode, but mate, after that first steal there on raid, you got to be putting the Thieves in a great spot, and a real bright spot for that team has indeed been Kenny. Kenny, one of the standout players for the squad, has to be said. Little slow in the first one, 20 and 21, but hey man, not an easy team to go big against, but he did have some crucial plays, slowing down the streak progress there of Cammy again. Back Laundry, massive play indeed, but Kenny, God, he's been an absolute treat to watch this season.
And I would even say slow for the first game, right? Like, he got the win, you just didn't need him to pop off, but like, he has been that superstar player that has been popping off really at any given moment. Maybe the overall KD, she's only cracked into the top 10 with Hardpoint, but it has been a very turbulent year for the Thieves. I think really right now in stage 5, potentially, this is where they're wrapping things up, trying to hit that final form, and frankly, so far, they are off to the best start they could possibly have. You get John wheeling and dealing. He balled out in game number 1. Now you go into Search and Destroy, where on the side of the Thieves, I don't know what their overall record is on the map, but I know that when they had that Slasher on Moscow, undefeated, 6-0, as long as they got this veteran back behind them.
So far, so good for the LA Thieves. But again, what an exciting matchup this will be. We have seen some exceptional pulls in games from the Toronto Ultra team. And again, Vance, been a couple of classic Astro listening moments where we have really heard, or comms check I should say, where we have heard him make those game-winning calls on this very map. See if we can't find that same level of cerebral play from Toronto Ultra now as they go up against the hot hand of the LA Thieves here on Moscow Search and Destroy. And I'm telling you, mates, I'm telling you, this series is going to be a fun one. Last series became a fun one. We had no idea what last week. This one is going to be good. Here we go, Chance. Map number 2, Moscow, Davai.
And the two biggest themes will be what Thieves, I think, on this map, almost their like their prime territories when they're working the street over towards B. Really, on offense or defense, they found success. Toronto, their wheelhouse is just making the calls on that rotation game. Even on offense or defense, Toronto, again, cerebral, I think is the word you used, and it could not be a better choice for it. Never caught unaware, and I think Thieves trying to play the mind games really from the get-go, just spread themselves across the map, as you'd expect on Moscow, but if I've learned anything from the Thieves, I'm thinking B.
Inside might be thinking B as well, but he's dancing a little bit. He's got to get eyes on at the right time, and that's one of the most difficult things to do in Call of Duty is see your opponents before they really can make the play. And that timing may pay off. He's going to hold that line very patiently. Look at this naughty angle. Insight. What a nerd. I love it. Cammy's come to reinforce, and just in the nick of time, Draz and John, they have now breached the threshold. They're inside the apartments. The two on the outside of the street, they may run into Insight in a brief moment. Draza with a close watch on that window and a good nade. Oh my god, what? It didn't get Cammy. Cammy's on the inside. There's the bomb down. The nade does not land. The shots are in. Trades are there. Draza's still alive. The slip slide from Bance. A wonderful kill. 3v2. Leonex is on the bomb though, as Kenny over the top tries to stay alive. Slasher from the bus. Bance saves the day. The body block. The shots are in, and Ultra with a decisive retake.
And again, talk about a team that's potentially done their homework. Again, the biggest theme in this mind for the Thieves on this map is they oftentimes just dominate over towards the street. And I think even Slasher maybe made things a little bit interesting. But Insight was the only guy for Ultra that was there the entire time concerned with the street. They let him deal with that pressure. Everyone else, play inside, play around the bomb. And it is almost typical at this point. If you get the kills straight away, just hop the bomb and immediately put the pressure on the other team. So that is a clean retake where maybe I've said Insight's name too many times because Bance is the one that finds 3.
I mean, Insight, he's in that street position. He's got an incredibly important job, but Bance leading the charge now for Ultra. Lovely start. Kenny will be the only member here of the LA Thieves in position to sort of slow him down, but it's a classic mid-map move now from Ultra. It's good looks as they cross the map. Got themselves on the inside of the metro there. To the top of the escalator as they go. Lovely chandelier and that delightful Soviet architecture. As the 3 players now, out they go. There's the kill. Sadly, Kleenex does manage to stop Bance. That's unfortunate, but Draza now, the last defender towards A before the reinforcements can get there. Can they take care of him? Cammy will get it. Here comes Kenny though. Reinforcements arrive. Beautiful shots onto the second player. Cammy, quick recovery on the bomb. And forward he goes. Finds himself another one. Slasher drops. Kenny, last player left alive. And a 1v2 and chance. This is very, very doable. Kenny, 35 seconds on the clock. Hold your breath. Count to 3. Oh my word, the shots were there. The damage was done. But Kenny, he falls to the might of Ultra. 2-0.
Yeah, and they had him just completely trapped towards the end. They knew that Kenny was slipping through. I think it might be Cammy for this kill as well. He's going to get the call out that Kenny is one shot, so he goes hunting where he expects Kenny to be. Oops, there's a Slasher. Wins that gunfight, and then they figure out, oh, so quickly, well, we know Kenny's in white. We've got him trapped. Insight's got the other side, and they just take their time and clear it out together. So that is just, again, even with the team kill coming through, incredibly efficient teamwork coming out of Toronto. Round number 1, it was Bance that finds 3. Last round, it was Cammy that delivers, but they're up 2-0 for the moment. Not on cruise control by any means, but similar stuff to the first round. Thieves going up with the exact same setup on offense. And again, if we've learned anything, it'll eventually, more than likely, be a B push.
Thieves keeping us all guessing at this point in time. Here comes that slow approach through mid-map, and again, towards B they lean. And again, at what point do Ultra sort of cave in and go, well, they're hitting B, boys, you know they're doing it. This is continued avalanche of attacks towards the same location. Eventually it's going to have to cave. Cammy, though, I love this angle. There it is. Gets ready for the fight. Manages to get at least 1 for Cammy before being dropped. And again, you'll take that trade right now. Bomb recovered. Oh my, over the way we go. Chance. I love the play call, but will Bance see them cross?
He doesn't. They're not even looking for it. They're actually just leaving Kleenex over towards A to make the call himself. And, well, maybe now that's where the information comes through. He gets shot, so his teammates are wrapping back. Wow, the timing perfect for Bance. Just clutches Slasher towards the middle, but John catches one as well. It is a tried and true 2 versus 2. And 15 seconds on the clock. They're forced to play, and the pinch is there, but Kenny finds the kills. Insight turns into 1v1, but the bomb gets planted, and it is Kenny versus Insight. The S&D stars going at it. Insight, the #1 S&D KD in the league. Kenny, the man that lives for clutch. Now less than 30 seconds on the clock.
What a play this will be. Both of them equipped with 74. Use! Insight wins it! Oh my word, what a 1v1. The tension and Insight with a technical 1v2 and the defuse. That is a sensational round for Ultra. 3-0 so far on Moscow.
And one of the craziest things, Toronto Ultra, I think you've done so much homework on this map. Again, they are just purely leaving Insight on the street the entire time on defense. And that entire round, no one was watching mid. I mean, it is almost a theme for Toronto Ultra to leave someone on like the back yellow boxes and stare towards the middle of the map purely to catch out that rotation game. But, I mean, they're just making the hard commitment to not even bother. And, well, it might get a little bit dicey towards the end, but even then, the payoff ends up working out. even just to leave Kleenex over towards A initially to try to read the information. Toronto Ultra, I mean, making the adjustments on the map for their opponent. And obviously, if they're up 3-0, that means Thieves need to start making some adjustments themselves.
Two teams very capable of making those adjustments, but the question is, will they? It's like saying, yeah, I can cook a healthy meal, or I can order out. The question is, will I actually do the cooking?
I can't even do that.
Like, no, I know what you mean. Here we go, though. The old B hit. It was more of an A defense for the LA Thieves, as you can see. A lot of players up top. The lone defender is going to be Kenny, and of all players, you do want him there, but I don't think you're going to see a whole lot for Kenny. He will be able to keep that backside of the site open, so Street remains a little safe. Has been planted for bus side, so look for that. Here we go, Chance.
And look at this, though. Cammy, number 2 on the minimap. He's going to be going on a fast flank through white. I mean, Thieves, I don't know if you're going to be able to make this read, but right now the pressure's coming through the street. Cammy, though, finds the first one, but now it is all down to the street. This is where Thieves have had a great deal of success. You read the flank coming through, but now it's just chaos inside the actual bomb site. Flanks on flanks, leave you in a 2 versus 2. Kleenex finds another, and Cammy there. The late flank comes into full effect. Is Toronto Ultra playing with their food. And it makes perfect sense as well. If this is a team that you know is going to stack up on the street, go for those late flanks, time it out perfectly, and just don't have to, you know, stack up on the outside and get picked off. Just wait for Cammy to make those plays. And admittedly, it is chaos on the site once the gunfights start coming through, but from Cammy's POV, that was probably a very easy round for him. I mean, Ultra, again, their homework that they have done so far, A+.
Wow. Full marks from Chance. Can't believe it. Very tough man to please, but here we go. LA Thieves stacking up, flying towards A. Vance with the aggression payoff. 1, 2. Saw a couple there. Cammy, eyes on. Information passed. Vance with the prone position. Here we go. Into action. 1, 2. Lands it. Slasher will try to make this a little bit more interesting. This is a 1v4, and my word, what a 1v4 this would be. Here comes the flank, though. Slasher, turn around, mate. I'm telling you, man, turn around. They're behind you! If you kill Kleenex, that is phenomenal, but there is no way in hell you kill both members on the flank. 2 angles covered. 5-0. Map point as Ultra continue to mop Moscow with the heads of the Thieves.
Oh, man. And again, the key to victory for Thieves is like play them on this map, play to your strengths, not the other team's weaknesses. But you could clearly see Ultra has just put in way more work to figure out what their game plan is going to be. Because, I mean, Thieves just got put in the spot where, like, you're forced to make adjustments. What's the play call? I don't know, just 4-hit A. Like, just go for it. And even for the Ultra, I mean, they've been set up for that A push basically the entire time on defense, every single round. So, I mean, this is just Ultra, you know, purely on cruise control for the moment. And now they've mixed things up a little bit. Couple spread across the map in interesting timing. Kleenex has found his way through Eski, so it'll be 3 players here, only dealing for the moment with John and Draza.
Well, yeah, Draza gets his first blood. Oh, Insight wins a big one against Slasher. That's a tremendous win. Draza and John now making it interesting. Draza now 1v2. This is it. To keep your boys in it. To buy a lifeline here on Moscow. Such a favourable position on this map, so graceful ever since the addition of Slasher, but right now they are being absolutely slaughtered. Put to the sword by Toronto Ultra. Cammy with that bomb in hand. Draza's cleaned the bomb site out, eyes on. B knows it's all clear, but we could be seeing the rotation come down, and oh my word, the timing on this Chance Draza. I mean, he's too far ahead, but now it's Cammy on the turn. Oh my goodness, he almost managed to get it. Ultra there, line it up, and Insight once again. He opens the game with a massive 1v1 against Slasher and wins it, and he ends it with a big one there against Draza. 6-0, our first massive victory there in the Search and Destroy goes the way of Ultra, and with that Chance, we are all tied up 1-1 here in the series.
What a play from Insight towards the end, right? Like pretty much that entire game is Toronto just outplaying their opponent, but that final round, that is just Insight doing it himself. Takes down both the ARs initially, just finds that opening 2-piece, and even just with the gun skill, the hero towards the end. I mean, if you wanted a bounce back game from Toronto, you got exactly that and then some, the perfect way to bounce back in game number 2. And at the same time, I think it stays almost on brand with Thieves at this point. You really just never know what you're going to get. Play out of their minds in game number 1, take it to Toronto on raid and fight back, and then, well, can't really make anything happen there on the Moscow S&D, but just take a look at your scoreboard. As expected, beautiful stuff on the side of Ultra, especially so from Cammy and Insight. The AR is putting in serious work.
Serious work being put through there. And again, Insight, a lot of love for him there. We again gave him the praise in that final round, but realistically, man, he had a great game overall. 6-2 so far. I mean, it was potential for streaks there as well, mate. But we will be taking a look in just a brief moment at our US Army tactical play. It's going to the man Insight himself. Round 3, another absolute banger from him, Chance. And again, a unbelievable showing there on Moscow out of Toronto Ultra.
And if I had to guess for the round 3, I'd assume this is the moment where, like, how many of these have Thieves had where, like, things are a little bit tough, you need some sort of bailout, and a guy like Kenny just immediately delivers for the clutch. But, I mean, again, as clutch as Kenny is bed, Insight, the #1 S&D KD in the lead for a reason. And the timing just crazy of how it pans out. But Insight just clearing the map, taking your time. You've cleared out the spawns. Either at this moment, he's got to either be wrapping towards Eski or he's worked himself out towards Bricks. And Insight just plays it perfectly. Wins the gunfight, clutches the technical 1v2, and any momentum Thieves could have had, stops it in its tracks.
Stops it in its tracks indeed. Well, there we go. 1-1 in the series. We now roll over to Control, and it has to be said, statistically favoring Toronto Ultra. But as we know so far in Major 5, everything's up in the air. Up is down, down is up, and if you're still at the bar, get one for us. There we go, friends. Now time for a quick commercial break. When we return, more Call of Duty action coming your way.
This is your Scuff Team of the Week, a super team built with 4 of the top performers at the most recent event. 3 players were selected by the league and 1 was selected by fan vote. Stick around to the end to find out who made the team. Our first player, Priesta of the Minnesota Rocker. In the final week of Stage 5, the Minnesota Rocker only had 1 match to play, but it was a big one for them as a win would guarantee them a winner's bracket start in the Stage 5 Major. The stakes were high, but the squad shone under the pressure and defeated the Florida Mutineers 3-0. While the S&D was close, Minnesota Rocker looked dominant across the respawns, with Priesta putting in major work across all 3 maps. By series end, Priesta had racked up a massive 1.7 KD, the second best overall KD of the week. Next up, it's Crim6 of the Dallas Empire. Crim & Company defeated both the Seattle Surge and the Toronto Ultra to finish out their Stage 5 as the #1 seed going into the final major of the year. If you know anything about Crim6, you know how serious he is about winning champs, and as the year comes to a close, it's clear the man is turning up. During the final week of Stage 5, Crim6 was one of the most punishing ARs on the map, dealing out some of the highest average damage per minute in the respawns and some of the highest damage per round in the S&Ds. He's back! What, you thought we were gonna go 2 weeks in a row without a Beezy? Atlanta FaZe only had 1 match to play this week, but after their tough loss versus Optic Chicago the week prior, it was clear they were out for blood. Unlucky for NYSL, they were on the receiving end of Atlanta's anger. To put it mildly, the series was an absolute massacre. And if there was a silver lining for the NYSL fans to find, it's the fact that the massacre only lasted for 3 maps. Everyone on the Atlanta FaZe was cooking at a Michelin star level, but it was Abizi who emerged with the most obnoxious stats of them all. Across just 3 maps, Abizi went 52 and 26 for a disgusting 2.0 KD. And finally, selected by fan vote,
It's the second half of the Tiny Terrors, Simp. Now, when it comes to the SMGs of Atlanta FaZe, we usually talk about how aBeZy's the first one flying into fights and taking the brunt of engagements. But this week, it was Simp who played the role of FaZe's Speed Demon. While aBeZy had the best looking KD of the squad, Simp had roughly 25% more engagements than his duo and dealt nearly 3,000 more damage than him over the span of just 3 maps. The amount of map pressure generated by a player who finds and wins that many engagements per game cannot be understated. If teams don't find an answer for Simp by the time the playoffs come around, well, you may as well just go and hand him the trophy now. In the relatively short time Simp's been competing, it's been hard to identify any other player who's put on the same kind of dominant performances with the consistency that Simp has. That's your Scuffed Team of the Week for Stage 5, Week 3.
How about that Scuffed Team of the Week? A dangerous one indeed, but I tell you yours is pretty dangerous. Well, frankly, both of these teams right now, because they've had great showings in both of their respective map wins, but chances we roll on through this series, we've got Garrison Control waiting in the wings for us. The players just got getting ready into that one. Let's talk a bit of Ultra, mate. Let's give them some love. It's been an interesting time so far this season in general. I mean, the whole season so far. I mean, look at that. Up and down. They kind of mellowed out. 2 and 3 were pretty sweet, but how's the story been for you, mate, of Ultra so far in the season?
I mean, I think the KDs are almost like secondary to like the actual performances, right? Because like when they were in stage 2 and had the second best KD, they won the entire thing. But it was the next couple of stages where they were dropping like 1, maybe 2 maps throughout the entire thing, at least through like the regular season split of it. This is the most adversity they've had to face since stage 2 because they had a grand total of 1 losses throughout this past stage. So I mean, again, Toronto, a team that has been able to shake off any sort of adversity that has come their way. Well, you can even say the same thing for this exact series, right? You go down to map number 1, you have literally the perfect bounce back search and destroy. And well, now for Toronto, you get to go into a Garrison Control where you got a 12-4 record compared to 2-8 on the other side of this stage. Thieves, not a map they've had a ton of success on. Admittedly, that record is with many different combinations of rosters, not fully fleshed out with this team just yet.
Again, the LA Thieves have had to make more changes than a sort of mid-tier K-pop group this season. A lot of changes, as you're wondering.
Just okay.
It's a lot of changes, what can I say?
Is that what that is? Is it a lot? Because I genuinely have
it's unreal.
No idea. That is all you.
Yeah, it's unreal. I mean, the K-pop scene is unbelievable. But there we go. You see, they're starting to mellow out. These things are starting to find their hits, starting to find their groove. If they can get that groove going here on Garrison, oh baby, that will be something. Statistically, we are favouring Ultra in this matchup, but again, this major, whew, all been up in the air. But here we go, Chance. Back to Garrison, back to Control. Let's get it.
Well, Thieves right off the opening break, there is no looks towards A at all. And well, Toronto, they mashed it. Sent a couple players out of top green, but first couple kills coming through. It is the ARs of the Thieves that are able to strike first, and maybe that's the opening for a couple players to push past, or maybe Insight, not the player you want to try to fly across just yet. And well, John tries to make that commitment. We'll see him in the grave. His Insight not going to be choking those shots.
Hands off the top rope. Finds himself one, straight towards the point. We go again, and oh, Bans, Benjamin. Woo! Cammy's there to pick it up, but man alive. Nice work out of Ultra early on. Supreme aggression. Going to push this forward, but again, Jordan, he's making Cammy work for it so hard, making him wait. And Cammy, what a snap. Kenny, had he not died? Oh, Kenny, what a win that was. Sensational gun skill from Cammy, but not able to get the kill as Cammy v Kenny. It's quite the tongue twister. Insight was that mid-map coverage chance, and so far, it's been an interesting round, it has to be said, but the kills finally go the way of the Thieves. This is their opportunity to go forward.
I do love those gunfights, by the way, between Kenny and Cammy. That's the second one where Cammy's one shot, and he's like, you know what? I'm going to go for it. And Kenny, well, if there's any player that's ready for that type of challenge, he is at the very top of the list. But as it stands, Thieves, not a ton of success really at either point. They got one ticket B, and they're going to be able to stop the clock. And maybe with actually the map control that they have, Toronto Ultra, looks like they're not going to be flooding over towards B anytime soon. Maybe happy to chalk it up. Or if you feed him the kills, Inside will take him. Now Kleenex, as soon as the nade comes through, he knows he's got the challenge for the one-shot man. Makes the call as well. And the defense on point so far, but it's enough. Yeah, even Cam is there through. Toronto Ultra holds strong, and they're doing it from the top rope.
Here we go, though. Last-minute contest. Nice shots from Kenny. Man, he's dangerous. Draza trying to stay alive on the point there. As again, we should see the clock extended. Wonderful last-minute resurgence now from the LA Thieves. That's going to be gone. Over towards A now, the Alamo. Or Toronto Ultra here in this opening round. I'm not sure what the kind of Canadian equivalent of that is. I've got no idea. My knowledge is not that great, but we'll see how we go. CleanX, though, with Bricks control. 2 and 6 so far, a bit slow for him. Awkward timing. He could have found a few there, but they have gone all the way around. John, straight into the jaws of the Mighty Wolf as he finds himself another, and CleanX is in a premium position here. Look at Insight. Way, way, way deep in the spawn, not letting those players creep through. He's been playing perfectly in tandem here with CleanX. This could be an interesting set of kills.
Oh, Insight knows the deal for sure. He does not want to get spawn kill, but the problem is now he's got teammates spawning up with him, so they're just trying to make sure that they get this cut and don't let these players over towards A actually have to worry about the Bricks pressure, but that's going to be the case. Insight might find these kills, but maybe John a small opportunity to try to flank these players and get them out of top green, or maybe it's just been played perfectly. Is John not even an opportunity given, let alone a gunfight win, he is not going to be able to find. That is just the style Toronto Ultra have. Insight is happy to sit in the back of the map and play like an anchor. And Vance is happy to pick up pieces at the Alamo. Everyone died at the Alamo. And anytime so far these have gotten over to the site, well, they've died too.
There it is. Cammy's going to be the last line of defense and possibly the only one needed. Vance gets there as well. Then Ultra. It's a nice defensive round right off the rip. He will take the first. We'll go back at it in just a brief moment. And not a bad look chance. I mean, it comes down to the final few seconds. Once Thieves managed to get themselves a bit of presence towards B, it was a relatively capable, clean cap. Still got plenty to play for here in the control.
And I can only imagine how annoying it's got to be to play against a guy like Inside, right? Like, how many times have we seen, like, every single time on this map when players are going for the spawn kills, whoever's spawning up, like, will take those gunfights. Insight just, like, slides over, finds himself a nice spot just to L trigger and wait. And he can still see the entirety of the back spawn. He can see if they cross in towards Brick. So it's not like his teammates on A had too much to worry about. Like, even when the opportunity to get spawn killed is there, Toronto Ultra just as calm as ever, making plays on defense. And I think at one point they're even down by 5 lives. So not a bad round for them to win at all. But of course it is Garrison defense a little bit stronger. And on the defensive break, it's Thieves who get all of the kills. Insight, last man standing.
Yeah, but not a problem for Insight. Lovely pre-aim there. It's that little jump check to give the information. See Slasher come around the corner. Aims down sight. Nails it. 1 minute left now in this round. Ultra now finally get themselves onto the point. Oh, wow. Vance with a big kill there on a Slasher. Snaps onto the trophy. Could have done with one of those because that nade from Draza was a delight. And Kenny from the way, way, way back. Keeping the play alive. Still, we've got Ultra back onto the B zone. Looking towards that first segment. Cleaning up. Reinforcements now showing up. McKenny keeping the shots alive, keeping the kills going, but you've still got to get them off the point. Cammy with that top green control, and now over towards A. And chance, it's all happening here on Garrison.
Toronto, well, they don't even get the break. I mean, I suppose they get the break, but instead of all the pressure on A, Cammy's pushed up, and he's looking for some kills. So you've got bodies on both points right now. You're finding the kills.
Oh, my.
And, well, it looks like Cammy might have gotten dealt with, but this is going to be beat, captured, done, gone. Right now, Vance still putting the pressure over towards A. He's gotten 1 tick through, and, well, he hopped off, maybe looked for a couple kills that he can't find, but still solid plays across the map. 2 ticks left to get on A, and Toronto Ultra, 1 minute and 40 seconds to work with, and a fair bit of map pressure at their disposal as well. This is a great spot to be in on offense.
Yeah, they're in a sweet spot now. Still a lot of map presence going the way of Ultra. See if they can make something of it. Insight. Watching for that open wing, and again, it's on Slasher to keep that play safe. They come through lights, he's got eyes on them. John playing a little closer there by Square. There's the trades, the back's now open. Here comes the flood. It's going to be CleanX making his way fast. Will he be able to catch the spawners? John, good defense. John, oh, so close under the kill to Vance. And chance, you've got an opening now, and look at that, CleanX. Here he goes. John can barely get out of spawn. Slash is now in trouble as well. CleanX finds himself another. And look at those spawns now for LA Thieves. They are in trouble, and here comes the 3-man hit onto the zone. Kenny, Draza, got your work cut out for you. Well done.
They might have delivered. Draza's still alive. Kenny does get traded, and Draza can't find the second, but he was so close. And, well, if you make the big play, you win the round, or at least you fight a little bit longer. But instead, Toronto, again, just like expertly, get the job done. Not a problem. Like, the difference in those situations, it's just what? Both teams on offense trying to go for those spawn kills. It was Toronto Ultra on defense. Insight makes the big plays. And, well, this time it was CleanX on the offensive end, just shreds everything it immediately opens up the attack on site. I mean, again, you couldn't execute that any better. Toronto Ultra maybe just had the wake-up call after map 1, because since then, I mean, they've just been as close to perfect as you could get.
Can you imagine a world where Ultra and FaZe are in the lower bracket together?
I'm trying to... No, not even from last year. No, I guess I really can't.
Imagine, like, that would just be absurd. Still, it's on the menu. It's not a closed case yet, because again, Thieves are showing such dominance in the hard point, so strong. But we'll see how it goes, mate. Long series ahead of us still. One more round's all Ultra need here in the control, though, to close this one out. And again, this is the great separator between the top dogs and the rest of the pack. It seems to be the control game mode. And Kleenex, the fangs are out. Oh, it's a nice two-piece. And with that, the defense just gets that a bit more comfortable. Will Slasher be able to push them back? Players now on spawn as Kleenex's internal clock. His timing as good as ever. Kenny's a hard fight to deal with, but here we go. Kleenex, 13 HP. What have you got? Oh my god, the answer was quite a lot. Not able to get much more done. 50 seconds left chance. This should be a solid run. Ultra holding the line.
I mean, this is just a containment round. You have players just like trapped even inside a dark. You have been afforded no map control, no life, no opportunity to really even move over towards B. I mean, this all stems off the back of just Kleenex finding the timing on the flank. And well, since then, Thieves just getting put in the dirt. That is a clean 4 down. You are stuck in your spawn, and this is Toronto Ultra. They are not going to let up, take the foot off the gas. I mean, 20 seconds to even attempt to fight out of this, and I just don't know how you could possibly pull this off. This is officially the blender.
This is it. Oh my god, Kleenex. I mean, every kill, it's just so important. Final 10 seconds, and it's now a victory lap for Toronto Ultra as they start to think about the next hard point. Cammy, a couple of shots this way. Slasher, Draza, see you later, boys. Don't be late again to the point, because time is not on your side. And once again, our top dogs are barking. Another 3-0 in control. We go to another hard point chance.
I mean, it is just absurd almost how quickly Toronto can, like, I mean, flip the switch. And honestly, instead of flip the switch and make the gameplay better, it's like taking the comms down, right? We heard it from the first after listening. There was a moment where it started to get chaotic, and immediately it was what, Vance that was poking up and was like, hey, everyone calm down, play back to our game. And well, again, maybe map 1 it didn't pan out, but these past 2 maps, I mean, they have just been brutal. Toronto Ultra being able to do whatever they want. 6-0, perfect in round count for the search and destroy, perfect in round count in the control. Maybe the good news is there's no round count in the hard point. That's where we're going from that forward.
If it's rounds, it's bad for the LA Thieves. But we'll see, though. Again, this hard point coming up in just a brief moment as the players will they'll gather their thoughts as we roll on to our next map shortly. But Toronto, wow, their 3rd straight 3-0 win in control versus LA Thieves. All of them on Garrison. I mean, get rid of Garrison! Cap, what are you doing, mate? You know Garrison, don't let Garrison through. You're dying out there, the boys are dying. Anyway, look at the stats.
I can only imagine him like watching the scrims when they play him on raid and be like, no, this is so much worse. We'll try on Garrison. We'll make it happen. And the funny thing is, again, like the biggest moments from the first 2 rounds, the 3rd one we don't have to talk about, that was just destruction, but it really just comes down to how both teams on offense and defense were able to handle those spawn kills, and both times Toronto Ultra just did it so much better.
Well, we'll see if we can get a more exciting control round later on in the winners bracket matchups. But for now, as we gear up to go into that map number 4 between Ultra and the LA Thieves, we'll take a quick commercial break. On our return, it's more sweet Call of Duty. No time wasted, friends, as we get right back at it. The LA Thieves going up against Toronto Ultra. Map number 4, we're going to Checkmate. Very familiar place for some, again, where Ultra managed to win their very first major. This very map and mode against LA Thieves. Oh, sorry, against Atlanta Face. What feels like a lifetime ago? Chance for like day 2 I've already forgotten. It wasn't that long ago. Here's a look at the major results so far, mate. It was 2. God bless you, production. Thank you, guys. But yeah, man, crazy results. And look at that. After 7th, Toronto really turned their season around. What a lovely set of consistent results for them. We'd obviously love to see them pick up the win. They'd be devastated, you know, with 3rd, 2nd place. Not what you want, but here we go, though. And a chance to keep it going, mate. Raid hardpoint. This is what happened in map number 1. Thieves with the upper hand. Now we go into map number 4. Chance, what do you make of the stats?
Well, I mean, I think we could just drag this all the way back to the keys to victory. Maybe not to talk about like the specific stats from the game number 1, but just to talk about the map. Like, Thieves are a team that they have loved to play on. Checkmate, Draza as well has been very even vocal on Twitter, being like, hey, I'll do it on Checkmate. I can't even say on broadcast what his tweets normally are, because Draza very, very aggressive. He could certainly be the Alaskan assassin, but it's a map they wanted to play. It's a map that you could expect to go through in this series, but I said the exact same thing about the Moscow S&D. And Toronto Ultra clearly did their homework and prepared on that map. Admittedly, for the hard point, it's not nearly as like ground-based, strategically heavy as a search and destroy can be, but again, not one that Toronto will shy away from either. Both teams really enjoy the Checkmate hard point, but obviously Thieves right now, just a little bit more pressure on them.
Woo! We go. Let's see how it goes, mate. Map number 4. Victory here for Toronto Ultra will move them further, deeper into Major 5. Victory here for the LA Thieves. Incredible. True great upset. The second of the day would be unspeakable. Wild situation to be in. But a lower bracket run at this point in time. Not the end of the world, but we'll see who's going to be dropping bombs here as one of our more obscure spots our Observer team have found. Well done, Cleaner. Big fan of your work. Found all the observers. Here we go, Chance. Map number 4. Let's get it.
And again, the opening breaks on a map like this can really just set the scene, because I mean, we even saw it from when Minnesota and FaZe played on it. You have a good enough start, a good enough hold over towards P2. That could set up the scene literally for the next like 7 hills in a row. And well, off the opening break, it is Thieves inside the point. Maybe not able to flip spawns just yet. Maybe a flank coming through from Cammy, and well, you take him down, clear out the point. Toronto, this is the spot that they wanted to be in.
Oh, Toronto. Here we go. Thieves going to be lining up through the back of the plane. Kleenex, though, reads it perfectly. Lovely kill from Draza. Fast and efficient. Nades are out. Slasher with opening kills. Cammy! Oh, my! An explosive action towards the back end of the plane. Gets himself 3. A wonderful bit of time now to be had as Insight. All he has to do is stay alive, and it's just chaos. Absolute pandemonium in this plane. It's still going. As the shots now start to finally simmer down and finally quiet up, and it's the LA Thieves who will stay on top. And now towards P2 Chance, and my God, what an explosive opener this map.
And the question is for Thieves, can they bully their way through the front? They actually might be able to. They're picking up all the kills immediately. 0 time wasted. Cammy, all of a sudden, last man standing, he is getting pinched and trapped in orange. And admittedly, he does a fair bit of damage, but that was a cakewalk inside the hard point for the Thieves. Flip the spawns, find all the kills, and even Slasher right there, picking up 2 just to soften up the next push. I mean, you talk about a switch potentially being flipped. That was just absurdly fast from the LA Thieves. Well, now can start to accrue a fair bit of time, try to work the lead. And John, I mean, hey, he might have died, but you're starting to push so far forward up the map that you can already see Thieves. They're thinking about potentially flipping the spawns for future hills. What a just a ridiculous P2 hold.
Very happy hold here for the LA Thieves. Big smiles across the board, but still lots to be played for. As across the map we go. P3 under the plane, not an easy one to hold. We say this every time. It's because it's not an easy one to hold, friends. Imagine that. See what the Thieves can do, though. Decent bit of a lead now. Staying on board with John, looking to get these flank, and again, looking for spawns for next. Cammy's going to be the first opponent he has to deal with. And it's not an easy gunfight. Wow, Cammy makes him sweat for it. Big stick. Couple of kills now for Draza. Forward they go. Open hard point. No one on it just yet. Thieves should be able to get a toe in, but they're going to have to get through Kleenex first. And Bance now on the flank. Oh, that's huge. Great stuff, though, Chance out of Ultra. Not a lot of time going their way, though.
Well, now there might be, because that is going to be a clean 4 down, and you already got Bans pushed up towards Tetris, and well, he can just block off this entire cross, or maybe even just wait to shoot some players in the back, but if you deal with them, Bans is going to be ready for it. Well, Thieves are too. I mean, Slasher's making the read, so they knew what they needed to clear out, but as it stands, I mean, you got Cammy on a tear. That's 5 in a row for him, and you can tell with challenges like that, he is feeling himself in this game. 11-5 stat line so far. Is Toronto still working on the comeback, still down by about 15 points.
Yeah, still working on it. Thieves, though, still in the lead, and as much praise as we have Cammy, I wonder what the LA Thieves think about him. Let's see if we can have a cheeky listen-in. An Astro Gaming listen-in with the Los Angeles Thieves.
Where are they spawning?
Oh, inside, behind you.
Spawn
P2. One guy's spawn P2, yep.
Back let's see the guy top lane.
Back red.
To the left.
Come my crate on me. Come my crate.
Give me P2.
Can you help me crate?
Yeah.
Cammy's their second.
I missed that point, John. Pinch Woods house, one
I'm watching your crate, I'm watching your crate.
Child, dead end. I mean, make sure hard buck guys.
We can't block. We're spawning there. They're spawning there.
Trying to get mid side.
I'm looking my
I'm watching this side. Austin, can you stand in the box and watch it?
Top lane.
Their side, Cammy. He's about to chow me. Through their side.
Oh, top grade.
I got one. Another one their side. I got
Top
both.
grade.
Keep challenging their side, Austin.
I heard you.
I'm flooding,
I'm flooding, guys.
I'm gonna exit my breast.
And give me top lane. Can you all look at me? He's their side.
Yeah, he's weak.
I'm mid. Vance. Close.
One shot.
Bro's gonna push you out. He's gonna push you out.
Yeah,
I spawned you. Flip. They fucked up.
The pillar came in.
Nice.
Good shit. Nice
trees. Low plane.
Nice. He's up. Stay up bold. They're gonna hit you
I
up.
do not have a trophy.
I have your bold. John, look your left. Look your left.
I don't get a trophy.
Left one shot. There's two.
I'm in exit.
Left.
I'm top right crate.
I'll help you left if you need it. I'm in
Top
exit.
right crate. Dead.
Nice. Another left. Exit. Dead.
I'm challenging.
I don't see him.
Pillar also. I'm challenging.
Missing Bans.
I don't see him.
Keep on our pillar. He's there. He's weak there.
He's weak as fuck. One shot, going P4.
I'll see Painter. Could be
right
front.
side again down. He's there. I can help you front.
Alright, top exit behind you.
I can help you.
Inside. One shot.
One more. Just stand back.
I'll be front. Clean next one shot front dead.
Alright, exit. And the back left on you. Come back to you. Stay down on time.
Give my woodwall.
I don't see him.
He's
there. He's Woodwall.
He's one plane.
He was half wall. He's just sneaking.
Wood inside. Oh my god.
That's good shit.
What was half wall too?
Can we plane on me?
Back right. Absolutely back right.
I'll see him.
Another guy pillar. I got one. No, one shot came in. And one guy's going P4.
Frank, if you can.
I'll see him P4. He's behind me. All good. This is perfect
still here. Did we kill him?
Yeah, in the Tetris. We killed
One's back left. He's gonna be looking.
And Chance, it sounds like Ultra may have made a mistake or two, and if I'm not mistaken, Slasher's getting pretty lit in those listen-ins.
I mean, look, you can say a lot of things about Slasher, but he ain't wrong. Like, he was pretty on point with that call. And again, for the head-to-head matchup, like, one of the most difficult players to deal with is always Insight, that anchor backline player, always causing problems. Slasher's handling for the moment, but hey, there is the response from Insight. Taking him down and maybe try to get your teammate back in the swing of things, but I mean, as you heard, yeah, just an uncharacteristic mistake from the Ultra that these have turned into a fairly sizable lead. 70 points separates these two teams as Thieves are taking their time to work on this P1 break, and for good reason. They've done it perfectly. Draza, well, outside of the stick coming through, starting to get some of that P1 time because it is a long way to go before they can get to that next hill.
Long, arduous journey, and once again, we're seeing another... I don't want to say unprecedented. It's unprecedented. What am I saying? This is a wild one. Another one here on Checkmate Hardpoint. Canny on a 4. Gonna make it a 5. Bance. Smarter than that. Not gonna let the kill go down. There's the 5 though for Kenny. Oh my word. 6 was so close. You could taste it. So although Hardpoint still in the hands of Ultra for now, but Draza making a case for it. Whoa, what a turn that would have been on the Kleenex. Not able to get it done. Nice nade. Kleenex. Sweet moves. Out of the Semtex into the shots. Beautiful stuff. Ultra. Hold the point.
And this is almost like the complete inverse last time, right? It was Slasher the first go around that was top lane picking up 2 pieces. This time it's Bans, but he's got the off angle and he knows his spots well. Looks to get the next one as well, and well, can't convert it, but hell, he got enough kills pushed up so far forward. These next 25 seconds absolutely going to be going to the Toronto Ultra. Bar someone messing around and making some sort of mistake, but I mean, again, they were down by what? Maybe 90 points. And on Checkmate, 90 points might as well just be 2. Because comeback's always going to happen, and Ultra working on one themselves. This is a nice containment, though, keeping everybody trapped over towards that old time as Thieves right now want the map control and going to start to accrue a bit of time on new.
Oof. This is a nice spicy one. Again, this is to force the game 5. Oink. Nice kill from Kleenex. Graza still holding it. Oh, fancy footwork. Inside though, he's got plenty of clearance there to get it. A bit of backup there comes through from Kleenex. Now point back in the hands of Ultra. 3 in a row now for Kleenex, looking to finally Get a crack on some streaks here would be ideal. Whoa, nice fourth. In a row now. There's the dangerous Dane. Oh my word, there's number 5, and he just can't get away in time. Beautiful stuff. As again, slowly but surely, all those grains of sand will build into a mountain for Ultra. Well, that time helps, but Thieves, man, they are biting back chance. Not going out of this one without a fight.
And they got to be a tough team to shoot back against, right? Even Draza with the sub is taking challenges like that and winning them as well. So Thieves, the gun skill, certainly not an issue in the slightest. They still have a lead, and maybe they just need to hit a reset and get some sort of stabilization on the hill, but this might not be the one for it. Kenny's getting some pretty good intel, knows Kleenex is towards the back, knows there's someone in the back alley as well, but he ends up going up top, and right now it's just Toronto Ultra milking all of this hill time as Kenny is still waiting to make a decision to find his approach because there are so many players from Ultra going to hunt him down, and they are successful. Kenny dealt with and spawns for the moment still secured, but it looks like in the meantime, the hill time, Thieves starting to pick up, but then the flank comes through. Kleenex, there's one, there's two, give him a third. What a flank coming through. Ultra, the comeback is in.
Oh, it's on. It's not over yet, though. Still, you can see Thieves now looking to make their way across map. You got Ultra with a good amount of map pressure right now. Bance has got an important job, and that's to watch out for Kenny. Big tags, pushes him back. Slasher finishes the job. 27 and 19 for him right now. Over he goes immediately, and Slasher is simply snapping his way across the map. That's 4 in a row now. It's 29 and 19. The Thieves, they are not going quietly. They want that game 5, but Kleenex says, nah, brah. Their kills come through. Spawn's now in position, but Thieves still, look at the left side of the map. They are making their way forward. Where will Ultra spawn? Narnia, the other side of the map. Thieves have an opportunity to close it here.
Oh, you're getting killed by your own trophy. House strikes again. The equipment always loves to fight back at these. Well, talk about a money hill. They're going to be pushed so far up the map, Toronto. You're going to have to sprint to try to make this break. This is one of the worst possible situations to be in. But, damn, if there's a player that can make it happen, maybe he's the guy. Toronto has dominated the plane, and the kills are being traded. Still inside the point are the Thieves, and Cammy has finally made his approach. And, well, he's just the clearance crew. It is Bance that ends up finding the kills. Toronto, they did the impossible. They found the break just for a moment, but they still got a long way to go.
Slasher rains fire from above. Draza in the hard point. Now Kenny trying to watch the approach. Insight, lovely spot. Stays out of trouble. But again, no one could quite make anything of this one. Still, the Thieves now 10 seconds for the win to force the game 5. Ultra, the comeback is still on. There's an opportunity to still keep it going here, but it's going to be so tight. And what do we say, Chance? It has to be perfect hard point from here on out. And again, look at those spawns. First in is going to be Bance. Time now ticking. And here we go, Thieves. One final push. A matter of seconds. And there it is. They're going to grab it. Bance goes down, and it's Kenny, and it's Slasher. The contest is there. Insight. Here come the remaining reinforcements. On to the point we go. But it's your boy, John. The kills are there. And we've got a game 5.
Oh, my God. Game 5, indeed. Thieves putting in the work and the hard points. And just to take a moment, Kleenex had a couple lives where, like, he's going on flanks, picking up 3 pieces, making the break, and like Toronto, occasionally doing things perfectly, but just always ending up on the back foot in one way or another, and even early on, just that one small mistake ends up costing him, and again, it's checkmate. The comeback was nearly there, but they just dug themselves in an 80-point hole that was too big to fight their way out of. 2 for 2 on the hard points in the non-round-based game modes is the Thieves, and well, we find ourselves in a game 5 and going to standoff of all maps. One of the maps where you have the least amount of information on any given team. A map where Slasher and John absolutely were having a field day back in the day when the map was in rotation, but a wild series we have had for sure. Of course, it comes down to a game 5.
I mean, we have deserved this today, COD fans. Look at the stats now for that last hard point. And it was close enough, has to be said, but all things said and done. Forget all about it. Go now to a final map. Oh, Chance, another round-based map. Will that be the death knell? Will that be the bane, truly, of the LA Thieves here in this series? Like, if there were rounds involved, we just simply couldn't get the job done. Give us a hard point and we'll mop the floor with you, but instead, it's going to be a final map now. Game 5 here in the winners bracket. What a sensational day of COD it's been. Incredible games either side. After this break, one final game to decide what happens here in the winners bracket. We'll be right back. Welcome back, Call of Duty friends, fam, and everything else. It's going to be a fun one. We've got ourselves a Game 5. It is Ultra versus the LA Thieves, and we're going to stand off and chance. Oh my God, what a day of COD it's been, mate, and we're barely done. This is going to be a long one. I'm hoping for it anyway. But Game 5's this season, and the LA Thieves, they've got the numbers here, mate. They've got the ice in the stat line. What do you think of the match, though, mate? You think it's going to reflect the numbers?
I mean, this is anyone's guess at this point, right? Because even the first S&D, if that is like any sort of indication, well, Toronto were perfect in game number 2, but Standoff is definitely a map, especially with the new rosters coming through, and especially for how little time it's actually been in the rotation. Not a massive amount of homework you can really do on either team right now. Toronto have been better on this map overall on the year, but not by a wide margin by any things. And just to sort of hype up the importance, as you can look at the obvious dominant stats coming in from Toronto for game number 2, but it is obvious that you want to get the winner in winners bracket. It is obvious that you don't want to end up in losers, but especially so now that a team like FaZe is in the losers bracket. Like, that is the worst possible place to be. And now the fact that they're in losers, you start to get like the ball rolling in winners bracket now. Like, it just might make that tournament run a little bit easier as time goes on, but obviously when you say easy, everything is relative. The teams that we have in the major, I mean, at this point we have what, 6, maybe 7 contenders potentially to walk away with the victory towards the end. So much Call of Duty left to be played, but to game 5 we go. Toronto, a team that has been icy throughout the year, and these, well, certainly not players that have lacked any ice in the slightest. I mean, you got Draws that was born in it.
It really was. See the serious faces across the stage there. Slasher, last minute, parting words. The very vocal leader of the LA Thieves to his troops before we get into this one. Chance now for these players, just again, deep breaths, get how to feel, get into the match. One more map is all you need. You advance further into the winners. You advance one step closer to Call of Duty history. Here in the final major of the 2021 season. And what a day it's been. Oh my God. Here we go though, Chance. And it's awkward thumbs up. Circles YYs for Kleenex. That will be his warm-up of choice before we go into this once more here in this series. Game 5. Here we go.
And just so many options you have on this map, right? If you want to go to flank the back alley, you can just dominate Brown in middle map control. And, well, that's what Thieves is doing on defense. Draza already pushed up into L. And you know Slasher has been feeding the information, so at least eyes on one. But certainly a map spread. John responsible for just keeping this flank contained. You are going to see very similar setups from teams on defense repeatedly. And Vance, talk about a question of angles. He is so close to death, and Kenny finds him. Strikes for the first blood.
Sneaky Kleenex now slithering his way through the back alleyways, looking to get himself inside that deli, and he's not looking for any fresh cut meats or even that succulent kebab. He's looking for John. He may find him. 40 seconds now on the clock. And that bomb is way out. Still in the middle of nowhere. Bance. His cold body, the only thing guarding that bomb right now. Slasher repositioning through mid. Cammy has to watch 2 positions right now. Insight with a good coverage. There's the slip. Whoa, there's the slide. 25 now on the clock. Kenny looking to get another one here in the round. Ultra have got to make a play. They've got to make something happen here. Starting to run out of time. Cammy said it. I've got the bomb site open. But over towards A we go, and it's an up-close personal battle. Kleenex wins 1. Can't get them both done, though. Slasher now versus Insight, and the wins there, and the Thieves get it. Whether it was the clock or running that one down or the kills, that was a solid round for the Thieves.
And really, I mean, honestly, the entire thing, it comes down to the first blood. You are very patient on the clock, and Kenny just giving the men advantage and forcing them into a situation where you got to fly at the site with only 2 people and 0 time on the clock. Slasher there for the cleanup crew to find an extra couple of kills, but very solid stuff. And while 1 for 1 on the first blood so far for Thieves, on a map like Standoff, first bloods, I mean, it's true for every map, but especially so, just incredibly important.
Quite nervous. This is a very tense game. Slasher slow and steady. 2-0 ready in that first round. And I quite like this. If we can get the observers, they show us these shots sometimes. This is that sort of 2-man stack we see time and time again from Ultra. There it is right there. They love this. You're never going to kill both of them in that situation. It's almost a guaranteed trade, whether it's the backside of Laundry or now here behind the old refrigerator on Standoff. Classic looks out of Ultra. It's a quiet one, Chance. Very slow.
And again, for Thieves, I think the approach is going to end up going towards B. And, well, you're going to have to be a little bit concerned about Deli eventually. But they've backed Insight down. You know he's on the tank. And, again, it is just that delicate battle, looking for those first bloods before you can really start making any jumps on the map. And maybe the tables have turned. Maybe it's actually Draza effectively going to be watching the flank. It doesn't look like he's going to push the back alley. Maybe he waits for some timing. But in the meantime, this bomb over towards A. Trophy's taken care of, and John laying the plant down. Kleenex, the first one is Strike, finds the opening, gets the first blood, and now looking to get John off the bomb, and he finds it. Kleenex making plays.
Well, the bomb doesn't get planted, he's going to get eviscerated. Ultra, what a bizarre round. Did John get off the bomb like a fraction of a second before planting it? We got a VAR.
He was thinking the same thing. I think as soon as the player in L dies, he's like, oh, I'm going to die. I need to leave immediately.
This was it.
Little bit awkward, just getting away.
Yeah.
Foot caught on a tractor, maybe.
Oh man, it's a difficult thing. I mean, if you even with like a tough military boot, you kick that big tractor's tire, you're feeling something. I slowed him down a little bit. We are, of course, joking here, pals, but a slight mishap there from the LA Thieves, maybe a moment of miscommunication, and in the end, Ultra, they take that advantage and run with it all the way now into round 3. Here we go. Kenny looking to find those first bloods. We've seen a decent amount of production from the LA Thieves. Slower in that last round, but here we go, Chance. Straight back to it. Very, very slow. Bance being the furthest player forward now for Ultra.
And again, it is not easy to find openings on this map, but as soon as that first blood comes through, that's where whatever team gets that advantage can snap. But now we know the pressure. It is the finesse gunfights. Finesse central, the slide back and forth. Insight the first one to get a kill. And the swarm is there and damn near perfect. But then Kenny, he finds 2. It's a 1v1. Kenny versus Insight. I don't know how we're here again, but we've been here before. Insight finally gets the bomb. He won the 1 versus 1 against Kenny in map 2. And that was the opportunity for Thieves to get some momentum, and it gets stuffed. This is Kenny's redemption moment. But the bomb is planted, and Insight is just disappeared like a ghost in the night. He is gone on a massive rotation, and he might have the angle to check the bomb. Can he check the bomb from this angle? You gotta be kidding me.
Look at that line of sight! Kenny has absolutely no idea. Look how long that is. Look at the size of that thing. Oh, Kenny's got to get off the bomb now. He's petrified. Wait, is he going to stick it? Time's ticking. Kenny's holding the line. If he gets the kill, that's one thing, but oh my, Insight pulling out the dirtiest of tricks. Here in the 5th major, the final one. Didn't even make it to champs. Couldn't last the way, but what a line of sight that is.
Yeah, I don't know how many teams or players knew about the angle. It might just be something where every team knows about it and we're the first to learn, but wasn't expecting that. But as soon as Insight goes for that full wrap, I was like, wait a minute, he's got something over there. And poor Kenny even just gets shot from God knows where. I mean, you literally have to pull up the minimap as quick as you can to even figure it out because it's too far away. So, I mean, hey, you deep dig in the old bag of tricks to win a round, and Ultra happy for it, 2-1 up. But by the way, Bance, he's inside a square by himself for the moment. He's trying to buy his teammate time for the help, but he gets hunted. Thieves, first one to strike.
Quick exchange of gunfire there from bomb site to L. Oh, wow. Trades once again on point. Both teams very, very effective at the trades at this point in time. Kenny put out by a strange position once again from Insight. Atop of that blue car. That's his 3rd kill in a row. Not going to last much longer though. Slasher's got something special for him. And here we go. Trying to take care of Slasher. Cammy left in the 1v2. Draza does recover the bomb. Cammy, no idea where Slasher is, but I don't think the same could be said for... Slasher's gone over where Cammy is. Cammy might have just slipped through. If he could able to get the kill onto Draza here, it would be something special. Here we go. The Scotsman, slow and steady approach. Oh, the jump might have been it. Doesn't matter. Slasher last player left alive. Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh my god. Cammy. The melon's on it. Jumps straight onto the bomb. Slasher hasn't got a bloody clue. What a round from Ultra.
And I think we might be witnessing a breakdown, at the very least, a breakdown in communication. I don't know what the call there was from Slasher, but he plays it perfectly. He finds the pick on Insight, finds all of these kills, and even sees Cammy jumping up in the window, but I don't know if he was just trying to pick up the middle of the map and Cammy got good timing, but whatever the call was, Draza completely unprepared for Cammy to come from that side, and then it turns out the bomb is planted in the worst spot possible. That is I mean, 2 rounds of almost worst case scenario for the Thieves. And honestly, that is 2 rounds where I want to hear their comms just to see what that sounds like. But even on defense, they are right back on the attack. They have triple stacked this P1 area. And Cammy, you've got someone above you.
Quiet, Draza. Quiet. Oh. Cammy's in an awkward one. Good nade. John's going to walk away with his life. Slasher finds one as well.
Oh, look at that timing.
This is a delightful round so far, though, for the LA Thieves chance. But will that timing pay off for Benjamin Bloody Bance, you sneaky devil? Draza might have seen him there. Slasher will not be reacting, but oh my god, he snuck through! Made it all the way.
I mean, this honestly works out better. It works out better that he sneaks through because it's still a 2 versus 4 and he didn't find the kills. If he had gotten kills on the flank like that, that would have been a problem. But at the same time, Insight, I mean, use the spot twice? Maybe?
Maybe. Is he waiting for that one? Because again, they're not exactly sure of where it is, but here comes the fight anyway. Vance finds one. Oh my word, big damage into Kenny. No kill though. An Insight now. Play quiet, play slow. Keep an eye on that bomb. There's plenty of players to deal with now. Uh-oh. That line of sight is not a good one. And there it is. Gets the kill. Clock still ticking. Here comes John. John's going to be quick here. He does get the kill. That's plenty of time for the defuse. And this time, the Thieves, they had the numbers. These parlor tricks of Insight, these little moments, these little sorcerer's ways that the Ultra Boys pulling out here in Major 5 does not work twice. A good round from the Thieves.
I mean, I tell you, dude, if he goes back to that spot, I've never taken that gunfight. I don't know how hard it is to get the kill. I know the first time he got a couple pop shots and then repositioned, so it might just not be easy to get that kill in the slightest, but he might have been able to go back to it twice because, I mean, it takes so long to clear out that section of the map. I don't know. I mean, that was a 2v4. There was a moment where I was a believer in the clutch ability, but
yeah.
Either way as it stands, just a very nice bounce back around from the Thieves, right? Play with confidence, get control of Brown, and just bounce back in some way, shape, or form. So the game's still as close as could be. Only a 1-round difference right now is Thieves getting to work, trying to look for the first blood. Bance again by his lonesome inside a square, and just another battle that I don't think Thieves ever want to flank, and maybe they're creeping up to it, or maybe they're working Brown, but another very slow-paced round.
And this is an absolute delight of a search and destroy. 50 seconds. Slasher, eyes on those top players again. No one's going to hit that back alleyway. There's no way. It's just too dangerous. You've still got 2 members of Ultra there now holding that line still. Slasher just watching that top line. Anyone jumps out the window of Granny's, they're going to be met by a couple of crispy shots there. Bance, oh, we saw that. Nice opening. 30 seconds. Immediate rebuttal. Cammy on point as ever. 3v3. Here comes the plant. Over by A.
And right now, Thieves, I mean, those 2 players are just going to be trapped on site. Kleenex is going to be able to feed this information. You got what? Insight trapping men on the flip side. The one errant player is going to be Kenny, and Kenny's the one making some noise on the map.
Oh my God.
He's the interesting guy to keep an eye on, but the guys in square are trapped and taken care of. And Kenny's position is known. He finds 2, but Insight too quick on the trades. Toronto Ultra getting the job done and just finding the perfection on the flank in dealing with the chaos in those final moments. Again, it can be spicy, it can be close, but it is Toronto, at least in that round, that again come out on top. It's just, what's the word to describe this game so far? I mean, delicate, strange. Is it like the optic van portion of the map that's the most important of all places? Like, right. I know that's not a word, that's a couple sentences, but like.
Well, fascinating is one way to put it. I mean, we're seeing, I think for a lot of us, first time sneaky tricks like this. Ultra willing to, I mean, it shows enough how seriously they're taking this series, willing to pull out all the stops here, not to let the LA Thieves take the win here. They want to stay in winners at all cost. Here come the LA Thieves now into the low brown position. Cammy, oh, hello. That's an eyes on. What a reach out that could be. Draz has taken enough hits. That's not a fight he wants to have. Out he goes. John, though, still backing him up in this position. If Cammy gets a bit dicey, if he feels like going for a fight, he's in trouble. But Kleenex manages to hit the flank. First blood. Draz and John now making their way forward. Cammy's in a bit of trouble if they do hit the stairwell, but Cammy's timing. Oh, they get him. 3v3. Oh my God, Chance, this is a fun one.
3v3, but they are sort of, I mean, not trapped is definitely not the right word, but they are just so far away from where the actual bomb is going to be planted. So you get this one down for free. maybe able to get out of dodge. And I mean, Kleenex, he's the guy that's flanked. It took them this long to find him, but Slasher does take care of him.
Oh,
and now you're setting up the trap, and now Insight's by himself, and you know where he is. And you've got players coming from every direction. The retake, too clean from the Thieves. And that is a round where they get first-blooded. Kleenex finds just the perfect moment to go on the flank, and in spite of that, Thieves clutch up. That is just phenomenal work coming out of them. And again, if we want to stick with the theme potentially of just communication that Thieves are having, again, maybe a hiccup in a few rounds prior has to be on point in that situation. And again, just making sure that they take care of Kleenex and check all of the corners. Perfect break as well. Thieves down, but certainly not out.
This is an unbelievable surge. If anything right now, I mean, it's truly that. It's that winning mentality. It's that resolve from the LA Thieves. Never, ever say die. So far, it is wonderful stuff out of Slasher. 7-4, 6-6 Kenny. Raza the only slow one there, but again, he's playing on a streak right now of 2. See if he can make any more of that one. On the other side of the board, 7-5 out of Cammy. He has been sensational in the series so far. Slasher a couple of shots at range chance, and you know, it's something you love to see time and time again, but it's a deeper defense, much tighter now. In on towards that B-bomb site for Ultra, and they might be going for it. John, he got spotted there. And here goes Bance. In on position, they've got Brown control. Looking to see what the Thieves do now, if they know those numbers are out.
And keep in mind, for the first round, and this has been the only round Toronto have left it open. They've left open that back alley push. Well, I say that, but now Insight's picked it up. So, funnily enough, it is the A site that is effectively going to be open. But even then, Kleenex got the cross. It is a very compact setup right now from Ultra, but they have all their bases covered. In this rotation coming through, I mean, Thieves, this is at least the 3rd time they've done it. Play for picks, spread the map, and then work yourself over towards A. But look who knows the angles, Kenny. Can't quite finish the kill, but he's at least opened up the A site for his boys. And yeah, you might be able to plant that bomb, John. Just don't get your foot caught on the tracker.
Oh, not this time. 20 seconds. Raza makes it a 3rd in a row. Looking for another one, but I think the timing here might be... Oh, Cammy, wait a minute. He's made it closer to the bomb site. There's one. Any more out of this, Cammy? On my word, no. This is unbelievable. Draza, the last player left up, and Cammy, he doesn't even need to get the kill. What a play from the Scotsman. He slides onto the site and he tells those boys to do one, and there's the defuse from Bance. That is match point. Ultra. Holy dooly.
That is 3 rounds now from this individual game where I need to hear the comms from the LA Thieves just to see what happened, because like I am the worst at hearing slides in the game. Even I heard that from Jaws' point of view, so I don't know if there was just too much chatter or if he got caught, but he might have even been able to see him over the tank. It's a little bit weird with Spectator, but that is, I mean, again, this is what, 3 total rounds. You know, potentially because of communication or whatever the issue is, were like little things going just catastrophically wrong for the Thieves, who now down 5-3 in rounds. And Ultra feeling aggressive. They try to make the play on the cross, but Kenny takes Bance down, and that is the first blood that Thieves were desperate for. Now they have the man advantage.
Bance was like, yeah, winners round 2, I'm coming. Incorrect. 4v3 now. 3v3. Cammy out of his mind right now. This is some spectacular gameplay. As we go slowly once again, 2 players there for the LA Thieves on defense towards A. One of them, and it is going to be John, over towards Granny's side of the map. Open streets, safe crossing, and now the gunfights come close. Draza, he'll eat that nade. The trophy's on the other side of the wall. Doesn't do him any favors. And now it's a 3v2. Insight's already made it to the tractor. Kleenex there to back him up. Slasher and John, old teammates, world champions. Now, looking to find a lifeline here in the series. John first in. He slips past. What a play from John. Finds one. There's the trade. John can't get the second. And just like that, Ultra, the numbers play out and they will take it. 6-3 here on standoff. And what an unbelievable performance from both teams. That was one hell of a series. And their heads are heavy. The LA Thieves, as close as it could have come for them, but there on the final map chance, not quite enough, and it's Insight first up to get the bumps in. You've got to feel good for Ultra, but look how far they had to go to bring down the LA Thieves there. A definite turnaround A brilliant showing from the boys in white there on the stage, but man alive, Ultra had to pull out some dirty, dirty tricks to go the distance there. What a series.
I was going to say, in the end, it genuinely might be just preparedness that puts them over the top towards the end. I mean, again, it's not just the round from Insight where he is that cheeky spot to win the one-on-one against Kenny towards the end, but like, how many rounds? I mean, I know how many. It was 3 where just like something either small or something just turns into something catastrophic that the Thieves have to deal with, a slide that just doesn't get heard, and Cammy turns that into a 3-piece of all things. I mean, the cheeky spots, it's just so many little things, man. I mean, the Thieves, an incredible series through and through. You're going against Toronto Ultra that have been on point since stage 2, and you take them to a game number 5. It is a hell of a battle, but whether or not it's a hell of a battle, the win and loss, it stays the same. Toronto Ultra move on around. Thieves find themselves in the gauntlet. What a way, man, for Ultra to kick off their Stage 5 tourney.
It was a tough one. What a hard-fought battle that really was. The Game 5 victory will go the way of Ultra, and my, what a day of COD! Oh my God, what a day! A sensational display from both, and again, Bance, it was a slow one from him, man, but I'm sure he was calling the shots. Cammy, though. I saw some tweets about that during the break. Cammy truly is on another level right now. He is playing out of his mind. An unbelievable performance there in the entire series. And standoff 6-3. The final score, 3-2 overall for Ultra. They will advance through to winners. Thieves, they go to losers. Chance, you were not wrong, mate. That losers bracket has just become so much harder to play in.
And the craziest thing about Cammy being the guy that gets 10 kills, 3 of those kills came off of a spot where he basically should have been dead to rights. And even the 1v2 he had, like, Slasher had the information. They had Cammy, again, basically dead to rights, and just pulls off some magic, gets the 1v2, gets the 3-piece. There's a reason Cammy is in the MVP race. He is ridiculous, and a player, you give him a very small opportunity, he'll turn that into outright domination.
Fantastic stuff. Once again, Ultra, congratulations on the victory. We've got Jess joined by Insight on stage. Jess, take it away.
Miles, thank you so much. That's right. I am joined by Insight on stage for the Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. So Insight, at the top of the show today, the desk was talking about how you would be instrumental in this series, and indeed, we definitely saw that. What was your approach to this match?
You know, we've been working hard as a team. We know how good we are. In fact, I think we made that series very hard on ourselves. We were getting a bit too hectic, a bit too frantic, which is not like what we normally do. But you know, overall, we got the win, and yeah.
Despite that hecticness, you did bring it back around for the win, like you said. And before this, we, of course, saw FaZe get upset by Rocker. How does that change things for you now that FaZe are in the lower bracket?
I mean, for us, we just focus on the game ahead, you know. There's no point looking at the bracket. They're on the other side anyway. But for us, it's just focusing up on our next game now against Optic, and we'll go from there.
Well, then I'm glad you brought that up because, of course, tomorrow you'll be facing Optic. We saw them come out swinging, and they beat FaZe earlier this stage. And kind of gathering all this intel and knowing what we know, where's your head at for this match versus Optic?
Obviously, I feel like we're the better team, but you know they're definitely starting to hit the ground running now. Definitely not a team to take lightly. You know, they got first in their group, so I guess we just got to come out swinging and play our game.
I love that. Obviously, I feel like we're the better team. Well, let's see if that turns out to be the case tomorrow. Thank you so much for the interview. This has been your Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. Miles, back on over to you.
Thank you, Jess. A very focused Insight again, gearing up, getting very ready, of course, for that next winners bracket matchup against Optic. We'll do that one a little bit later on, but wow, that is going to be a fun one. And again, an exciting series, man. What a day, Chance. I mean, I'm just trying to gather myself after what has been a wonderful day of Call of Duty. The first day of the Major has not disappointed, friends. Major 5. And now, let's keep rolling, though. We've got our Scuff Player of the Game. We're going to give this one to Cammy. I believe this was round 8. I may be wrong there, but who cares? It was a bloody delight. Our Scuff Player of the Game, Cammy, having one hell of a search and destroy here on Standoff.
And again, just the craziest Call of Duty timing potentially we're going to see, at least throughout this tournament. Again, the spectator, I don't know if he could have seen him, and he didn't hear the slide. And Cammy turns that small moment into just destruction. He even gets caught and tagged up. It doesn't matter. Wins the first gunfight, wins the second. And you see in the feed, his teammates are there for the third. Already the guarantee. They know exactly where draws are going to be coming from. Again, the tiniest little things were going, well, wrong for Thieves and right for Cammy. We took full advantage to get that win, and oh baby, this winner's bracket shaping up to be a battle. Optic versus Ultra and Empire versus Rocker. I don't know if that's tomorrow, but if it is, tomorrow's going to be a great day.
Tomorrow's going to be a great day. I hope so. Don't forget that elimination round 2 as well. Mutineers, Subliners, Ravens, Surge, and again, Thieves and FaZe waiting in elimination round 3. All red, baby, there in round 3. We'll see how that one goes. But my word, friends, Major 5 already incredibly exciting tournament. But we've got one more exciting tournament, if not the most exciting tournament, coming up here in August 19th through the 22nd, Call of Duty League Championship Weekend and Playoffs. Champ Sunday, you can still grab tickets. It's live at the Galen Center. Jump over to callofdutyleague.com/championship-weekend and you can get a ticket. Come on down and say howdy doody and watch some of the very best Call of Duty players in the world go at it for a big old trophy. But that's it, friends, for our games today. We've still got lots of analysis on the desk coming up after this break because not a tornado could stop LVP from bringing you the goods here today. He's joined by Nameless and Studdy after this break.
Well, Ultra danced their way around the LA Thieves in that game 5, and you know, a lot of oxygen was cut off with the choking that happened in that final search. But you know what? 3-2 final score for the final game of the day. And I got to give it to LA Thieves. Look, it was an unfortunate loss there and it really could have gone either way. But LA Thieves definitely showing their worth in this major. Yes, they've got quite the run to make looking at our updated bracket, but not impossible considering how they stack up against our second seeded team in the league. Ultra are pretty hard to take down and they got close to it. Gents, welcome back to our HQ. It's lovely to see you both again. Look, we got to talk about what just unfolded before us there. First of all, I made it through a tornado. Ultra made it through their tornado. That was called LA Thieves. You know, Ultra, they do it again. They managed to clutch up when it matters most. But I've got to say, LA Thieves has really surprised me. John has been a fantastic addition to this team. The entire team looks like they're in total kind of union with one another at this point and just at the right time. Nameless, I've got to ask you first, mate, what did you make of this series?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be a little bit worried about the Toronto Ultra hardpoint. That being said, the Search and Destroy was absolutely phenomenal. I mean, maps 2 and 3, Ultra dominated. It was clinical, especially in that control. They did exactly what they needed to do. Even when the going got tough a little bit on their offense, they're able to break on in over towards A, and Insight and Cammy, they do what they do best. They beam the players in the back, and they get control and dominate that round, leading to them to go up 2-1 in the series. They lose Game 4, go to a Game 5 S&D where they were making a lot of mistakes. Like, don't get it twisted here. They had to clutch up to win that Game 5. So this wasn't picture perfect for Toronto Ultra. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done over in their camp because relying on those clutches, that's not a way to win games, right? But either way, big win.
Yeah, there was a tremendous series from both of these teams, man. The Thieves walking away with both hard points. You could just tell, like when we were in that listening, you heard Slasher say they messed up in this situation. And Ultra, that's been their struggle as of recent, man. Their hardpoint game has really just been taking a toll on the downwards. They are 0-4 in the last 4 hardpoints. 2 of them going versus Dallas, and then the last 2 coming in versus today versus the Thieves. but just the clutch gene that they have, man, to go out and win that map number 2 in a clean 6-0. Go out and take that map number 3 as well, clean 3-0, but to get it all the way to a game 5, I feel like the Thieves, they should have been able to walk away with it.
100%.
If they don't allow so many clutches to happen on the side of Ultra. Cammy was going so huge, 2v1 clutch versus Slasher, at least in the early rounds, and then when he was trapped in that box right there, what's up with everyone being trapped in this box? They're just making plays happen, man. Cammy was able to slide in, finds the 2 kills, and eventually able to close out that last round for his teammates. Ultra, they're looking good, but as they go deeper into this tournament, they have to make sure that they're improving in their hard points because, like I said, 0-4 in their last 4. They want to try to win this. They need to make sure that they improve there.
Yeah, I think, honestly, there were mistakes made in both sides of the camp here. That's something that we have definitely noticed by that series. Nameless, I'll start with you here again. I mean, looking at LA Thieves, the way that they played that series, there might be something particular there, or it could be a generic thing. But, you know, if you were coaching them, if you were JCap, what would you be telling the boys to go back and revise for the rest of this major, especially having to make that elimination bracket run here?
Sure. I mean, I think it's easy. You look at the search and destroy rounds that you lost in the clutches, and it's like every single time there was something that was open. You think about the 2v1 that Cammy clutched. What happened? They left mid-courtyard open. How do you fix that? You just have a guy go up on top of your apartment building and look over the middle of the map. Throw some jiggle peeks, you figure that out, right? So it's just a miscommunication mid-round. At least that's what it looks like to me. They have a plan. You know, the early round, they get their trades, and then they get ready to go plant the bomb, and then there's a miscommunication and a gap is left open. So that's what they have to fix, is stop leaving those gaps open.
Yeah, and if I'm JCap, I'm also talking about that map number 2 and map number 3 because it wasn't even close. A 6-0 on that Moscow Search and Destroy, which is a map that the Thieves were able to take down Optic all the way into Game 5. They have the confidence there, but versus Ultra, they played it way too many times. They make it look easy, but then when you go to that Game 3 as well, I feel like LA Thieves, they were doing a great job on their offenses, at least keeping the lives close. But once Ultra were able to shut down their once they were able to win on their defensive end, when they went to offense, they knew exactly what the game plan was. They were able to just capture that B point nice and early. There was one situation where I feel like Cammy could have got there a little bit sooner towards that A point. They probably would have been able to close out that last offensive round, but I just feel like Toronto, at least in that map 2 and 3, they were just way above LA Thieves, and if you're JCap, you just got to go back and make sure you fix those little things, especially in the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, definitely. Now, gents, obviously moving on from that series, another one that we need to talk about to round off the night is, of course, FaZe. FaZe being taken down is something I think that a lot of us were kind of shocked at, especially by Minnesota Rocker. Not only by that team, but the fact in the fashion that they actually got taken down. 3-1. They've never actually been taken down in less than 5 games, which is pretty ridiculous all season long. Now, they've got a lot to think about in the next day because they're not going to be playing tomorrow. They have a day to wait. And they've got a little bit of revising to do there when it comes to their gameplay. Now, I've got to ask this question. Nameless, I'm going to start... actually, no, Stud, do you know what? Stud, I'm going to start with you today, mate.
Okay.
You know, are you getting the same feeling of what happened last year? Are you fazed by this loss here?
Absolutely not. I think this is the perfect thing that could have happened to a team like FaZe because this is that wake-up call. They never found themselves in that loser bracket. I feel like everyone in the loser bracket is more afraid of FaZe than FaZe is of just being in that position. I think that FaZe is still the #1 team in the game, and with this match, the way that they lost it versus Rocker, it came in versus both of those hard points. That's something that we usually don't see out of such a respawn-dominant team in Atlanta. But I feel like this is the match that is that wake-up call for them. The one that is so important for them because this is not the biggest tournament of the year. This isn't champ. So getting a loss here, going through that losers bracket is exactly what this team needs. To have their backs completely against the wall to see how they perform then.
I would be extremely worried if I was in FaZe right now. I mean, I know that they're very good. You know, they can win the tournament. Obviously, they still have the ability to do that. But looking at FaZe and the rest of these teams, they're starting to catch up. And FaZe losing 2 hard points in that last series is not good to a team like Minnesota Rocker. Yeah. Now, obviously, Minnesota Rocker, they played great. But Minnesota Rocker is not one of our top 4 teams we have here in our league, and FaZe lose that match. On top of that, FaZe has been losing S&Ds. In their last few matches, they've lost 3 search and destroys. I mean, to LA Thieves, to Chicago in a Game 5 pressure situation. They lose that, so they don't get #1 seed in their group. And then they lose the S&D in this series in a round 11. So in these high pressure situations, FaZe is starting to fold. They're starting to lose. It's not looking like the FaZe that was dominating all year long. And this is reminiscent from last year. This is what happened and how they ended up choking and not winning champs. So, yes, I would be worried if I was FaZe.
Okay, I like these conflicting kind of thoughts here, gents. I think, honestly, I think time will tell. Elimination bracket is not ideal, especially for FaZe right now, because they can't mess up anymore. That's it. They've got to keep it on going through. They want to get to that tournament final. Super incredible effort there from Rocker. I mean, to slay literally the titan of our league at this point in time is perfect peak time at the moment. Well, I'll tell you what, folks, you're probably wondering what we've got coming your way tomorrow. It's a little bit late now, so we better get you set up for day 2 here, of course. Here we go. Starting your Friday, London Royal Ravens versus Seattle Surge. We've got Florida Mutineers on board taking on New York Subliners. Dallas Empire is facing off against Minnesota Rocker. And to round off your day, Optic versus Ultra. We got some bangers on the board, people. It's going to be really, really interesting tomorrow, and I'm very excited to be bringing you guys the action with my fellow teammates on my desk, because that's right, we're a squad up here. We're a squad. True squad. Now, I tell you what, that's going to do it for day 1, folks. I hope you guys have had a bunch of fun. We certainly have. But who would have thought that FaZe would fall in their first game here at the Major, and Rocker would be playing heavily into that dark horse role. There's plenty more coming your way tomorrow. Get some rest, reset, and we'll see you for day 2. Good night.
Can Paris start to bring this one back, as we are about to be within 10 seconds off of this hill of Surge? Grab every single second. We'll be within 3 to 4 points. Paris have got to do everything to try to bring this one back. It would be a miracle. They have got to start somewhere. Toward bottom lights is where they look to try to bring this back. Again, with only 5 seconds left there onto this Seattle Surge lineup. We've got to imagine it's just going to be a matter of moments. The final push, potentially, of Paris's year. Maybe coming on in as 2 fall. 3 more to drop, and that will be it. Seattle Surge walk away with this series. Gorilla's still debating. And no visuals today. It's really just a matter of time before that B push comes on in. And if they want to try to make a rotation, it's going to have to be quick. So as they come around the corner, DiamondCon is waiting for them. That's going to be the first. Ace them quickly, replying with a second. All on to Mental and Silly. A 2 versus 4 to keep their hopes alive. As DiamondCon, with a great movement, sets up a scene for success. As now it's all going to be on to Mental, and as he falls, it's going to be a W. Put it in the books. The New York Subliners are going to win this series.
In place. Massive stuff from Stanley. The front line is now all theirs. Look for FaZe to try to make the counter-attack now. Through mid. Here come the nades. Trophies are in position. Major Medic are lining up. Attached, the first to drop. Can he find any members of FaZe? Here comes Priester. Priester gets 2. Priester gets 2, and Major finds the next, and it's all 4 down for FaZe. And we've got the lead going back into the hands of Rocker. And then now, Chance, they are moments away from victory. What an unprecedented upset this would be in the league here in the Major. And it is not over yet. You've still got to get a good break now for FaZe. It is now 10 seconds for the win for Rocker to upset the Titans. No one is in position to get it unchanced, and I cannot believe my eyes. I cannot believe what we are about to see. And ladies and gentlemen, Rocker have gone and done it. What a sensational upset so early on in the tournament here. Major 5. Open streets, safe crossing, and now the gunfights come close. Draza. He'll eat that nade. The trophy's on the other side of the wall. Doesn't do him any favors. And now it's a 3v2. Insight's already made it to the tractor. Kleenex there to back him up. Slasher and John, old teammates, world champions. Now, looking to find a lifeline here in the series. John first in. He slips past. What a play from John. Finds 1. There's the trade. John can't get the second. And just like that, Ultra, the numbers play out and they will take it. 6-3 here on standoff, and what an unbelievable performance from both teams. That was one hell of a series, and their heads are heavy.